So who is your woman crush Wednesday? Who is my woman crush Wednesday? I'll tell you after the show. So yeah, we tend to give you interesting stories, stop chatting drama, from the world of entertainment. We have interesting conversation, which we'll be reviewing to you today. And of course, we will also repeat the Leicester Food Festival that happened earlier this month. But first, let's delve into the stories of the day. Nigerian rapper Wale Davis, popularly known as Tech, has emphasized that decision making is one of the biggest challenges faced by talented individuals in the creative industry. Speaking on a recent episode of the Overnight Success podcast, Tech pointed out that talent alone is not enough to guarantee success. According to him, it is often the choices creatives make, such as who they choose to work with or the record labels they sign to, that ultimately shape or derail their career. He urged up and coming artists and creatives to be intentional and thoughtful about their decisions if they hope to build lasting and successful careers. That's the absolute truth, right? It's not about having talent, it's about making the right choices for that talent. And of course, recently we have talent managers, people that, counsel you, talk to you, to make sure that you're taking the right path, because it's not about, oh, I have this talent of singing and you're already in a record label. And before you know it, after staying in that record label, you even step up to the agreed number of years you're meant to stay according to the contract given to you, you leave. And you go outside the world and face a different thing entirely. So you need to think deep when you notice that, oh, I have this talent. You need to seek a counselor. You need to find a manager that will talk to you, walk you through that part before venturing into anything else. All right, let's move forward. Former Big Brother Naija Season 4 housemates Natasha Anita Akinde, popularly known as Tasha, has stated that she would have emerged the winner of the show if she hadn't been disqualified. Speaking in a recent interview, Tasha expressed confidence in her chance of winning, noting that she survived eviction 11 times during her time in the house. A testament, she said, to her strong fan base and popularity. She also claimed the title of the most nominated housemate in the show's history, which she believes was further proof of her strength in the competition. Tasha was disqualified from the Pepe Dem edition of the reality show due to violent conduct. And that fight happened between she and Mercy Eke. The both of them, it's as if they were dragging one particular thing, which you don't even understand. The altercation started and she had to push her, right? I mean, she hit herself. I can't remember again. But, in the Big Brother house, you can have a one-on-one argument and all, but make sure you're not touching somebody. Make sure you're not pushing somebody. Make sure you're not hitting somebody. So out of anger, she did that. And that was why she was disqualified. For nomination, she was nominated several times. And I think she would have also won if she was there, because she and Mercy Eke, they were really, really topping charts, right? When you check the graph during the eviction and all that, eviction night and all that, you would notice that she actually had chances of winning. Maybe second position or first position. All right. Funke Akindele is set to dominate holiday box office again with her new film Behind the Scenes. Year after year, her films have become a staple of the holiday cinema season, consistently drawing massive crowds and redefining commercial success in Nollywood. This December, she's poised to continue her winning streak with the release of her latest project, Behind the Scenes, announced through her production company on her birthday. The star-studded film features a dynamic cast including Toby Bakari, Scarlett Gomez, Ini Idima Okoji, Yabo Ojo, Destiny Etiko, Uzo Arokwe, Uche Montana, and Big Brother Naija alumni, Hani and Wani. Akindele's connection to the festive season is international. Over the years, she has carved out a niche with her December releases, ensemble-driven stories filled with humor, family dynamics, and cultural resonance themes. These elements have become her signature, resonating with audiences during Nigeria's busiest cinema period. With each project, Akindele has not only set new box office record but also solidified her reputation as a filmmaker with a keen understanding of what Nigerian audiences want during the holiday, and that is not even a lie. When you go through the charts, it's as if she's always targeting the festive period, December period, and we, the audience, we always anticipate that she's going to release a movie, and that's on period. From 2020, her movie was actually topping charts. She grossed about how many millions? 2022, 2023, 2024, and now we're in 2025. And you can imagine the list of cast that is going to be part of that movie. Uzara Kwe, Uche Montana, name them, Yabo Joe. So let's keep our fingers crossed. December is about 3 to 4 months. Let's see what Funke Akindele is cooking. All right, let's move over to the foreign scene. British record listing platform Guinness World Record marks its 70th anniversary. The initiative first began in the UK when Hugh Beaver, a Guinness brewer, was eager to know the fastest game bird in Europe. Unable to find the answer in any reference book, Beaver hired twin brothers, Norris and Ross McWhirter, who ran a fact-finding agency in London. The Guinness magnate hired the twins to compile a book of factual records which went to stores in 1955 and topped the bestseller list by Christmas. Since then, the Guinness Book of World Record has turned into a franchise that includes annually publicized record books, TV series, museums, and global exercises to create and mark new world records. These records can range from the tallest humans in the world to feats of great endurance like the world's longest abdominal plank or the fastest time taken to pull a car by walking on hands. Some of these records have also been set by animals such as Otto the bulldog, who holds the record for longest human tunnel traveled by a skateboarding dog rather, and the llama Caspar, who holds the record for the highest bar jump cleared by llama. To mark the 70th anniversary of Guinness World Records, the organization reconnected with some iconic record holders from the past who touched upon how a Guinness certification shaped their life. Professional card taker Brian Burge recalled the time when the first achieved the world record for the tallest house of freestanding playing cards. And I think, anyways, let's take a look at this first.
A little bit down the line, those Guinness World Records were served to have a big effect on my life, because in 2021 I won the Scripps National Spelling Bee, becoming the first African American to win, and having Guinness World Records added a certain level of notoriety to who I was, because when people saw me on Good Morning America, they're like, oh, she won the Scripps National Spelling Bee, and then they cut to a video of me dribbling 6 basketballs. You're like, oh my god, she has Guinness World Records too? Like, people were literally making posts like, is she an alien? This is not a real person. It's all a scam.
Guinness World Records title.
Big smile. Amazing.
Present you with these, your Guinness World Records icon certificates. You are both officially amazing. Thank you.
So getting the Guinness World Record title was fantastic. One of the things I always think is it makes a project, no matter how crazy or weird, it kind of gives it a social relevance. Like everybody loves world records, and if you're doing something for a world record, they just seem to get behind you and want you to do it.
Three, two, one, go.
So back in 1992, when I first achieved the world's tallest house of freestanding playing cards, I didn't really realize that it would derail my, would have been more normal life. But it really kind of paved the way for me to be able to basically spend my life doing what I love.
Over. Ready? Come on, over. Good lad.
Here we go. All right, flow, flow, flow. Turn.
There's so many different records and so many different areas of Guinness World Records that a person can put themselves in, and I think it's really cool just to set a goal for yourself, a really cool, seemingly impossible goal that you can set for yourself to achieve. It pushes you past your limit and you can become the very best version of yourself, whatever field you're in. And I think having Guinness World Records as a motivation is really cool because you're doing something that no one else has ever done before. And how many people can say that?
So let's look for the one we do. So we'll be among the people that have the certificate in Guinness World Record. All right. Couples from across the globe showcased their talent at the Buenos Aires Tango Global World Championship at Argentina's premier tango event. Colombian dancers Paula Batancourt and David Ospina, participating in the competition, shared their excitement about the experience. The event is part of 2 weeks festival in the Argentine capital, featuring over 500 activities and performances by acclaimed artists. City officials described it as the world's largest tango gathering, celebrating a dance from the originated in Buenos Aires, working class neighborhood in the late 19th century, and has since gained global recognition. This festival will run until September 2nd. Let's have a view.
I think it's a unique feeling because everything comes together in that moment when you're there with your partner, being embraced. We are two people but as one.
It's a great experience for me because we spent a long time preparing to come here. I came here 12 years ago, and after 12 years I've returned with my partner, and it's an incredible experience.
Que se escuche ese aplauso.
Like I said the last time, if your leg is not strong, don't try that dance at home. So we're going to review Leicester Food Festival to you, so enjoy.
Yes, sir. Big up VIP crew in the vicinity. They're right on the farm. Music media management. Big up yourself. Rich and Scotch reggae. Big up yourself. Said I remember when we used to sit in a government yard in Trenchtown, observing the hypocrites as they would mingle with the good people we meet. We've got a life to live. They say only fittest of the fittest shall survive it. Stay alive, yeah. Could you be? Oh yeah. runs dry. No matter how you're treated, never be satisfied. Could you be the, hey, could you be the, get up and say something, reggae. Reggae, rockers, say something, reggae, rockers, say something, reggae, rockers. Lord of mercy. Thank you very much, people. And it comes to that time where we have to say goodbye. Shall I do one more? Oh God, you twisted my other arm right up my back. I only have two. So one more then. All right, thank you. So this one is going out to everyone and to the whole world. Because what the world needs a little bit more of right now, trust me. So this one, sending love to everywhere. Come on. One love, one heart. Let's get together and let me hear you sing it. Sing it louder. Give thanks and praise to the Lord. I will feed you. Let's get together and let them all pass our day. Dirty remarks. There is one question I'd really like to ask. Is there a place for the hopeless sinner who has heard of mankind just to save his own? Believe me, one love, come on, one heart. Let's get together and hear the children crying. Hear the children crying. Give thanks and praise to the Lord. I will feed you. Let's get together and whoa. Well, let's come together to come and fight this Armageddon. When the man comes, there will be no more Jew. A pity and those whose chances was thinner. There ain't no hiding place from the Father of creation. Believe me, one love. What about the one heart? What about the whole world? As it was in the beginning, in the end. Give thanks and praise to the Lord. I will feed you. Let's get together and give thanks and praise to the Lord. Thank you very much, people. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you so much. Thank you. And big up the engineers, right? Big up the engineers. We was working last week at Leicester Carnival. I was headlining with my band. Next time, I hope next year, they invite me and my band to come.
Leicester Food Festival, please make...
And by the way, it's a thing, right? It's thing, right? Everybody on the park is Jamaican today. Right? Because every little is gonna... I rise up this morning, smile with the, come on, louder. 3 little beside my singing, melodies pure and true, singing this. All right. Lot of mercy. Lot of mercy. Oh, lot of mercy. Come sing with us. Don't worry about a thing, because, come on. Can you sing a little louder? Singing, don't worry. Yeah. Yes. Every little thing gonna be alright. I rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. 3 little birds beside my doorstep, singing sweet songs, melodies pure and true, singing. This is my message to everybody. Sing, don't worry about a thing. Oh Lord, because yes I am. Singing, don't worry, yeah, about a thing. Oh Lord, because yes I am. What is it? I rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. 3 little birds beside my doorstep, singing sweet songs, melodies pure and true, singing, this is my message to everybody. Sing, don't worry about a thing. Worry about a thing, cause, yeah. Singing, don't worry, yeah, about a thing. Oh Lord, because, yes I am. Singing, don't worry. Worry about a thing, cause, yeah. Singing, don't worry, yeah, about a thing. Oh Lord, because yes I am. Worry about a thing, cause, yeah. Living sacrifice, jam until this jam is through. Cause we're jamming. Today the jamming was the thing of the past. Jamming. I hope this jam is gonna last. No bullet can stop us now. Beg not even bow. Neither can be fought nor soul. Jaja children must unite. Life is worth much more than gold. Cause we're jamming. Natural mystic blowing through the air. There's a natural mystic blowing through the air. If you listen carefully now, you will hear. This could be the first trumpet, might as well be the last. Many more will have to suffer, many more will have to die. Don't ask me why. things are not the way they used to be. I won't tell no lie. One and all got to face reality now. Though I try to find the answer to all the questions they ask, though I know it's impossible to go living through the past, can't dig them down. There's a natural mystic flowing through the air. They can't keep us down.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. This is E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Live here with me is Anyam Beauty. She's a spoken word artist. And we'll be talking about cultural significance of spoken word. She's been here before. I know the surprising thing, she's actually a student nurse. So you can imagine medical doing literature. Anyways, thanks for joining, Beauty.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How you doing?
I'm fine.
It's been a while.
Yes.
Did you miss me?
Of course.
All right, let's talk here. So, what do you think is the cultural significance of spoken word?
Spoken word is beyond poetry.
Okay.
I feel like spoken word is a living tradition that carries the heartbeats of culture.
Okay.
You get, because before written words, communities has always kept these storytelling stuffs, has passed values, histories, and identities through chants, oral performances, storytelling. So I feel spoken word is something that keeps that legacy going.
Okay. So in your view, what makes spoken word different from poem writing?
Spoken word is actually spoken word is the oral presentations of poetry.
Okay. Okay.
Because in spoken word, everything goes in alignment. You get, if you can make good poems, then you can also be a good spoken word artist. But at the same time, not everyone can perform. So some people are good or better performers than writers, while some people are better writers than performers. But like I will always say, a poem is best performed by the writer.
Fact, actually, because
Yes.
that person knows how
Exactly.
to. So, but you write, right? You write
Yes.
the poem.
All my performances or any performance I have, any poem I perform is written by me.
And you're a nurse.
Yes, I'm a nurse.
How do you even blend that?
I feel like when it comes to this poetry, spoken word stuff,
Yeah.
it flows. Like I don't stress to do anything because it's just like in me. It's just a talent. It's just a gift.
Okay. All right, so what role do you think language and dialect has actually played in spoken word?
Okay, firstly, when it comes to spoken word, it is an avenue for communication. Yes.
But they don't respond to the spoken word artist.
Yes. See, the communication I mean doesn't mean communication. I don't mean interaction. I mean emotional interaction.
Okay.
Being able to influence people intellectually.
Okay.
You get is also a means of communication. Because imagine when you perform a, let me say, emotional poem, and then you're actually reaching out to people's emotions. You've communicated with them even without you speaking.
So what do you think? Do you think spoken word is a modern continuation of ancient storytelling? You know, you said that earlier.
Of course.
Okay, but it has a different language. It's most times they don't speak direct words. It's like it's idiom or something.
Okay, wait, actually. I believe that spoken word is just an extension of storytelling.
Okay.
You see these ancient storytellings, chants, oral performances. I feel like spoken word is what it brings a bridge between the past and the present. Because I feel like spoken word is just a modified way of storytelling. But then in a scenario whereby you are more coordinated and all that, you know, those storytelling stuffs were ancient stuffs and where people gather to listen to someone express themselves,
talking about tortoise,
talking about something and all that. So spoken word is actually something like that.
So do you think it has breached generational gap?
Of course, because if not for spoken word, I think poetry would have been dead by now. Storytelling would have been dead by now. Yes. And most of oral performances too would have been somehow down by now.
Okay. So how has the rise of digital platforms transformed the reach of cultural influence in spoken word? Like the way we have phones now, computers, teleprompters, you know. So how has it transformed, reached the cultural influence of spoken word?
Of course. You see, devices has actually helped because in those days when it comes to storytelling, our mind we don't think vast as of then. We're always talking about tortoise, this one, the lion and his people, you get. Now we are talking about, you can see people performing poems about the economy of a country, about people's emotional problems. You see, in those days, you'd see people, you might be going through a particular problem, and you think you're actually the only one in that. But today in social media, you'll be like, so this thing happening to me is happening to someone else. So I feel like this advancement when it comes to technology, you get, these technological innovations has also helped. Because now you come out, you see things, and you see that this thing is a rising issue.
Yeah.
People are seeing this, people are experiencing this, and you decide to perform that, write about that. And then you're actually reaching out to people, their emotions. So I would say poetry is healing.
Okay.
Spoken words is amazing.
Okay. So do you see spoken word as something that travels beyond borders, or something that is just rooted in a place?
I would say spoken word travels beyond and beyond and beyond more of borders. Because, like I just said, then storytelling was confined. You get, people don't think about, then there was nothing like governments, economy.
Are you sure?
Yes, they were just thinking about their family, children, how to raise their children. You get.
Yeah.
So you see that more of the times, you get, I feel like spoken word travels beyond borders. because now you're communicating with people, not just people around you, but people far and wide. You get people from different cultures, from different countries might watch your performance, and at the same time you're trying to pass a particular message. So it travels beyond borders.
So let's come back to the cultural significance. What exactly is that cultural significance? You've made mention of in those days how they give us stories, folk tales and all that, and now we are speaking to resonate with people that have the same mindset with you or experience with you. So what exactly is that cultural significance aside from that folktale storytelling?
Okay, I feel like spoken word is actually a medium for people to exercise their culture, show themselves. You get, firstly, you can write a poem about a particular culture. You can write a poem about a particular food, a particular over rising issue. You get, you can write a poem about, let me say you wrote about racism.
Okay.
You get, you're not just reaching out to the Igbos or the Yorubas, you're reaching out to the whole Africans. You get, so I feel like culture, spoken word is something that it plays a very huge impact when it comes to culture, because it gives people the medium for communication, like I said before, not just physical interaction, but emotional and intellectual interaction. So I feel like someone who understands poetry properly and then spoken words too, then would understand what poetry means in culture. You get?
Do you think tribalism can maybe come in when it comes to the cultural significance of spoken word?
I feel like no, it doesn't.
Okay.
Because I feel poetry is something that brings together, spoken word brings together. When it comes to physical performance and people from far and wide comes to watch you or listen to you, or you post on social media and different people from different countries and different areas watch you, you get, you are not, they might not be physically there with you, but they are emotionally watching you, they are intellectually listening to you. You get, so I feel like it doesn't bring any form of tribalism or racism. But then poems, you can still have poems that can be against tribalism, racism and all these things. You get, because obviously when we talk about cultural tolerance and all these things, we talk about bringing the Igbos, Yorubas and Hausas together for us to be one and all. So you can write a poem of unity and all these things. You get, so people would understand it in different perspectives and different meanings, but all the same, what are you trying to say? That there should be unity. So I feel like spoken word is, it brings people together. It doesn't bridge anything at all.
All right, so you said something about you speaking your own poem, right? Is it possible, why are you laughing? Is it possible for someone to write a poem and not being able to come out and talk about it or even read it?
Of course, yes.
Because of what? The person is shy?
I feel like people have various personalities. You get, people have various personalities. So when it comes to performance, not everyone has the ability to perform. Some people naturally, let me just take for instance, some people naturally have a very low voice. For instance, you wrote a poem about rape, emotional heartbreak and all those stuff. Some people's voice and their expression can't even show that in the roots. So that's why most times you see some people, they can write properly, but to perform it is a
what if they
problem.
are just reserved?
That's why I said people have various personalities. You get?
So you think because that person is reserved, people cannot resonate, or because maybe he or she voice is not that loud, because I've actually had a poet here, and she's very reserved, very quiet and all that. Even when you ask her to go be aggressive, be agitated or something, she's still very reserved. But with whatever she says, if you're paying attention, right?
You're going to get it.
Exactly. So are you saying, so because that person is reserved, people cannot be able to resonate, communication is not being passed at that point?
You see, the fact is that communication doesn't mean when you shout, when you scream, when you're too agile. I feel like every poem comes with its own expression. You get?
Okay.
So when you want to perform, let me say, a love poem or something, of course you don't need to be shouting now. You have to be calm. You get? So I feel like when it comes to those, that's why I feel like these calm people you're talking about, mostly they would produce calm poems with emotions, you get, calmness and all that. Because I feel like no matter how calm you are or anything, when it comes to a poem that needs action, you need to add that action. If not, there will be misconception of information. Do you get?
Absolutely.
There will be misconception of information. Because I feel like everyone has the way they express themselves, and each poem passes a particular message.
Yeah.
So if you're unable to pass that message the poem is coming with, you're talking about rape, and then you're so calm and so, you need to put yourself in the shoes of
someone
who was raped. You get? So that's it.
So which would you say is more therapeutic? Reading the poem or listening to the poet?
Okay. They are both therapeutic, but then listening to the poet, in the sense that the poet is a better interpreter of the poem, that's when you say it was functional.
Okay.
But then reading the poem, you get, most times it takes a lot to understand a poem. If you are not smart, or you get, you won't understand the poem very easily, because most poems they are kind of, should I say, very figurative.
Thank you very much. That's the word I've been looking for. Because I've tried reading the poem and I'm like, I think I understand what you're saying, but
yes.
Go straight to the point.
See, some poems are very figurative, and if you're not smart, you will not understand them. You get? There was actually a poem, I think, The Good Moral. I read that poem when I was in, I think, SS1 in secondary school. And that poem is actually, they were all talking about, is an erotic poem.
Okay.
Then. I think our principal was like, why should they be giving us an erotic poem to read, that kind of stuff? Because that poem, it was like, okay, they were like, all those love songs. Do you know, I did not understand that poem until our vice principal explained that poem, because it was our literature lecture. He was like, that poem is trying to show when two lovers were little, and then all these hiding under the tree, hiding at the backyard, now they are finally grown, and they're no longer hiding. They now want to make everything official and get married and live together. No one will query them. I was like, so is this thing that this poem is trying to explain things that I've not even understood?
And that's because someone had to
explain it. So I feel like poetry sometimes becomes more therapeutic when it is best interpreted, because most times some people cannot understand a poem just like that.
Are there, how do I put this now? You know, when they say characteristics of you make me laugh so much. When they say characteristics of a human being, what makes a human being and all. So what do you think makes a good poet?
Firstly, emotional stability.
Okay.
Your ability to put and add emotions at the appropriate places they are meant to be.
Okay.
You get? Now, secondly, your ability to be stable when you're writing. Because most poets, on the process of writing one particular thing, you would lose track. Then it will enter another thing you get. So your ability to be stable, your emotional stability, your ability to add emotions to your words. There are some poems you read, nobody has interpreted them for you, nobody has performed them.
Yeah.
But by reading them, you already understand what that person is. You already understand the emotions of the person that wrote that poem. Get.
Can you do a performance for us? Not emotion now. Anger, pain. That's also an emotion. But anyways. I know you're laughing now, but I want to see the switch.
Okay. Let me say. Okay, let me. Okay, what kind of poem do you want?
Pain.
Pain. Okay. Let me use education.
Okay.
And life as the poem stuff. Okay, let me just say. No one talks about how hard it is to struggle and not make a living. No one talks about how painful it is to make efforts without no results. Education is hard. No one gets to talk about how frustrating going to school can be. Graduating without any source of income, working without any source of survival. No one talks about how frustrating it is to wake up every day, going to work, working hard and striving hard, knowing fully well that your present occupation will not give you the standard life you deserve.
Facts. You know, there's something striking about your voice, right? Even if someone is sleeping, the person would wake up to hear what you're saying, no matter what. And that's one thing I like about your spoken word. I know I like the calm people. Would you allow me say those people with calm personalities should do more of calm poems and not talking about activism and all those kind of things? Or would you say they should also explore?
I think they should explore, but then the interpretation of the poem shouldn't be done by them.
Abi?
Yes.
All right.
Do you know, if you go to, there's a guy on TikTok, Erastu something.
All right, they said our time is up, so we need to. You'll continue that story after the show. Anyways, thank you so much, Beauty Anya. I had great time talking about this with you.
Thank you so
I'm sure
much.
you did too.
Of course I did.
All right. The show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for more insightful, interesting conversation, trending topics, stories that's making rounds in the entertainment industry. Follow all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and enjoy the rest of your day. I am your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta.
Save Nature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing just finished the where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it by the call.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. The governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, has approved the new minimum wage of 104,000 for civil servants in the state from the present 76,000 naira. Uzodinma made this known during a meeting with various labor union leaders at the government house in Owerri. Also increased the minimum wage of doctors from 215,000 naira to 503,000 naira, while that of teachers in tertiary institutions was increased from 119,000 naira to 222,000 naira, among others. He said Imo citizens had faced numerous challenges since his government took office, including insecurity, the COVID-19 pandemic, economic hardship from reform policies, and disputes over minimum wage and subsidy removal. The governor further said that the state government will begin the payment of the last batch of gratuity of 6 billion naira owed to pensioners in the state. The national leadership of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, has raised alarm over threats being issued by the Edo State government to members of the Edo State Caretaker Committee of the NLC, billed to be inaugurated on Thursday this week in Benin. A statement issued by the Acting General Secretary of the Nigeria Labour Congress, Benson Opa, said that the Congress is worried by multiple credible reports of plans by the state government to disrupt the inauguration to which the government was invited. The statement disclosed that the NLC Secretariat in Benin City has been seized by government and expressing dismay at the hostile behavior of the governor, saying that he will be personally held responsible if any of the caretaker committee members or those assigned to inaugurate them suffer any harm. The statement recalled that the state governor, who did not hide his reluctance to work with the administration of Odion Olaye, the democratically elected council chairperson, before the government-backed forces led by Bernard Joma illegally removed him, which led the Congress to make efforts to reconcile the two groups to no avail. The NLC reminded the governor that Edo State has always been associated with the great labor leaders like the great Pa Imodu and the irrepressible Adams Oshomole and a host of others in and outside labor circles, and advised him to steer clear of internal labor governance as there is more than enough for him to do in the state. The Deputy Secretary General Association of Senior Civil Servants of Nigeria, Chukwuma Ibokwe, has kicked against the move to increase the salaries of public office holders in the country. Speaking on Signature Morning, the flagship breakfast show on Signature TV, Ibokwe said the take-home pay of the political office holders should be placed side by side with that of civil servants to find out who actually deserves a pay hike. He said those factors being considered by the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission for contemplating the upward salary review for political office holders are more critical for the public servants whose salary have become unrealistic.
The first thing is, let's look at, we make an analysis of what is it they are taking now compared to what the civil servants are taking. Because be it as it may, we all go to the same market, we all live in the same environment. All the factors that they are going to elucidate as the reason for increasing their jumbo salaries are also the same thing that workers are passing through. And if it is justifiable that the increase will take place, then let's put them together. Let's put that of average civil servants and let's put that of a political office holder. And let's see the margin. Let's see the difference.
The labor leader stated that the labor movement has registered its complaint against the move, insisting that any such increase must be made holistic to factor in the precarious condition of the Nigerian workforce. Ibokwe regretted that the political office holders are more driven by the acquisition of wealth rather than service to the nation, while denying the civil servants the same benefits.
Well, in Nigeria, we have seen politics as the most lucrative enterprise. Is politics is the place you can be nobody today. You don't have any money today, but tomorrow you are appointed, and the next 3 months you are a big man. When it's time for civil servants or workers, increment of workers' salary, we have to fight for it. We have to protest. We have to go on strike. We have to demonstrate. We have to give reasons. They have to set committee. They have to set another committee to see how they can bring it down. They will start giving you the logic there that we have organized private sector. But when it comes to political office holders' salary, you don't need to set any committee.
Members of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, on Tuesday embarked on a nationwide protest to highlight what they described as the federal government's persistent neglect of its long-standing demands. At the University of Jos, members of the union staged a demonstration before addressing journalists, where they announced their outright rejection of the recently introduced Tertiary Institution Staff Support Fund Loan Scheme. ASU branch chairperson Joseph Morwos said the initiative was not a solution but a deliberate attempt to push lecturers deeper into financial hardship. According to him, the loan scheme was nothing but a poison chalice designed to impoverish university teachers rather than address the reality of their economic situation. At the University of Lagos, ASU members who joined the nationwide protest demanded better treatment of lecturers and the education sector. The placard-bearing lecturers demanded the federal government's payment of arrears, improved welfare, and renegotiation of the 2009 FG-ASU agreement. The situation was the same at the Federal University Guso branch in Zamfara State, where the chairman of the union at the university, Abdulrahman Adamu, who led the protest, decried the government's neglect of Nigerian universities, lamenting that funding has been left solely to TET Fund, while academic staff continue to face various forms of hardship. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, University Port Harcourt chapter, also joined the nationwide protest embarked upon by the union to demand the implementation of agreements reached with the federal government in 2009. Leading the protest, chairman of the union in the university, Professor Ome Ngwoke, said members were out to register their displeasure over what he described as delay tactics in the renegotiation of the 2009 agreement. Addressing journalists during the march, Ngwoke listed the unresolved issues to include victimization of colleagues, unpaid arrears of the 25% and 35% wage awards, withheld promotion arrears spanning 4 years, and unremitted third-party deductions. He further rejected the proposed loan scheme of the federal government, describing it as a distraction and a deviation from the more pressing demand of renegotiating the 2009 agreement.
It is from these salaries that individual lecturers are expected to cater for their families' health care, feeding, rent, clothing, water supply, transportation, and sundry other needs. The same salaries are the basis for loans, including the recently initiated one by the federal government. The recently launched Tertiary Institutions Staff Support Fund. In other words, colleagues have to be better informed that what I have read out now will be the basis for the TISS fund loan.
And at another rally at the Federal University, Oye-Ekiti, the zonal coordinator of ASU for Akure Zone, Professor Adeola Ebedoku, expressed deep concern over the alleged failure of President Bola Tinubu administration to tend to the various demands of the union since his assumption of office 2 years ago. Ebedoku, who spoke at a press conference at Federal University, Oye-Ekiti, called on stakeholders, including the National Assembly, religious leaders, traditional rulers, and students to caution the federal government against pushing university teachers to a nationwide strike. He said the government's failure to heed ASU's several calls and agitations had pushed the lecturers to the edge, with their patience being stretched to breaking point. He stated that ASU demands included implementation of the 2009 ASU FGN agreement, sustainable funding of Nigerian universities, revitalization of the university system, payment of outstanding 25-35% salary arrears, stagnated promotions for over 4 years, unremitted third-party deductions, and victimizations of colleagues in some institutions. The ASU zonal chairman said that the report of the Alhaji Yayale Ahmed-led committee painstakingly concluded the renegotiation and submitted its report since February 2025. He, however, regretted that the report had been treated with reckless indifference, describing such a development as a clear betrayal of trust and an insult to the principle of collective bargaining. A United States court had sentenced the Apetu of Ipetumodu in Osun State, Oba Joseph Oloyede, to 56 months in prison for his role in a multi-million-dollar COVID-19 relief fund scheme. Oluyede, who holds dual U.S. and Nigerian citizenship and resides in Medina, Ohio, was sentenced on Tuesday by U.S. District Judge Christopher A. Boyko. According to a statement issued on Tuesday by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Ohio, the monarch was also ordered to serve 3 years of supervised release after his prison term and pay $4.4 million in restitution. He is also to forfeit his Medina home, purchased with fraud proceeds, and an additional $96,000 seized by investigators. Prosecutors said Oloyede led a conspiracy to exploit emergency loan programs created to assist businesses impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. In April, Oloyede pleaded guilty to wire fraud and tax fraud charges, while investigators revealed that he operated 5 businesses and 1 non-profit and submitted falsified applications for Paycheck Protection Program and Economic Injury Disaster loans. Amnesty International has condemned the Nigerian authorities for what it calls the relentless harassment and persecution of Omoyele Sowore, a human rights activist and Sahara Reporters publisher. In a statement posted on its X handle on Wednesday, the global human rights organization criticized the ongoing trial of Sowore on charges of terrorism financing, money laundering, and fraudulent activities, describing them as baseless and politically motivated attempts to silence him. The statement follows a recent ruling by a federal high court in Abuja, which ordered 6 banks to provide the police with details of bank accounts linked to Sowore and his companies as part of an investigation into alleged terrorism funding and money laundering. It described Showore's arraignment as another attempt to crack down on his human rights. The Nigerian Railway Corporation has suspended train operations on the Abuja-Kaduna route till further notice. NRC Managing Director Kayode Opeifa announced this while briefing journalists in Abuja hours after the incident. Opeifa said that some technical staff of the corporation, alongside the Nigeria Safety Investigation Bureau (NSIB) and other relevant agencies, are currently on the ground at the train derailment site carrying out an investigation. He dismissed claims that the trains are not in good condition and said the refund of the ticket fees has been initiated for all passengers on board. The NRC bus also received some passengers on board the train at the Asham Station, Idu train station, Abuja. According to Opeifa, 6 passengers sustained minor injuries and have since been treated. He, however, said the exact number of passengers on board has not been ascertained yet. The Benue State House of Assembly has suspended former Speaker Ananda Dajo for 3 months for an alleged attempt to impeach Governor Hyacinth Alia. The suspension of Dajo followed the motion moved by the lawmaker representing Kian State constituency, Tena Shimawa, and seconded by James Umoru from Apa State constituency. Interestingly, Shimawa, who moved the motion, was one of those suspended last week Friday by Dajo before his resignation as Speaker. The Speaker, Alfred Berger, who ruled on the motion, reviewed Dajo's suspension from 6 to 3 months without the usual votes on such matters. In a new twist, the Assembly made a U-turn and confirmed the nomination of Timothy Yangien Ogugwa, a law lecturer at the Benue State University, who was rejected last week by the then Speaker Dajo as commissioner. However, the new speaker, Berger, while reading a letter from Governor Alia on Tuesday, screened 5 more nominees, including the law professor. The House also lifted the suspension on 3 political office holders earlier suspended by the governor. Up ahead, business owners express mixed reactions at MBA Annual General Conference in ENUGU. NAFDAC warns against use of fake contraceptive pills. Stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing every...
Just finished the
Where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the view by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Rivers State has called on eligible voters to take advantage of the ongoing continuous voter registration exercise to not only register but ensure that they collect their permanent voter cards, PVCs, when ready. The Resident Electoral Commissioner in Rivers State, Professor Gabriel Yomere, made the appeal during the official flag-off of the current CVR exercise at the INEC State headquarters in Port Harcourt. According to records from the Commission, a total of 251,405 PVCs from various registration exercises remain uncollected in the state. Yomere cautioned that while registering for the voter card is the foundation of democratic participation, the entire purpose is defeated if citizens fail to collect and use their cards to vote.
If we want the government by us, for us, then we must have a way of also having a say in the people that are chosen to rule us. And that is the beginning. We say that if we don't register, registration is the first stage. The second stage is to collect the PVC. If you register without collecting the PVC, it's as good as not registering because you will not be entitled to vote. So registration and collecting the PVC is very, very essential. It is when we have our PVC that we can cast our vote, we can determine those who will be our president, the person who will be our governor, going to the National Assembly, and so forth. And it's very, very necessary.
Meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, which leads the country's opposition coalition, has declared that no political party, including the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, can rival its strength ahead of the 2027 elections. Rivers State Publicity Secretary of the ADC, Luckyman Egila, told reporters that even the ruling party is unsettled by the ADC's growing influence. He alleged that the recent interrogations of some opposition leaders by the anti-graft agency were part of a calculated attempt to intimidate the coalition. Egila, however, maintained that the plan would fail, stressing that winning Rivers State and the country at large in 2027 would be very, very easy for the ADC.
Samuel Wanosike is not competent enough to speak about the likes of Rotimi Amechi, who is a former governor of Rivers State, who is the two-time minister, because he's not even qualified to lace his shoes. So we are not taking the likes of Samuel Wanosike and his cohort seriously, because apparently, tell me, are they carrying out an APC rally or they are carrying an APC-PDP rally? These are people that politically we have seen that they are colossal failures. People that talk from both sides of their mouth, people that cannot be trusted, that have no integrity. Responding to them looks like belittling yourself. So we will not drag our names or take our name to the gutters because someone or CK is saying something. It's inconsequential and it's not important. And I think Rivers people know them, that these are people that don't have anything to offer Rivers people. We have said it countless times. I have always reiterated this, that there is no party that can stand the ADC come 2027. We are the strongest opposition that is making even the Tinubu administration to fret.
The All Progressives Congress in Ikwere local government area of Rivers State has declared that former governors Rotimi Amechi and Celestine Omehia, who are from the area, will be retired from active politics after the 2027 general elections. Director General of the Ikwere APC campaign organization for the August 30 local government election in Rivers State, Obinna Ekem, made the statement while addressing supporters at the grand finale of their rally in Omagwa community. Ekem expressed confidence that the party would sweep the upcoming council polls in all 13 wards of the area, noting that the assurances received from residents point to a decisive victory for the APC. He stated that beyond the upcoming local government polls, the party in the area is already gearing up for the 2027 elections, assuring a landslide victory for President Bola Tinubu despite the opposition alliance by Amechi and Omehia.
To have prepared beyond 30th of August, that we have gone further to prepare for 2027. And they said I should inform you that you also should let our leaders know, from the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, and our leader, Ezebuwaye Sowike, that they should be aware and know that we are also aware that two persons that is among the confusion they call ADC, that they are from this local government, that we should tell you that you should tell the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces that he should concentrate on the articles, the David Mark, and what have you outside the Ikwere local government. That will have the capacity, to effectively contain our brother Rotimi Amechi and Celestine Omehia.
Leader of the Rainbow Coalition in the area, Samuel Wanosike, assured the APC that Rotimi Amechi and his kinsman Celestine Omehia cannot win in their polling unit in Ubima community where they come from.
I want to assure you that the Ikwere local government, we are happy with the Renew Hope agenda. We have seen governments come and go, but I've never seen a government like Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government. No wonder he's a man that redefined Lagos State. Thank God he has brought that capacity to change the narrative in Nigeria. For us, tell our leaders at the federal level, they should forget about those stories from men who had opportunity and didn't use it. The likes of Rotimi Amechi, Celestine Omehia, they can't win their polling units at all. Can they win their polling units? My chairman, worry about the current local government. In fact, forget about thinking of us. All you will ask us when INEC sets that date is to say, where is the result?
Factional Rivers State Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Tony Okocha, called on the people of Ikwere local government area not to allow any political party dominate the forthcoming local government election. He urged the candidates to embrace collective leadership if elected, rather than pursuing the roles individually.
Is there any other political party in Ikwere local government? No way. And are they sure? No one. So no other political party there here at all. So what will they talk now? Tranquil. So our brothers don't go. But in spite of that again, now to tell them I say, what will they do on Saturday? Not be what we have said and do before. We will tell them, say, they didn't know they go anywhere. They walk. They organized a charade and went and said they were declaring themselves XYZ. And we told them, we promised them it will not work. Did it work? Now, when you see people gather like this, and they talk one thing, say they want good leadership, they want leadership of a collective, then you know that we are going very far. This election will be conducted on the 30th of August, barely 5 or 6 days away, and we'll be here to be happy that we did. My dear people, I don't get any other thing to say than to thank honor.
The Rivers State Commissioner of Police, Olubenga Adepoju, has assured Rivers residents of adequate security in the build-up to the 30th August 2025 local government election. Speaking during a press briefing at the police headquarters, Moscow Road, Port Harcourt, on Tuesday, Adepoju emphasized that security arrangements for the polls will be strictly manned by the police and other conventional security agencies, making it clear that vigilante groups will not be part of the election duty. The commissioner disclosed that the police have been carrying out raids in black spots and making arrests of criminal elements ahead of the election to guarantee a peaceful atmosphere. He also revealed that a joint security situation room has been set up to receive information from the public during the polls.
You are all aware that on the 30th of this month, we're going to have a local government chairmanship election. And we've done all due diligence to ensure it's going to be peaceful. We've been holding meetings with stakeholders. We've only gone to local governments and every other places to sensitize our people. And we've also directed the local government administrators to equally talk to people and hold stakeholders meeting, in which all has been done, and the response has been very positive. I want us to be rest assured that we made all possible, including manpower, security, to ensure that this election is free, fair, and very peaceful.
The Senate Committee on Petroleum Downstream has assured Nigerians that it would work with the executive and relevant stakeholders to implement sustainable reforms that will stabilize the sector and improve transparency in petroleum product supply and distribution. This assurance came as the committee began a 5-day retreat in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, with participants, industry stakeholders, and host communities. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Petroleum Downstream, Suleiman Kawu, said members will interrogate critical issues, propose bold solutions, and draw up a roadmap that will guide their constitutional responsibilities.
This retreat is combined with very clear objectives. 1. To provide a roadmap for the oversight and legislative activities of the Senate Committee on Downstream sectors, ensuring that our interventions are strategic, impactful, and responsive to national needs. To critically evaluate the implementation of Petroleum Industry Act 2021, particularly the provision on the Midstream and Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund and the Host Community Development Fund, which are pivotal for exclusivity, growth, and social justice. To strengthen the capacity of committee members to exercise effective oversight, appropriation, and legislative review, in line with the constitutional mandate of the National Assembly and the vision of the renewed hope agenda.
The retreat is expected to provide a platform to craft an actionable legislative agenda that addresses constitutional gaps, promotes fiscal transparency, safeguards host community rights, and positions Nigeria to meet the dual challenge of petroleum revenue management and energy transition. Business owners at the bustling Mami Market in Enugu are sharing their experiences during doing business at the ongoing 2025 Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association at the International Conference Center, Enugu. While some vendors reported a decent business flow, others expressed disappointment and frustration, feeling that their investment in securing a stand was not worthwhile. Correspondent Christopher Lele, who interacted with these vendors, tells us more.
As the 2025 Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association draws to a close in less than 3 days, vendors at the Mami Market are experiencing mixed emotions. While some business owners are filled with sadness, others remain hopeful about the potential sales and opportunities the conference has brought. From food sellers to souvenir traders, expectations were high ahead of the event, with many investing heavily in stock and logistics. For some, the anticipated rush of customers did not match reality, while others say the conference has helped them expand their customer base beyond Enugu as visiting delegates patronized their stalls. Mrs. Uchechi, a frustrated food vendor at Mami Market, revealed that her 200,000 naira worth of tiger nut juice had gone bad due to low sales even after she slashed the price. To make matters worse, she's unhappy with the market organizers, claiming they failed to uphold their end of the bargain.
I have no sale for 3 days. I need to relocate my canopy to another stand, which even the task force was asking me why I left. I said I left because I will recover my money. That 225,000 naira collected for me as an vendor, and they promised that they will not allow hawkers to parade in the arena, but they disappointed us by allowing hawkers to parade, collecting 30,000 naira, 50,000 naira from them to come in and sell at a cheaper rate over we that paid 225,000 naira, making our product, this product now is worth of 300,000 naira, but it's a waste. And we pour it away because it's a tiger nut. It doesn't last more than 2 days. It will just spoil. Every day I spend 4,000, 5,000 naira ice block to make sure to have a sale, but yet I don't have a sale.
For Miss Love Wafo, owner of a clothing line at Mami Market, the biggest challenge is the sea of competition. With so many vendors selling similar products, she's finding it tough to make sales and stay afloat.
They met the expectation to, let me say, 70%. It's not really bad, the organization, but I think they should do better in terms of choosing the niche they, accept, okay? I think one particular niche should be maximum of 10 to 20, so that those people can actually sell well, okay? So we had that issue of so many people doing the same thing that you do, and then you're struggling, to find your grounds. So that is the particular place I want them to work on.
Meanwhile, a different food vendor was riding high on a wave of success, with sales meeting expectations and a confident outlook for the conference's final days.
I'm making little sales here, and people are coming here. They love our food. In fact, they really love our food, and I appreciate it.
The business owners are, however, appealing to the organizers to adhere strictly to agreements and a more curated vendor selection process to ensure a thriving market.
If the lawyer of this country that make a law and they are the one breaking a law, because I meet one of those that gave us this stand and to ask them, why are they doing this to us? They promised us that they are not going to allow the hawkers to come in so that we can make sales, but they allow it. They say it's the system. What is the system?
I think this conference, the lesser the number of vendors, the better, so that those people can focus on serving the crowd that comes. Okay, so but if they find out that a lot of people are here and then they are collecting money from a lot of people, they will come out here and start struggling. Businesses are struggling, okay, to make sales.
NBA conference attendees who shopped at Mami Market weighed in on their experiences, sharing thoughts on product quality, food prices, and more.
The prices of food and other commodities are very fair. And when I was coming, I was like, okay, there's something for me to like get trousers, those lawyers waistcoat, and I've been able to like move around, and the prices are also relatively fair.
I went around to see if I could get some ordinary everyday wear in terms of polo, t-shirts, and all that, but I couldn't get any. You know, I went around the market. We only have sufficient number of clothes in terms for the women, for the ladies, then jackets for the men. Probably because it pertains to lawyers, so the vendors thought lawyers don't wear jeans, don't wear t-shirts, don't wear polos and all that.
The Mami Market served as a center for attendees to purchase goods and services during the conference. The inclusion of the Mami Market at the NBA conference highlights its continued relevance as a community and commercial hub in Nigeria. For now, these traders remain uncertain whether the experience will be remembered as a gainful venture or as a costly gamble. Christopher Lele, reporting for Signature TV.
Up next is business news.
The Central Bank of Nigeria has ordered all banks, fintechs, and licensed payment operators to fully migrate to the ISO 20022 messaging standard and geotag all payment terminals by October 31st, 2025. In a circular signed by its Director of Payment System Supervision, Rakiya Yusuf, on Monday, the CBN said all transactions must carry complete data, while POS terminals must have GPS-enabled geolocation, run at least Android 10, and operate with a 10-meter geofence of the registered business location. All existing terminals must be geotagged within 60 days, with compliance checks starting October 20th, 2025. The bank said the move will strengthen Nigeria's payment infrastructure, improve transparency, and enhance security. Nigeria and Brazil have signed a bilateral air service agreement, BASA, to enable direct flights between both countries. The deal was signed in Brazil by Nigeria's Aviation Minister, Festus Keyamo, and Brazil's Transport Minister, Silvio Costa Filho, in the presence of President Bola Tinubu and President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. According to officials, the agreement will boost trade, tourism, investment, and cultural exchange between Africa's and South America's largest economies. President Tinubu is on a 2-day state visit to Brazil, where he is also scheduled to meet with top legislative and judicial leaders. Licensed customs agents have opposed the House Committee on Customs Support for the Nigerian Customs Service's proposed license fee hike from 515,000 naira to 10 million naira for new licenses and from 215,000 naira to 4 million naira for renewables, effective January 2026. Association of Nigerian Licensed Customs Agents ANLCA President Emenike Nwoke Oji faulted the backing of the plan by the committee chairman, Leke Abejide, warning that it would hurt the maritime sector and fuel inflation. Stakeholders have urged the Nigeria Customs Service to reconsider the increase. The Apapa Area Command of the Nigeria Customs Service says it has generated 161 billion naira in 3 weeks through the Unified Customs Management System known as B-Odogu. Customs Area Controller Babatunde Olumu disclosed this at a stakeholder engagement on Monday. Babatunde Olomu said the management system still has room for improvement and commended stakeholders for their patience during recent downtime. He assured that the Customs Service ICT team is working to resolve challenges permanently. Olomu described Apapa Command as a strategic hub for revenue generation and said the Comptroller General has sustained dialogue with the Nigerian Shippers Council to ease transaction issues. And that's business news on Global News. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
Up next is stock and money market news.
At the close of trading on Monday, August 26, the Nigerian Stock Exchange recorded a total of 604,999,546 shares exchanged across 28,819 deals for the market value of 12.89 billion naira. This reflects a 3% rise in traded volume and a 15% increase in turnover compared to the previous session, though the number of deals fell by 13%. The current market capitalization stands at 89.7 trillion naira, showing steady investor participation despite mixed sentiments. A total of 128 equities participated in the session, ending with 27 gainers and 33 losers. Top gainers included NCR Nigeria, which led the pack with a 10% share price increase, closing at 11 naira 55 kobo per share. It was followed closely by Sky Shelter Fund with a 9.99% increase, closing at 301 naira 55 kobo per share. Next is Beja Paints with a 9.06%, closing at 34 naira 90 kobo per share, and Better Glass Company with an 8.16% increase, closing at 486 naira. On the losing end, Secure Electronic Technology recorded the steepest loss, shedding 9.26% to close at 0 naira 98 kobo per share, followed by Qtix with an 8.97% decrease, closing at 3 naira 55 kobo per share. The NGX All-Share Index advanced by 321.59 points, closing at 141,761.36. Despite the day's gain, the index reflects a one-week loss of 0.6%, a four-week gain of 2.79%, and a year-to-date rise of 37.73%. This signals sustained market resilience driven by selective buying across key equities. In the foreign exchange market on Tuesday, the Naira traded at 1,528 Naira 61 kobo per US dollar at the official Central Bank of Nigeria rate. On the parallel market, also known as the black market, the Naira exchanged between 1,542 Naira and 1,547 Naira to the dollar for buying and selling. The forex market continues to reflect pressure from increased dollar demand and ongoing economic adjustments. Analysts suggest that short-term volatility may persist as investors watch for policy moves aimed at stabilizing the currency. And that's the update from the Nigerian stock and money market this Wednesday morning. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime.
Elon Musk's SpaceX on Tuesday launched its giant Starship rocket for a 10th test flight, aiming to overcome development setbacks and clinch long-sought technical milestones key to the Mars rocket's reusable design. The towering 403-foot-tall, 123-meter Starship system lifted off from SpaceX's Starbase facilities in South Texas on a mission to test the ship's new heat shield tiles and satellite deployment abilities among hundreds of other upgrades from past iterations. The rocket's upper half separated as planned from its Super Heavy booster, the 232-foot-tall first stage that normally returns to land in its launch in its launch towers giant catch arms, but on Tuesday targeted the Gulf of Mexico waters to demonstrate an alternate landing engine configuration. Meanwhile, Starship reached space on a trajectory bound for the Indian Ocean, where it later to splash down after enduring intense heat through its atmospheric re-entry, a crucial phase of the test that has shredded the rocket on past flights. Shortly after reaching space, Starship's PERS-like satellite deployment system dispensed mock Starlink satellites for the first time, a milestone SpaceX either cancelled or failed to reach during past tests. And that's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
International communities observing
Just finished taking
Right, the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Decommissioning of oil and gas installations refers to the process of safely dismantling and disposing of oil and gas infrastructure, such as platforms, pipelines, and wells, when they are no longer in use or have reached the end of their economic life. This process aims to minimize environmental impact, protect public safety, and restore ecosystems to their original state, and involves a detailed plan outlining the measures to be taken, including removing the infrastructure and disposing the materials responsibly. At a session chaired by Hassan Dogoua, chairman of the House Committee on Petroleum Resources, lawmakers and regulators debated the merits of the proposed National Commission for Decommissioning of Oil and Gas Installations. Dogoua described the bill as a leadership initiative aimed at enforcing global standards and protecting host communities from environmental harm caused by abandoned infrastructure.
This initiative comes as a direct response to the numerous incidents of non-compliance by oil and gas companies with the proper decommissioning process, incidents that have left indelible scars on our host communities, especially in the Niger Delta region. These challenges highlight the urgent need for a structured, transparent, and enforceable national framework to guide decommissioning activities across the sector.
However, several regulators questioned the need for a new body, arguing that existing frameworks already address decommissioning. Mark Emmanuel, director at the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission (NUPRC), said the petroleum
Save Nature TV. News in your pocket.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of Development Discourse. My name is Patrick Okibo, the founder Next Year. Next Year is a public policy advisory firm. We're focused on solving Africa's complex problems. Development Discourse is our platform for unpacking many of these issues that ail the continent. Today, we're going to be discussing the trouble with Nigeria. You see, Professor Achebe gifted a lot of things to the world. You know, most of his books, Things Fall Apart, Arrow of God. And my guest today is a keen, ardent follower of Achebe. He peppers many of his discussions with quotes from many of these books. I think his favorite, maybe Arrows of God. But today, the book we're discussing, or we're going to use as our jump-off point, is a small pamphlet, The Trouble with Nigeria, where Achebe really gifts to Nigeria an analysis of what is at the root of our challenges. And that will be our jump-off point. But just to a quick introduction of my guest, he was a Minister of Aviation under President Jonathan. He was Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps under President Obasanjo. He holds several degrees, a master's from George Mason, another certificate in marine and port administration from a university in Singapore. He has a certificate as well from Oxford University, a bachelor's from my alma mater, University of Nigeria and ENUGU campus. But what I find most fascinating about his academic journey is that after leaving office as Minister of Aviation, he decided to go back and get a bachelor's degree in law from Bayes University. And maybe a few weeks ago, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, he finished his exams in the Nigerian Law School and will soon become a lawyer, you know, to that extent. So I find that quite fascinating. And maybe in the course of our conversation, he'll tell us if this is the end of his academic journey or if he's going to take on a PhD. Osita Chidoka, welcome.
Thank you very much, Patrick. My pleasure to be here. Good.
Excellent. And so let's go back to the trouble with Nigeria. I mean, it was published by Fourth Dimension Publishers. I know your relationship with Ato Nwankwo, who I had the pleasure of meeting once in your company. I wonder if you ever met Achebe in your dealings, especially as an Enugu boy. Did you ever run into Achebe?
Oh, yes. I went with Ato Nwankwo to Onitsha Bridge to wait for Chinua the first time he came to Nigeria after many years of sojourn in the US after his accident. And we met him at the Niger Bridge with Ato Nwankwo, escorted him to Ogidi, and then went back to Enugu. Second time was his 70th birthday with Chief Ojo Madekwe. We went for his 70th birthday at Bard College, where he was teaching at that time. The Iroko on the Eagle was the theme.
Yes.
And I had the rare pleasure of meeting him more closely, and also meeting the world's greatest writers. Nadine Godima was there, Ngugi Wationgo, Wole Soyinka, name them, all the Africans of the African Writers series, and then American writers, what's her name, the black woman who wrote Sula.
Yes.
Sula. I've forgotten her name now, but she was there. And we had an interesting 2 days at the Bard College, just going through Chinua's literature and all of that. Interestingly, Ato Nwankwo made me buy a land in Emene, Enugu. The land was allocated to Chinua Achebe, and he felt I would like to have that land since it was up for sale. So that's my interactions with Chinua in person and over time. I was so happy I met him before he eventually passed on. And I was one of those, him and the family gave the right to bring Arrow of God and Things Fall Apart on stage without paying anything to the company in London who has the rights. So they granted me free rights to displaying Arrow of God and Things Fall Apart.
This is totally out of context of what we want to discuss, but since I have you, what do you find most amazing about Arrow of God? Because you keep going back to it.
Yes, it tells the story of leadership, of hubris, and of something, I won't reveal that now, but something I'm writing about when to stop, how people have to learn when to stop. I'm sure that, using a more contemporary example, if Nasrallah of Hezbollah and Sinwar of Hamas had known that this war with Israel will go this way, I'm sure they wouldn't have done October 7. October 7 was an example of when they thought that 2006 would be replicated with Hezbollah and Israel in a war that Israel couldn't win, and Israel backed out. But since 2006, Israel had retooled, penetrated the organizations, had information, had even bombed, planted bombs in their pagers and walkie-talkies. That's how far they had penetrated the organization. If the organization had known that, I'm sure they wouldn't have done October 7. So sometimes in life, we need to know when to stop. So Arrow of God tells the story of Ezolo not knowing when to stop. Even though he was angry with his people, even though he was a wise man, but he didn't know when to stop. And that again is the trouble with Nigeria. When leaders don't know when to stop, when to say pull back and review the strategy and think about the wider goal and the bigger picture. But hubris is something that always plagues us.
And this is probably a good place to segue into, the main core of our conversation today, which is the trouble with Nigeria and what we can do about it. In that small pamphlet by the same title, The Trouble with Nigeria, Achebe starts with that opening sentence that the trouble with Nigeria is, simply and squarely a failure of leadership. I like how he encapsulates it in one sentence, but you and I know that life does not come fully packaged that way.
Yes.
Is that a good summation of our problem? And if yes, how? If no, what are the other ramifications that simple, clean, beautiful sentence may have missed out?
So it's I think it was a strong simplification of the problem. But Chinua arguments are quite valid if you read through the book.
Yeah.
He questions many things about us as a nation. So for instance, yesterday I used it at a conference where I spoke. I said, people say we should talk about reorientation of our national values. I said, we can't have national values if we don't define what is the meaning and purpose of Nigeria. So we have a nation, a multi-ethnic nation, a multi-religious nation. To what end? To share revenue allocation every month? To zone offices and distribute it so that my people, your people can get? That in itself is a recipe for failure. A good friend of mine told me what a Lebanese told him, that Nigeria is where Lebanon was when they were trying all this quota system. One Christian, one Muslim, one Shia, one Sunni, one Maronite Christian, one this. And today, Lebanon is ungovernable. It's an ungoverned space because it was a gradual deterioration. So a nation must have purpose. And Chinua said, why did we choose unity and faith as our national motto? Because unity is not a good in itself. You can be united to rob a bank, which is a bad thing. And you can be united to build a hospital, which is a good thing. Why can't we have concepts that are not available for dual purposes? Because when we talk about justice, there is no other way to use justice. So I think that his book, very small book, but really raises the right questions about it. Now, the solution that is purely the problem of leadership is one of the issues. We haven't had an enlightened leadership that looks at Nigeria and says, you know, where do we want to go? Who are we? Why do we even have this nation, for heaven's sake? What is our story? Because the Americans founded their story: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The French said fraternité, égalité, you know, brotherhood. They said it. The South Africans talk about Ubuntu. So what is the idea of Nigeria? It can be for unity and progress. United for what purpose? Progress to where? It can be for faith, unity and faith. Faith in what? Because you can have faith in God, which can be a good thing if you are religious. You can also have faith in your juju, which is in your room. And if you are not a juju maker, then that's not a good faith. You can even have faith in things that are inanimate or animate. So what is the faith for? So it goes back that the trouble with Nigeria is the lack of that thinking, which you may ascribe to leadership.
Okay.
It's a critical
part. How is it that even after 60 odd years, we're not able to really come up with this unifying ethos as a nation? How is it that if Chinua told us decades ago that our problem is leadership, how is it that we haven't been able to attack and deal with that problem? Indeed, how did this failure of leadership become a thing in the first place?
So again, I come back to the concept of what is the purpose of a nation? Because you see, if you do not define the purpose and mission of a nation, then anybody can be a leader. But if you define the purpose and meaning, then certain kinds of people will become leaders.
Okay.
And then the institutions will be built around protecting and deepening that purpose and mission. But if the mission, and this is where I said that Nigeria's history is a history of romanticization of the past, of a failed past. 1960 to 1966 was not a successful period. That constitution of 1963 was not successful. It led us to a civil war. It created problems. It created the Western region problem. It is in correcting the Western region problem of declaring state of emergency that the 1979 Constitution now says And 1999 repeated it. No other way to rule Nigeria except as prescribed by this constitution. So when Obasanjo appointed sole administrator for Plateau State, it was wrong. Our constitution has no room for for suspending elected rulers. So we have no such rule. So the idea that we are a work in progress that we need to define. So let me start by being a little practical. In 1960 to 64, we created one region, Midwestern region. So the people in the Western region, those of them senior officers, they are left to the Midwest. Midwest had a lot of human capital. So they moved to Benin to start a government. And we had Osadebe as premier. But by fast track to 1967, Gowon moved us to 12 states. So Biafra was at war, but meanwhile, the 12 states took hold in the other places. So people that were not yet trained in the bureaucracy, that didn't yet quite have no reason, went home to their states to become permanent secretaries, directors, when they should have been assistant directors in Kaduna or in Enugu or in Ibadan. So now we dissembled to 12. And then the military after the war decided to bring this revenue allocation system that funneled cash to these 12 states without a concomitant need for revenue from the states. So the capacity to develop revenue, the institutions were now built around distribution. So from 1970 till date, our states are built around distribution of resource, not accumulation of resource, not the generation of resource. When we went to 19, 21, and then 36, you can imagine what has happened to the manpower recruitment for 36 states and 774 local governments. So when we talk about Nigeria failing because of leadership, we haven't also looked at what I call the structural problems that has weakened capacity. Then the second one is what I call the post-Civil War consensus. Let us create a Nigeria where no part can withdraw from Nigeria or can levy war against Nigeria. So there was a calculated effort to weaken the states so that the federal government can be strong enough, the Leviathan, to hold everybody in check. Therefore, if you generate power, we transfer it all to Oshobo before we share it to the rest of the country. If we have minerals, the federal government drills it for all of us and shares the revenue. So as the federal government grew in capacity, it continued to widen its capacity that the states. So now you go to every state, they say, we need a federal university because the federal government is usually the biggest employer in every state. But there has been no effort for the states, even the rich states of Rivers, Delta, Akwa Ibom. If you notice, they can build Lagos, minus Lagos. Lagos has been able to build some local capacity. They've been able to, because of the opposition they played 1999 to 2000 and till date, till 2015, they managed to build a certain capacity. So if you look at the other states, Delta State, with 60,000 civil servants in Delta State. And so they can't even think about paying higher wages or attracting higher quality people because the state is a distributional state and not a development state. So I have itemized two problems. One is the state creation, with the impact it has had on manpower. The second one is what I call the post-Civil War consensus. That consensus is what is still holding sway. So now that we have found ourselves in this bind, and I will go on with others as we progress in the conversation, what I think are the structural problems that has made Nigeria the way it is today.
Okay, so let's dig a bit deeper, right? I understand at the independence, we had a finite pool of talented people. Then we start the state creation journey, and we keep, breaking apart that unit and sending them to the smaller states and regions that we've created. And it could have affected the skill level and competence, etc. But let's fast forward to, later, say 2007, when we have seen these things happen, and you get someone like yourself, who well-trained, worldly, dynamic, young, because you were really young when you went to, road safety. And you start that process of reforming the Nigerian road safety, which led to, quite visible, significant improvements, awards won, et cetera, international recognition, et cetera. Now, fast forward to where we are today. The road safety is not quite what it used to be.
Yes.
Isn't that a direct failure on your part, right? Because you should know that as you put in place these reforms, as you try to set up the institution, that you should also put up those guardrails to ensure that it sustains. So it's one thing to look at the past and say we couldn't build those skills, but in more contemporary times, you've done it, you went there, but it's not where it should be today. How do you explain that to help us understand why Nigeria is the way it is today?
So I will give you 2 examples of efforts to institutionalize reforms.
Mm-hmm.
The first one is something we call the excess crude account. It was created, accepted by everybody when Obasanjo was in power. It was initially resisted by the states. He got them teamed up, and we created the excess crude account. And it was signed into law that we will keep these monies and then we will distribute during the rainy day. So during Yar'Adua's time, we went there and drew down some money. By President Jonathan, we had drawn it all down. So the 1 billion that was remaining, we used it to seed the Sovereign Wealth Fund.
Correct.
From the time we started the Sovereign Wealth Fund to today, have there been any payments by this national and subnational governments to increase the wealth fund, till date? So despite making the laws, the distributional nature of the Nigerian state does not create the incentive to sustain those type of reforms. Let's take another one. We paid our debts and our balance sheets cleaned up, and we were able to take big ticket items. What has happened to us today? From 2015 to date, we are now the second largest debtor in the world. Again, we are worse than where we were when we paid off the debt. With benefit of hindsight, should we have paid off the debt? The answer is possibly no. We should have spent the $18 billion building power stations, infrastructure, and still be owing if we knew that this was going to be the case. So Obasanjo was an example of a successful leader who engineered growth and changes, but didn't have the sufficient time to talk about national culture and vision. So 8 years does not quite allow. Many people in their 4 years are struggling for visible, tangible effects to get re-elected. And then after that, you are almost battling to wind down. So you keep doing projects to have your name all over the plot. So thinking about the more fundamental issues about the nature and character of the Nigerian state. The third one I like to give is an example that I don't know what informed it, but that example is the example of a subnational sovereign fund called the Cross River State Savings Fund or something. I can't remember the name. Donald Duke started it, and it was agreed that every month they will put 50 million into this fund. They will use it to buy stock, treasury bills, and invest and grow. It was even so made that traditional rulers were required to sign off if you want to change the law. The State House of Assembly, you need 2/3 majority. This, that. After all that was done, the next government came and just stopped paying any money, spent the one in that one, and moved on. Nobody in Nigeria has remembered that there was a state who had a plan for a wealth fund.
So what could have been done differently? What could Donald have done differently? What could you have done differently, mindful of the way our political economy is set up, right? Mindful of all these issues that, benefit of hindsight, how could you have ensured that bureaucracy that started evolving, at the road safety, that it could have sustained, 10, 20 years later, so we become a very efficient, well-run bureaucracy?
In the case of federal road safety, I think we have even had more successes with it, in terms of that most of the things I put in place are still there, in terms of people still do computer-based testing for promotion. there's proper promotion examinations. I wrote the story about 5 of my different staffs emerging as deputy corps marshals, because in a competitive situation, they will win. So in that competitive situation, they won, one from every zone. They were all 5 people who have worked with me. So no matter, unless you jettison that process, because we altered the DNA of FRSC by bringing in ISO 9001 and making it part of the civil service rules. So we put it in the conditions of service. So now FRSC officers can actually challenge any process that is put in place that doesn't go well with them. But beyond processes and things is a far more serious issue about vision, about what is the purpose of this organization and how do we continue to achieve its goals. So my goal was that it was going to transition to a regulatory organization, working with state motor vehicle departments to handle, the states will handle enforcement on their state roads, driver's license, number plates, and the centralized data is together with FRSC. So there will be Last Mile Lagos, Trace in ENUGU, Anambra State Traffic Service, ENUGU, and all of the 36 states with their motor vehicle administration, and FRSC managing the federal highways and regulating these other bodies under a single policy. Doing that will require substantial political capacity to get and I got it approved by the National Economic Council, the state governors and the vice president as chairman. I got it through to National Assembly, even the plan to amend FRSC law to give us that regulatory power and to unbundle what was coupled in FRSC, because Nigerian lawmaking is always about establishment without purpose. So I tried to reframe the law to set our national goals for road safety, and then have an agency called the Federal Road Safety Commission, and then compel it and now give it the role to manage states, to coordinate states in providing, because there is no way a central agency in Abuja can man the roads in Obosi, in Umpo, in Ikotepene, in Yangoji, it was going to continue to grow into a humongous bureaucracy. Like the Nigerian police, it has continued to grow without end. So we needed to rethink that image. Now, again, it brings us back to the fundamental issue. We need to rethink our distributional state into a development state. We need to walk away from the 1970 post-Civil War consensus. And we need to rethink and reimagine the idea of Nigeria so that our institutions will be incentivized.
We'll come to that point. We'll come to that point because I think there's something ongoing in Nigeria today that could, provide us an opportunity to explore those issues. But I want to stay on politics for a little bit.
Yes.
You were, this last week, you've kind of trended that you officially left the PDP. And in the announcement I saw, you mentioned there that you were one of the youngest people involved at the formation of that party and that you decided to leave. Isn't that an acknowledgement of failure in some sense? The PDP was said to be the party that would rule for 100 years, and it lost, in 2015 and completely decimated, that it couldn't even muster an effective opposition. What is it about the formation and management of that political organization that made it difficult for it to come up with some of these ethos that you've talked about? Why the organization? What does it stand for? What does it mean for Nigeria? And why is it that just losing one election got it to disintegrate? If you could shed some light on that.
So the first light I will shed on it is that the formation of PDP wasn't a movement that evolved from an ideological struggle. But even that, I'm looking at the ANC and I can't recognize the ANC anymore in South Africa. It has got stopped from ruling. So PDP as a ruling party, as a party that is now in office, that was in office at the time, did not seem to have in itself, was not a party that had any history anyway of existing pre-government. So it was formed and it went into government. and then there was a president, and there were directives from the head. So the sub-units of the party did not develop. They were just waiting for Abuja to say what is to be done, and they do it. So now, when we lost power in 2015, it then happened that a committee of governors now had to run a party. So with no charismatic figure on top and nobody with a clear view of the party, we now found a situation where each governor was now, what do you call them now, fighting for their own fiefdom. So there was no central idea. Everybody was contributing their own to make sure that the party protects them in their state. So by the end of 2019, end of 2023, PDP had become an unrecognized entity. It had nothing in its central authority that had the kind of chairman with the vision and capacity to drive an opposition party. It couldn't metamorphose into an opposition party. It continued to live in a delusional state of grandeur that it was just waiting to take power. So doing the work of opposition, providing the human capital, the type of people that will lead the party for opposition, the governors were incapable of that. The governors all thought about bringing people that will help to sustain their powers in the state. So ultimately, it wasn't a matter of time before PDP now became a party without, a soul and without clear objectives. So because everybody thought of it as a part of a whole. And I think that's where the party is now. So because of that, and I think it will also happen to the APC because it was formed and it went into government by 2015. So it's going to, anytime they lose power, they will have this crisis of sub-units that have no strength, that have no capacity on their own to go and look for members, that have waiting for Abuja to send money for election. So they will just sit down and wait. And once there is no charismatic figure who takes it over and tries to run it, support, it will go into the kind of moral and visionless crisis that PDP is in now. So the problem of Nigeria is now deepened by the absence of political parties to drive the changes. Yes. So that is a major challenge for Nigeria today. No political party to drive that future we're looking for.
Exactly. And it appears to me, reading your resignation letter from the PDP, that is kind of what you're looking to address with the Athena Center. And because I don't see how we build this Nigeria or solve the problem with Nigeria or solve the leadership problem without dealing with the hardcore political issue. And I can see that some of the work that Athena Center is doing, especially around elections, and integrity of elections, is beginning to address those issues. If you could speak a little bit to how the work of the Athena Center is looking to address this trouble with Nigeria. How do you understand the trouble, and what are you doing with the center to address it?
So, at the root of democracy is elections.
Yeah.
And at the root of elections is the integrity of that process. So once that process does not have integrity, then we will be electing leaders who have no incentive to deliver public goods because they don't need the people to win an election. They need elite consensus and ability to alter the results to remain in office. So there is a major challenge facing Nigeria today. And that challenge is that for us to say that liberal democracy has not done well in Africa, in Nigeria, we must first of all practice liberal democracy, which presupposes, proper elections. So if you look at an institution like INEC, it has become a very shameless organization. Shameless in its outcomes and even in its process. Nothing bothers INEC that there are 500 cases after an election that went to court. INEC does not even set for itself a goal that says, every election we will want to see less number of people going to court by virtue of the integrity of the election. 2015, by President Jonathan not challenging that election in court, the number of cases that went to court that year went down, plummeted in Nigeria. So everybody in Nigeria realized and said, well, the election was fairly well done. But 2019 was less than 2015, and 2023 is worse than 2019. And now we're getting to the state elections that are growing progressively worse, the last being Edo. So it is because of the distributional nature of our state character. If we were a development state, INEC should be the institution that will be saying what I'm saying. Their audit immediately after every election will review weaknesses, will review what they did wrong, what their staff did wrong, sanction those who did it wrong, and then say, next election, we're hoping to see better outcomes. So I have shown examples. In Mexico, which is a country like Nigeria, the Wednesday after the election, appointed third parties will take a statistically significant number of polling units and cross-check the voting, manually recount the voting, check what was entered in the result before they can attest finally to the final results. So it is not a matter of go to court. There is no court. Court is when there are legal issues, not when there is election issues. So when an election is over, the opponent says, no, they didn't count my votes well, they didn't do this. INEC should be able to say, we have 7 days of an administrative process. So all the EC8A, all the EC8B, we're uploading it online. If you have any issues with them, bring it out. I told the story of going to Kogi to conduct a primaries. And one of the people in that primaries was Senator Dino. He was my friend at that time, still my friend. But the way we ran the primaries, he lost to TJ Yusuf. And we were in school, we were in neighbors in law school, we sat next to each other. If I had done anything against him, or if he didn't think the process was clean, of course, I don't think we would be speaking to each other. So INEC as an institution is shameless. Because where they are today is for them to say, no. In Edo, we saw that this doesn't match with this, so we're reviewing it. This is our final result after the review. They shouldn't say, oh, the law stops us from going to where it's now the court to decide. The court has no such time to determine those issues.
Okay, and because elections are at the heart of any discussions around fixing Nigeria or fixing the leadership issues, etc., what have you at Athena Center found to be the core ways that elections are rigged in Nigeria? And what can we pragmatic here, not theory, do to fix those problems?
Thank you. This is a very important point. Very, very important point. Now, I have recommended 3 simple things to be done.
What are the problems first? How are elections?
The problem is that results are altered by electoral presiding officers at the point of entering what happened in the polling units. Some electoral officers, presiding officers, are bold enough to enter what did not happen. So they will, after they've counted 20 votes, 3 for Patrick Party, 2 for Osita Party, 5 for Musa Party, they will now go and register 200 votes. They will write 20 first. When they go out, they will add another 0, and then come to everybody's side and then add 0 zeros on it, or add 1 before it, and then determine a new result. So that's criminality in the face of it. But INEC's process of snapping the result and uploading has helped tremendously. If you go to any election, 70% of the electoral officers upload the correct results. Only about 25% to 30%, 22% in some places, 23% that alter the result. Unfortunately, those 23%, they are altering normally damages the whole result. So first of all is the parties must have strong agents, and the citizens must hold the INEC officials responsible at their polling units, enter the correct result, snap it, upload. All of us will take our own snapshots and we go. So at the polling unit, it's easy to compel them to do that which is right. Now, what we also is that because governors or people come from a particular area, people in their area are willing to allow the results to be changed to favor their own. So that can be an issue. So what then happens is that after that election process uploaded, then we get to the word collation. At the ward collation, the officers there again alter the results to favor the candidates that INEC is working for. So it is at the ward collation that the more egregious acts of subversion happens. So sometimes results are fully rewritten. Some are cancelled to reduce the opponent's vote. Some votes of the opponents are reduced, and one of the favored candidate votes are added to him. So the reason is that INEC does not upload the EC8B. So nobody has visibility. From that point on, we enter a dark hole. We don't have visibility again on what happens at the ward, the local government, until we hear the final results. So we think that the people at the ward, that is the place that we should do what we have been canvassing for, which is an audit. The electoral officer comes back with the votes, he comes back with the papers, used, unused ballots, EC8A field, and the beavers. So the electoral officer, the collation officer, is required to look at the beavers and confirm the number of people that were accredited. He is required to look at the EC8A and then enter the results in the EC8B. If he sees any anomalies, he's also empowered to cancel that result and say, this result has been altered. The accredited is more than what is on the beavers. So it is at that point I am saying that we should buy 8,800 scanning machines so that when the results are brought there, the ballot papers are scanned. It will confirm fingerprints. It will confirm valid fingerprints without revealing the person who voted. And we are going to then enter the results as from the EC8A. And they will upload it. So when you finish every ward, you upload the EC8A. Now, before we get to that ward collation, INEC used to allow the beavers accreditation numbers to be on their website. At the Edo election was the first time they removed it from their website. We no more see how many people are accredited by beavers. That kept many electoral officers in check because the public have already seen how many people are accredited. INEC miraculously and very egregiously removed it from public view. So we need to restore that to public view. After the collation at the ward, I don't think we should do any further collation. That result should be entered into the electronic system. That will just populate it. Yes, so we can sit down, everybody can call the result. If you're a senatorial candidate, it will aggregate the local governments under you and announce the results. If you are a senatorial House of Rep candidate, if you are president, it will aggregate and announce the state results. So we will remove 2 levels of collation and go straight that the polling unit result is only thing that matters. Once it is verified, so even if it takes them 2 days to verify it, everybody will be patient. In India, elections last 8 months.
Technology, yeah?
Yes, election lasts 8 months in India because the same equipment is what they move from one zone to the other. So they couldn't have bought 800 million people vote in the elections. So when they finish here, they move it to the next place. So the election is just going on. Results are being tabulated. Immediately you finish the electronic voting, third-party auditors just sit to confirm that what was entered and the EVM are the same. So they do that together with the voting so that when the result is announced, then that's final. So now, that for me is the 3 simple steps to take now. 1, keep the visibility of the EC8A, put the visibility of the beavers online, how many people, even at the end of the election, once it synchronizes fully with the back end, INEC should upload the numbers from each beavers. With the number of the beavers, electronic number of the beavers, the number of votes is accredited, upload it together with the ward result. At the same time, upload the EC8B of the ward collation after it's done. Allow for the ward collation to be the center for authentication of results and for third-party review. So NGOs, churches, mosques, everybody can be, you can select people in every ward to be present and to certify that what was done transparently, and these are the results of the election. Allow the scanning to allow people who question the results to be able to allow access. Look at the ballots, go and verify. If there's any issue, come back to us. But INEC should be the first body to make sure the elections are proper, not the courts.
Just to push this one more time, an idea for you and tell me whether it's feasible or not. In one of your Attorney Center reports, you mentioned names of, electoral officers who falsified with evidence, who falsified the election, right? Shouldn't we be doing a divide and conquer here? Let's say that, INEC, probably working for some Lord and Master, difficult to reach them. Shouldn't we pick out some of these individuals who probably collected little monies or whatever to commit a crime? Shouldn't we isolate them, take them to court, and prosecute and put them in jail as a form of deterrent for any other person who's invited to act as an electoral officer? Wouldn't that weaken that structure? And why hasn't it happened?
So that's the first question. Why hasn't that happened? Because the prosecutor is a federal offense. Only the Attorney General of the Federation can prosecute them. So if he's in the ruling party, he will never prosecute them. And only INEC is supposed to bring the charges. So if INEC does not bring the charges that there are people falsified results, then you have no crime. So again, it is the amending of our laws to ensure that, political parties and candidates in an election can take civil action against electoral officers who falsify results. So if it's not a criminal action this time, but you go and said, I could have won this election if not for what Patrick did. So I'm, charging Patrick for breach of trust, for not performing a duty of care in managing the result, and I am claiming damages.
Okay.
So the person becomes personally liable for the damages, and I think our laws need to be amended to include civil action.
Now, again, I'm really focusing on the practical here, right? Yes. You've been in government for, I almost said forever, but you've been in government for a long time, post your private sector work. You understand the inner workings of the executive. You also understand the inner workings of the legislature for, various reasons, and also the judiciary. How do we navigate this? So we've seen now that if we can change this law from a federal offense to a state offense or whatever else, it gives us the opportunity for NGOs, civil society organizations to engage these individuals, not the institution now, but the individuals. And we can create that narrow corridor, right? Where government knows that there are people watching and we can have that contestation. How do we navigate that? Why would the National Assembly pass such a law if they are direct beneficiaries of this system that is broken? How do we change the incentive system to get them to do it within this assembly?
So, you see, the problem in Nigeria when it comes to electoral reforms have not been the legislature. Actually, our legislators have done so well every time in writing laws. Then our judiciary will suddenly now, find a loophole and escape from the law. So if we propose, as I'm proposing to them, and I'm engaging the National Assembly, to say you all are politicians. So criminal offenses require you to get a fiat from the Attorney General. It requires the Attorney General to prosecute, or we can mandate INEC to prosecute. But if INEC is working in tandem with their agents, they will not prosecute. So why don't we create a civil option? We can take a civil suit against them and say these people conspired, damage the process. So we can get fines. And if the judiciary is serious, they will impose very strong fines against them so that the people will know that, it's costly to go and tamper with election results. So I think we can build that coalition. I've been proposing that we build, one of the challenges in Nigeria today is the despair and the feeling of people that nothing can be done.
Exactly.
And that feeling is a very dark one. So I have come up with the idea that we need to build a coalition of hope. A coalition of hope of those who think that Nigeria can still work. I don't think there is anything wrong with Nigeria as constituted. I just think that we have a software code that needs to be recoded. It is designed, the design is a problem. It is designed as a distributional state. It's not designed as a developmental state. So if we can redesign, and it doesn't have to happen in one go. It doesn't have to happen in one go. That's why I'm going to read the tax bill carefully before commenting on it. And then
no, but you have to comment, even if you haven't read it, because that's a question I have. Because I think we're seeing that, redevelopment of that software code, with the tax bill. That President Tinubu has really taken on the key elephant in the room, to say that the way we collect our resources as a people and distribute it could be the reason why we are unproductive. We should go back to getting people to eat what they kill. And if you can't kill it, then unfortunately you will die. And if you don't want to die, then you do something to fix it. So although you haven't read it, I need you to comment on the philosophy of it.
So that's what I'm saying. I cited it as an example of the possibility of realigning the code. And we may not achieve it in one go. I think nations are work in progress. It's a case of push and pull to keep inching towards the success. What I haven't seen is the philosophical redefinition. You see, when this president changed the national anthem, I've been in the vanguard of the call for the old national anthem. I've always believed we should go back to it. So when he went back to it, everybody was happy. I was happy, but I was sad. Because I didn't think it should be smuggled back into Nigeria through the National Assembly. I thought it should have been the subject of a robust national debate. So that when we say those words, it will have meaning to us. When we say to build a nation where no man is oppressed, it will be a mantra for the new Nigeria. I thought he would have given us the opportunity to canvass why we want to build a nation that we will keep a banner without stain and hand it over to the next generation. When we say that though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand, it will have meaning. Just singing it will not create it. It will have been a question of saying, let's rethink ourselves. This is a diverse Black nation, a home for all, a nation where we give opportunities for everybody to grow. That is why I have cited the example somewhere that a governor can go and pay $700,000 to an American international school for his children to go to the school over the next 10 years. And didn't see that the joke was on him, that you finished running a state and you couldn't build a school that your children could go to. So, and the fact that you could pay an international school in the country, let's even say you don't want to build it in Kogi, why didn't you build a school in Abuja where your children can go to? So, and I just opposed him as a governor, Governor Yahaya Bello of Kogi, with a businessman in Anambra called Ernest Azudialo, who is the founder of Next Oil, who went to Okija, his village, and built a Jesuit Loyola college called Gonzaga. This is his private money. But he thought that the children of Okija needed to be given an opportunity to get to where he is. He decided that of all the efforts he has made, one of the things that can uplift the people of Okija is to give them quality education. And this has not only given Okija, it has now attracted children from a diverse background from around the country to come to Gonzaga in Okija. He didn't stop there. He built a pediatric hospital built by Julius Berger in Okija. This is a private individual. Now, a governor, on the other hand, because of the distributional nature of Nigeria, decided that what was good for his children was not good for the children of Kogi. He decided that his children should go to an American international school, while the children of Kogi languish in schools without roof, without chairs. So this is the kind of things that when you see, you now see that there is need for philosophical reset and for redesigning. So the tax bill, when I read it, we're going to come out as a center to comment on the tax bill, but we fundamentally agree that Nigeria's source codes need to be rejigged. And if we rejig it, it will go a long way in helping us to begin to realize our potential.
Exactly. And in a few minutes, we'll open it up for audience participation. I urge you to please type your questions in the Q&A tab. I will read them out, but I'll give full attribution, to whomever put the questions there. But before we get to that, Ikobosi, the The title of this our talk is The Trouble with Nigeria and What We Can Do About It. Can you crystallize for me in bullet points, in your view, what are these core troubles or problems we have in Nigeria? And what are the elements of the solution? Obviously, the elements can be arranged in whatever form, but what are the elements that must be in place for us to begin to fix Nigeria?
So, number one is that I've said it. There's a design problem. A design problem in Nigeria that we need to fix. We need to fix the design problem. And the reason why I keep talking about this design problem is that a state that is designed as a distributional state will not have the institutions to become a development state. Because like I said, the governor is thinking of what will be good for his children. And he's not thinking about how that will save the children of Kogi. Because like I said, he's in a distributional state. So we need to figure out how to redesign Nigeria. And in redesigning Nigeria, we have to understand that nothing is wrong with Nigeria. Nigeria is not an exceptional state. Nigeria is working. I want to tell the young people every time, the country is working. And I'll give you an example. You go to University of Nigeria in Nsukka, the hostels are overcrowded. The school is dirty. The generator is not working. There's no running water in it. Students go to school every day and study medicine. Their school fees is 150,000 naira a year. That's about less than $100, $80 a year. Then they finish. Maybe you give the child 100,000 every month. So by the time he finishes 1 year of 9 months, he has spent 900,000, 1 million, which is less than $600, about $600, $700 a month, a year. Then he does it for 6 years. We're talking about $3,000+ for 6 years to educate him through Nsukka medicine.
Swap it up to $5,000.
He finishes from Nsukka with $5,000. He writes the board exam in California, and then he becomes a board-certified doctor in California. To train an American in the medical school is minimum of $300,000 for the low-end schools, $700,000 for the high-end schools. And yet, the Nigerian doctors are sought after across Nigeria, the Western world, whether in the UK or in the US. So what do we need to do? Any sensible country will be thinking about how do we improve our capacity to keep building manpower? Because this is something that we have capacity to do. Nigerians are complaining. Nigerian computer engineers, a Nigerian company called MoneyPoint, just got $1 billion valuation a month ago. 50% of the Western funds that come into Africa end up in Nigerian companies. So if the Americans are here looking for returns in investing in early stage companies in Nigeria, please, don't tell me Nigeria is not working. Don't tell me that. So what needs to work is that the redesign of Nigeria, the expansion of our market capacity, the ability to move our politics from a distributional politics to a development politics by first making our elections credible and allowing the people to determine their leadership. Part of that design challenge for me is that we must do away with second term in office in Nigeria till we calm down. Let people stop using public finances in the office to get themselves a second term. So we need to figure out and give ourselves a transition period. It's work in progress. We can do it. So that our leaders can come and focus on development. Don't use our 4 years to build things that will give you a second term that have no value to the state. We don't have such time. Since the democracy started in 1999, we've had 25 years now. And the children that were born there have left university.
Okay, Ikobosi,
Yes.
Didn't Jonathan propose this? Jonathan proposed a single term 6 years, but it did not fly. Why didn't it fly, and what's going to be different this time?
Why it didn't fly is because everybody suspected that Jonathan wanted to use it to extend his own stay. So first of all, the president that will push it has to say, I'm on my second term, for instance, so I'm not eligible to run again. So I'm not running again. So we need to do this because we just need to get a broad elite consensus. When we define the meaning of Nigeria, then our institutional design will be to begin to make it possible for Nigeria to thrive. We need to begin to make it possible for Nigeria to thrive. And part of the ways to make it to thrive is that the institutions will reflect our national hopes and aspirations. So when we say we want an educational system that will produce 1 million people over the next 10 years that have this type of skills, then every state can key in into that vision. Every private and public universities can key in. When we say that we want a situation where our production of oil, our national resources, will come not anymore from just selling oil, but from our capacity to, not just from selling oil, but from our capacity to produce and export. Let me ask you, if you think about cocoa now, we're exporting cocoa in Nigeria, and part of what we export in that cocoa is the fact that our export of cocoa is done by people selling at the farm gate to people who buy the beans and export. Now, if you go beyond those, think about a state now deciding, I'm going to pay the price of the beans at the gate. I'm going to find myself $1 million every year, buy up all the beans that is coming from Ondo, and process it and build a processing factory, or find 3 or 4 private sector processors and said, we will process this and we're going to let it to, we're going to let this now to be exported as Ondo State joint venture with a private sector company. So when we export the cocoa, we can make a
We are local.
International communities observing
Just finished taking
Where the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Third session of the Second Synod of the Anglican Diocese of Oji River, held at St. John's Anglican Church, Agbada Alachi, in Oji River local government area, from Saturday 31st May to Sunday 1st June 2025. The concept of synods in the Anglican Church has its roots in early Christianity. It was at that time a gathering of bishops and clergy who normally meet to discuss doctrine, discipline, and governance in the Church. The practice continued in the medieval Church when synods played a significant role in shaping ecclesiastical policies. The synod later transformed to incorporate lay representatives who joined the clergy to discuss and decide on matters of doctrine, policy, and governance.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Save Nature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
From AIT Studios in Abuja, Nigeria, this is the O&M Late Show with Obiora Ilo and Mamode Akuga.
Hello, and Merry Christmas to you, and that you're also preparing to have a wonderful New Year. This is a special edition of the O&M Show, and as you know, we're winding down the O&M Show. The Sunday edition, which will be the last for the year, will be the very last edition of the O&M Show. Today on our program, we have a special guest. If you have followed the news, especially the news coming from the southeast, Anambra State to be precise, you know that so much has been happening with the Anambra Central Senatorial seat. Of course, we've had so much controversy. Uche Ekwunife had won the election, or INEC had declared Uche Ekwunife winner of that election. She went to the Senate. After a while, that election was nullified. And for almost 2 years or more, we've not had anyone representing the Anambra Central District. After a long while, INEC fixed a date for that election. But as the candidates were getting ready for the election, a federal high court in Abuja declared Obioro Okonkwo winner of the election ab initio. Well, Victor Ume, Chief Victor Ume of APGA, says that that judgment cannot hold. My guest today on the show is Chief Victor Ume, former national chairman of APGA and APGA candidate for the Anambra Central Senatorial District. Chief Ume, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the program, viewers. I hope you've been enjoying the Christmas season.
Well, let's go straight to the issue. You say the judgment, and you say it consistently, you've said it everywhere, that judgment by the Federal High Court in Abuja will not hold. Why are you saying that?
Well, let me even put it better in perspective. The 2015 general elections came. On the 28th of March 2015, the National Assembly election was conducted along with the presidential election. In that election, INEC returned Honorable Uche Kunife as duly elected, but that return was not correct. Uche Kunife did not win the election. She rather rigged the election. I was a candidate in the election, and looking at all that happened, I went to the tribunal to challenge that return. The tribunal returned her, and I went to the Court of Appeal because the tribunal did not consider all the issues I put before it. One was that she was not qualified to contest the election, having not been nominated to contest the election by the PDP as required by law. The PDP did not conduct any primary anywhere to select its candidate, which was a violation of Section 871 of the Electoral Act, which clearly stated that any political party seeking to sponsor a candidate in any election conducted under the Act by the Independent National Electoral Commission shall conduct primary to select its candidate. The word shall is mandatory for all political parties, which I may read for you so that those who are listening to us will follow the explanation. This section, this Electoral Act, Section 87.
Just go ahead.
It's very important. It's key to the explanation. So, nomination of candidate by parties. Section 871 of the Electoral Act says, a political party seeking to nominate candidates for elections under this Act shall hold primaries for aspirants to all elective positions. To all elective positions. Primaries shall hold. So it's mandatory. The word shall means that it's mandatory. Section 871 of the Electoral Act. Any political party that fails to conduct primary to select its candidate will be violating Section 871 of the Electoral Act.
But there are precedences that where we had the court say that, look, a man in another party had no right to question the eligibility of a candidate in another party.
No, that's not what the law says. What they are saying is what is contained in Section 87(9), which says, notwithstanding the provision of this Act or rules of a political party, an aspirant who complains that any of the provision of this Act and the guidelines of a political party has not been complied with in the election, in the selection or nomination of a candidate of a political party for election, may apply to the Federal High Court or the Federal High Court of a state or FCT for redress. In other words, when a party conducts primary and an aspirant feels aggrieved with the processes, the aspirant within the party that took part in the primary will challenge it in court to seek redress, whatever grievances the aspirant may have.
Within the party?
So in this circumstance, once there is a primary has been conducted, only the aspirants within that party that took part in the primary can challenge the outcome in court. If you're not a member of that party, you couldn't have been an aspirant, so you can't challenge the outcome of the primary.
But
this one, section 871, is a general provision. A political party seeking to nominate candidates for elections under this act shall hold primaries for aspirants to all elected positions.
Anyway, there's a court judgment.
So that you don't mix it up.
Okay.
So if you don't conduct primaries, a member of another party can say that this party did not conduct primary, and therefore its candidate is not qualified to take part in the election. Well, it's a breach of the Electoral Act, and it borders on qualification. Then Section 87 is about if you took part in the primary and you are not satisfied with the outcome, you can go to court. So they have been mispresenting this provision of the Constitution, because the matters they have been referring to, the Supreme Court pronounced upon, were cases where the parties conducted primaries and a member of another political party started faulting the primary, like in Taraba governorship primary. The PDP held its primary in Abuja, and the APC candidates went to the tribunal to say that they didn't conduct the primary in Taraba, in Jalingo. And they said, it's none of your business, you're not a member of the party. The first condition that must be met will be that you must conduct primary. So if they conducted primary, you cannot challenge it. Okay. So in my own case, yes, PDP did not conduct primary in Kogi, East Kogi Central Senatorial District, Okene Federal Constituency, and Ofu State House of Assembly Constituency. APC did not conduct primaries and put forward candidates to INEC. Those people won the elections. 2 senatorial seats, 1 House of Rep seat, and 1 House of Assembly seat. And the tribunal, because it was proved that they did not conduct primaries, the elections were nullified, like in Anambra Central, And in those constituencies in Kogi, APC did not take part in the fresh elections ordered by the tribunal. When they went to the Court of Appeal, the Court of Appeal upheld the judgment of the tribunal and modified those elections for non-conduct of primaries. If you don't conduct primary, the candidate will not be qualified to take part in the election. And qualification is a ground for challenging an election petition, for filing an election petition, and you challenge the return made in the election if the winner did not qualify to be part of the election. So that was exactly what I did in Anambra. You can see that it's only in Anambra Central that the story has been on and on from PDP members. Those people in Kogi, where the PDP challenged the winners of the election by APC, they have all gone home. Those run elections have been conducted without APC taking part, and PDP won all the seats. So in Anambra, the same PDP is now saying I have no rights to challenge the non-conduct of primary in Anambra Central Senatorial District, whereas the same party challenged APC in Kogi for non-conduct of primaries. So you cannot reprobate and approbate. The law is certain. And having done that at the Court of Appeal, because the tribunal didn't consider my presentations for non-conduct of primary and arguments I made or cases I made about mutilation of result sheets, falsification of figures, and so on and so forth, other irregularities and non-compliance. The Court of Appeal looked at my grounds of appeal, first of all determined that truly PDP did not conduct any primary. Because in the tribunal, in their reply to my petition, they said that they conducted world congresses, local government congresses, and state congresses before they chose their candidates. And at the tribunal, they left no evidence. They didn't bring even list of delegates, no, but nothing. They didn't put anything at all. So the Court of Appeal agreed that they didn't conduct primary as required by Section 871, and putting it in context with Section 138A, which borders on qualification. You know, it was able to agree that PDP didn't have a candidate and nullified the election. So when that happened, Honorable Chevron went back to the Court of Appeal to review its judgment, to set it aside. The Court of Appeal, 5 full courts sat and refused. She went to Supreme Court, and on 10th of February, the Supreme Court struck out her appeal for lack of jurisdiction. Because the Court of Appeal, by virtue of Section 2463 of the Constitution, is the final court on National Assembly and State Assembly election disputes. So that's it. And when that happened, you know, when the court modified the election on 7 December 2015, it ordered INEC to conduct the election within 90 days. INEC scheduled 5th of March 2016 for the election. And on February 1, gave notice of poll. In fact, for all rural elections across the country, about 80 of them, including those in Kogi, Rivers, all other places, you know. And of course, excluded PDP from the election, relying on the judgment of the Supreme Court on Labour Party versus INEC. And when an election is nullified, the party or the candidate that caused the infraction, or the candidate and its party, will not take part in the run, because time for bringing another candidate at last. So they went to court to challenge that, because as soon as that happened, we even defected to APC, you know, to scramble for APC tickets for the fresh election, you know, ignorant of the law. Then the PDP sent Peter Obi's name to INEC as their own candidate for the run election. Peter Obi, who did not take part in the senatorial election in 2015. We thought it was a joke. And on 29th of February, the Federal High Court, presided by one particular judge, you know, that dismissed APC's intention to take part in the fresh election in Kogi. Entered judgment that PDP would bring another candidate against the established law. I applied for leave to appeal against judgment. I got leave. INEC, that was the principal party sued by PDP, went on appeal because it was bizarre. The judge said APC cannot fit new candidates in the runs ordered in Kogi. The Anambra Central, the judge turned around to say that PDP would put another candidate. You know, this appeal dragged on from March 2016 until 20th of November 2017.
When the Court of Appeal delivered 2 judgments, one on my appeal, the other one on INEC appeal, but the 2 judgments were the same. They determined that PDP will not take part in the rural election and ordered INEC to conduct the election within 90 days, excluding PDP and its candidates. They made these 2 orders in the 2 appeals, 20th November 2017. So when that happened, PDP saw that there was nothing they could do again to halt the election. They sponsored a petition to the National Assembly for the Senate to stop INEC from conducting it, because INEC fixed 13th of January for the conduct of that election. Knowing that going back to the Supreme Court to the waste of time, the Supreme Court had already determined the matter since 2009, and it is a law, you know, that's guiding the operation. They didn't know what to do again. At the Senate public hearing on 6th December, they didn't show up, you know, and then rather went back to collude, because this Obiora Okonkwo you talked about, I got a judgment from the Federal High Court,
yes,
had gone to court to challenge the PDP that he was the rightful candidate instead of Uche Kunife. Uche Kunife joined in that action. INEC was a party in the suit. Adamu Muazu, national chairman standing, and the PDP. What happened? They were dragging it for nearly 3 years between Uche Kunife, PDP, and Obiora Okonkwo. So when they now saw that they have lost out completely, there's nothing that will make them take part in the election again, they went back to the Federal High Court and colluded
Uche Ekwunife withdrew her opposition to the Okonkwo's claims. PDP withdrew its counter affidavit in opposition to Obi Okonkwo's claims, so that since they are no longer part of the election, let anything happen. That's what they did, and the judge entered judgment that Obi Okonkwo is now the rightful candidate, another INEC to swear him in, and an election will not take part in any of the processes, And that order that he made flies in the face of the three judgments I referred to. The one of 7 December 2015 by the Court of Appeal that nullified the election, and the two Court of Appeal judgments that were delivered on 28th November, ordering INEC to conduct the election within 90 days without the PDP and its candidates. So that judgment came out from the bush. And as it is turned out now, he went also further, the judge, to order Saraki to swear in Obi Okonkwo, anticipating that INEC may not issue the certificate of return. He now put in the Senate President to swear Obi Okonkwo in, And the Senate President and National Assembly were not parties in the matter before him, showing you the collusion by the courts and the PDP.
That's a big indictment of the courts.
No, it's a statement of fact.
It's a big indictment.
It's not an indictment. Why it's not an indictment? Listen, if a court gives an order against an order made by a superior court, that order is made in law what they call per incuriam. That is against what is already established by a superior court.
Some law experts are saying is that the judgment by the Federal High Court ab initio has made irrelevant the judgment of the appeal court, because what is in contest is the qualification of Uche Ekwunife. But this judge is saying that ab initio, Uche Ekwunife shouldn't have been declared the candidate, shouldn't have been in the Senate, that Obi Okonkwo should have been in the Senate.
That is a poor understanding of the law. When an election has been nullified by the highest court vested with jurisdiction to pronounce upon it, that election is dead. The argument that is a pre-election matter does not remove the fact that PDP was a party in all the proceedings. The PDP sponsored the candidates. You understand? So that they have a pre-election matter does not vitiate a final order made by the Court of Appeal as the last court for hearing National Assembly matters. And that court has nullified the election. So having nullified the election, nobody can resurrect the election. Nobody, not even the Supreme Court. The only place a pre-election matter can have effect on the judgment rendered by the tribunal or so on and so forth is where the tribunal or the Court of Appeal or even the Supreme Court, as the case may be, still validates the election. If the election is still alive and valid and somebody is occupying the seat, then when you now determine who between the contending parties who was the rightful candidate, the other man occupying the seat will be ordered to vacate. Like in the case of governorship election in Abia State, where Okezie Ikpeazu was the governor, or he has been the governor, because he's still the governor. And when the Zaban Court, the Federal High Court, determined that Uche Oga was the rightful candidate, he made an order that Oga should replace Ikpeazu, because the election is still valid. The rest is still alive. But when the Court of Appeal has nullified the election, the pre-election matter becomes an academic exercise. Because if you determine that Obi Okonkwo was the rightful candidate, because of it had nullified the election, nullified the return, as a return issued to Uche Ekwunife, and Uche Ekwunife ceased to be at the National Assembly. So you cannot confer any benefit from that election on anybody who rises to say he was the rightful candidate. That election has been thrown away. And having said that, you cannot overlook the orders made by the Court of Appeal to have a resort to the High Court. This is the first time a High Court has ordered an action to be taken without regard to order made by the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal voided the election, nullified it, and said there should be a repeat election without PDP and its candidates. That judgment has not been set aside, neither in my own nor in the make appeal. That of the December 2015 and nullified the election. They went to the Supreme Court to set it aside. The Supreme Court said no, they cannot. Because by section 2463 of the Constitution, the Court of Appeal is the final court. Whatever they decide on National Assembly and State Assembly election remains like that forever and ever. So the nullification of the election remains valid to today.
Okay, you have accused PDP, Uche Kunife Obioroko of collusion with the court.
Yes.
Uche Kunife has also accused you of collusion with the appeal court.
How can I, if it's only in Anambra Central that the Court of Appeal nullified an election for non-conduct of primary, then it may be as a result of strange reason. I've told you that Court of Appeal Abuja Division here nullified 6 elections in Kogi State for non-conduct of primaries by APC. The truth is that that was the law. The Supreme Court had, in previous cases, established that a non-member of a party can challenge the outcome of the primary in another party. If there was no primary, if there's any breach, you can challenge it. And that document was written by the current Chief Justice of Nigeria, J.C. Waternoy. It's a landmark case that was used in deciding those cases. So what they are talking about collusion is an act of ignorance. If the law was not supportive of what I have said, they cannot succeed in Kogi, in the tribunals and at the Court of Appeal, separate divisions. Mine was in ENUGU. So that's why, even as they are saying it today, they have not got it right. If you challenge non-conduct of primary and relate it to non-qualification, because nomination is part of sponsorship on election. So when you fail to comply with the act to nominate a candidate, then you are gone. I did it for you in the judgment of that court, so that let it not be we are speaking grammar here. Nobody knows what's going on. Look at system. A person cannot be qualified to be a candidate of a political party for an election except and unless he is nominated and sponsored by a political party for which he is a member. After the conduct of an election, if a person wishes to challenge the result of the election on the ground of nomination to a pre-election matter, he can legally do so before the election tribunal under section 1381A of the Electoral Act 2010 as amended. And it is wrong to hold that an election tribunal does not have jurisdiction to hear and determine such a matter.
Okay.
Nomination is part and parcel of qualification.
Okay.
And that's the judgment. I'm reading from the judgment copiously. So,
I've started wondering if you have become a lawyer.
I'm not a lawyer. I'm an estate surveyor by profession. Estate surveyor and valuer. And not everybody that is in the political arena is knowledgeable or properly educated. In my own case, I studied estate management at the University of Nigeria. And in the course of my program, I did land law. Land law has 12 credits. And it is the same land law that all students of law read. We wrote the same exams. I read law of contracts, 12 credits. The same law of contract, we attended the same lectures. I wrote the same exams, the same law. I also read arbitration and awards. If you go through this, there is nothing happening in law you cannot appreciate or understand. This act is written in simple English. This constitution is written in simple English. So if you know, if you have knowledge of these things, you can read a provision and understand its ordinary meaning.
Okay.
So I'm not a lawyer, but I'm telling you that because I have knowledge of these things. Remember, I have won over 40-something cases since 2005 in court. If my matter does not have merit, I won't try it. And most times I've been a defendant. They've been suing me. It's only this case that I took to the tribunal that I can say I was a plaintiff, and another one that I took to the Federal High Court Abuja when Morrissey wanted to claim the leadership of ABGA. I went there and defeated him. So what I'm trying to say is that if you want to participate in the political process, you must know what the provisions of the law
You must have knowledge.
Yeah, if you don't have knowledge, the lawyers will be taking your money. Like in the present case now, where somebody has deceived Obiora Okonkwo, that the Federal High Court can order that he should be sworn in, against an order, express order, made by 3 divisions of the Court of Appeal.
But is it not expected? Is it not expected that as this controversy goes on, that INEC should take a position?
No, INEC, of course, will take it. They have taken a position already. When
they
have taken
a
a position. No, not they had. They took a position, and they fixed the date for the election.
Before this development.
Yes, this development. They have not seen the judgment. So when people were bombarding them, they said they haven't seen the judgment. They are waiting for the CTC of the judgment.
So it's expected that when they see it,
they will see whether the Federal High Court, presided over by Justice Soho, ordered INEC to disregard the binding decisions and orders made by the Court of Appeal. And when they see the judgment, because the High Court cannot set aside those judgments delivered by the Court of Appeal, they cannot sit on appeal against an order made by the Court of Appeal. It can never happen in law.
No, but they didn't say anything about it.
No, if they didn't say anything about the order, then the orders made by the Court of Appeal would take precedence.
Okay, let me ask you, Chifume, if by any chance INEC postpones the election,
they cannot.
I'm just saying.
They don't propose something that will not happen. It's a hypothetical.
They have not taken it.
No, they will take.
And you think they will take that decision?
By the time this program may even be ended, may be overtaken. This your question may be overtaken. Because the important issue is that the judgment, if it comes out, they will see that the judgment has no bearing, no relationship with the extant orders made by the Court of Appeal in all the appeals. Okay. And that one will become an undergrowth. I described it as an undergrowth. In a forest where you have Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, and High Court. The High Court is a shrub. It's a shrub. Okay. You cannot obey an order made by a High Court and abandon the order made by Court of Appeal.
If the appeal court decision ordering INEC to hold this election holds, it means that you'll be going for an election on the 13th of January.
Yes, let me even tell you the collusion I told you about. When the Court of Appeal delivered these 2 judgments on 20th November, PDP filed notice of appeal to the Supreme Court, on both appeals, and realizing that there is no way the Supreme Court can set aside that judgment of the Court of Appeal, when the judgment of the Court of Appeal was based on the judgment already delivered by the Court of Appeal in 2009, where it was established that in the run elections, no fresh candidates, In realization of that fact, that appeal will not yield anything for them to stop that election. The other one was that they will put stay of execution of that judgment. They know the Supreme Court will not even hear it before 13 January. They now decided to withdraw those appeals. So PDP withdrew the appeals. They filed to the Supreme Court.
The notice of appeal.
The notice of appeal and the stay of execution they had already filed. They withdrew all of them to be able to go back to the CISO and surrender to Obiora Okonkwo so that we make the order. That's why they are referring to it as a consent judgment. And even in law, the judge was wrong to have disregarded all the processes filed in the matter for 3 years. They were arguing it. They had gone to Court of Appeal, they had gone to Supreme Court, and came back to that High Court. So if they suddenly come and withdraw their counter affidavit and so on and so forth, the judge will take judicial notice of the claims before him for 3 years, you know. So he can't do that. And he cannot pretend not to know. Because what the judge is doing is feigning ignorance. He said that defendants in the case came and withdrew their defense and entered judgment. He cannot claim that as a judge sitting in Abuja here, that he does not know that the Court of Appeal had nullified that election in 2015, matter that has gone up to Supreme Court, widely reported, even in the law reports. Then he cannot claim that the judgments of the Court of Appeal delivered on 20 November, he wasn't aware of them. So this is the collusion I spoke about.
Redirect this conversation that we're having.
Yeah.
Because I am looking at the people of the Anambra Central Senatorial that are denying representation. Yes. They are also being denied an opportunity for you as a candidate and any other candidate to come and put on the table what you want to do with the mandate, assuming you get it after the election on the 13th of January. Is it possible for us to look at what your agenda is? I mean, we've made this point, this matters in the court and all that. INEC has to take a decision. What, as a candidate of ABGA and a candidate for this election on the 13th of January, what is your agenda? What do you want to do for your people?
If I go to the Senate, my people will know that they have an advocate for their rights. I will be alive to my responsibilities as a senator. Anything they're entitled to as a senatorial constituency in Nigeria, they will get without missing anything. And let me tell you what's going on. These people have been dragging that this election should not take place again, so that the seat will be vacant till 2019. They know why they are running. In 2016, zonal intervention funds approved by the National Assembly for Anambra Central Senatorial District was taken by somebody without doing anything. 2017 zonal intervention funds, all of them totally over 300 million naira each year, had been drawn without doing it. Somebody is doing it. I'm keeping the records. If I come there, you see that this brigandage cannot continue. They will account for all those monies. The person who is taking the money, you know, it cannot.
Why will the person take the money when he's not?
Because the seat is vacant, and the opportunity is still there to go and play around the National Assembly and divert things. I'm going to exhume all these things. That's why they are desperate. Who make you not go to the Senate? Because I'll ask relevant questions when I get it. I have the record.
As much as you say that,
take it from me. I have the record. Don't doubt me.
No, as much as you say that,
yes,
they're also saying that you're using all the legal ammunition available to you to ensure that you are unopposed, because you are afraid that the PDP, the APC, and all that, if they have candidates, they will defeat you.
Those, you know, they tell lies. In 2015, I was a candidate for ABGA. Chris Inge was a candidate of APC. Uche Kluge was a candidate of the ruling party then, the PDP. You know, and when we went through that election, I won it as a small party compared to APC and PDP. I scored 86,000 votes. Ngige got 20,000 votes. And you know, in Nigeria, he's seen as a political hero. He got 20,000. That was his score. He didn't even go to the tribunal. He was lucky that Buhari won the presidential election, his party, and he got appointed a minister. Uche Kluge used the full might of the PDP incumbent government at the center, using security agencies and all that to annihilate us. In the local government, they didn't allow me to come near the collection center. Uche Kluge was accompanied by soldiers and policemen. And they went there and beat up people and carted everything away. They are captured on camera, don't interject. That's the election she won.
No, says that at no time did you present those evidence that an armored tank had blocked entrance to your...
You see, when you go to the tribunal, you have to be in a position to bring those people, to bring those soldiers to testify. If I had pursued my petition on that premise, I will not succeed. I will not succeed because it was strategic. It was strategic. So I
don't have the evidence.
I have the evidence. But if you go there, they must subpoena the army. all those people that worked must come to the tribunal. That would be a far-fetched thing to achieve.
But you can make that available to the media.
You see, I'm telling you that, you know, they were captured on phones. And she knows she did it. Because even my collection agent from one ward in doesn't know. All Kutekunebe supervised the snatching of her bag. You know, the deputy local government chairman of our local government, all of us are from the same local government, was taken by the army and thrown into the box, into their van. And they went away. He came back after 3 days after the election. No collection took place anywhere.
So how did they come with figures?
That's why from 101,000, they dropped to 93,000 and admitted that was so. From 77,000 they gave to me, they admitted I got 6,000 votes on the face value. The tribunal did not consider issues of mutilation, falsification of figures, which I presented, and I adduced the evidence in the tribunal, the discountenance all of them. Where in a plain copy, the result, there was one that was terrible. But 069 Obosi Ward, the PDP got 78, standing like that in the pink copy. In the certified true copy of the results they gave me from INEC, the serial numbers were the same, but the figure changed to 278. It was like that in so many places. There was a ward, Eziowole, where PDP got 157 total votes. They put 3 in the ward collected result, 3 prefix. It became 3,157. And if you bring the polling booth result and add the figures of PDP, it still stood at 157. They didn't change it. All of them were at the tribunal. They didn't look at any of them. That was the fraud they unleashed across the zone. And they said, once you announce the result for me, once you return me, leave me with what I will do at the court. So the previous attitude was just announce me winner, leave to me what I will do at the court. She didn't know that she was contending with me. I was actually heels on this matter. If another person had contended the election for Abga, this would have been a concluded matter long ago. I have the spirit, I have the tenacity of purpose to fight for my right and for justice. That's what I have used Abga to demonstrate in Nigeria. Remember that Peter Obi didn't become governor. You were aware. By INEC declaration, went to the court. I was the PW1 in the election petition. I was in the witness box for Peter Obi 1 month. I tendered all the results at the state collection agent. I was cross-examined by senior advocates, about 6 of them on the whole, from Jige and INEC. And I stood my ground. It was my evidence that achieved that victory for Abga. That after 3 years, everything Jige tried to do, he was sacked by the tribunal. He went to the Court of Appeal and he was sacked by the Court of Appeal. That's how Abga came. So I've been in this process, and I know that the party, Abga, is a party that is oppressed. You know, PDP didn't want Abga to survive, starting from Obasanjo time till now.
But how come, as party chairman, you were seen in cahoots with them?
Cahoots with who? With
the PDP. You always supported their presidential candidate.
No, you see, this is a party you said that wants to kill Abga. You see, let me tell you.
Yes.
I supported, or rather, Abga supported Jonathan in 2015. No apologies, no regret. Because of National Conference report, which he said he will implement. I was a delegate to the National Conference. And it was there that I was one of the people that championed the cause of restructuring of this country, political restructuring and fiscal federalism. I was everywhere at the conference, you know, seeking for Nigerians to change the current ways of doing things. That change is imperative. And if you don't restructure Nigeria, you will continue to get problems within the country. You see it? So because I was delegate to that national conference, we were able to achieve restructuring in the resolutions passed. Given the Southeast one additional state, because we have 5 states only. And they're abolishing the 774 local government with the share money, where the Southeast has only 95 local governments, South at 6 states, 123 local governments, Southwest 137 local government and 6 states. All up north, the same thing. Northwest has 7 states. And you share Nigeria's money on the basis of local government and states. So I feel my people are being shortchanged. So when we were able to see those things through at National Conference, let me tell you, it became one of the reasons why I contested for Senate. Because I knew that the report will go to the National Assembly. At the plenaries of the National Conference, it was a very tough battle. You could see me all over the place, challenging that this status quo cannot be sustained. You must restructure Nigeria. You know, if you don't do it, agitations for one kind of action or the other will continue unabated. I didn't go to the Senate up till now, but the restructuring became a sing-song in the past 1 year in Nigeria. Everybody talking about restructuring. Because the only way to preserve Nigeria's unity is to ensure equity and fairness to everybody. If you don't do it, that thing will continue. Restructuring was a campaign issue in 2015 by Jonathan. Jonathan said, if I win the presidential election, I will implement the report of the National Conference. So I wasn't supporting Jonathan because I love him as a man or anything, but that report he said he will implement, I had total interest in it, and I believe that my people will get better if the result of the report were implemented. Unfortunately, the APC doesn't want to do that. So you see it. In 2019, I put it to you again, restructuring will be a campaign issue. Those who will run for presidency in 2019 in Nigeria, anybody who is against restructuring will not get votes, at least from southern Nigeria, no matter how hard the person tries. So it is a very important issue. So I was struggling to get there on time to contribute to the debate. And the restructuring is being misconceived by a lot of people as being a disintegration of Nigeria.
What does it mean for you?
Restructuring means equity and fairness, balancing things to the admiration of all parts of Nigeria. If you restructure Nigeria, Nigeria will become stronger. People will now have faith in the federation. You know, when you have a skilled federation and you want everybody to follow, there is a time following will become impossible. And Nigeria is gradually drifting to that, where every day people will gather somewhere and say, Nigeria, there won't be restructuring. The whole southern senators recently met in Calabar, you are aware?
Yeah.
And what they came out from that conclave was that Nigeria must be restructured. Don't throw it away. Southern Nigeria has 17 states, and the north has 19 states. You know, so goes with the number of senators they have. When people persistently continue to push for an action that will blow no ill wind to anybody, you know that there is something there. Even all these agitations we are seeing, IPUB, MASOB, Niger Delta militants and all that, they were issues we had dealt with at the National Conference.
If you become senator,
yes,
what action will you take to ensure that this conference that you believe so much, the report that you believe so much in, sees the light of day?
I haven't been to the Senate, but the Senate has called for the report of the National Conference. I hope you are aware.
Yeah.
Yes. So even when people are saying that it can never happen, if it doesn't happen today, it must happen tomorrow. I'm telling you that.
You're not among those that are saying we need a new conference.
A new conference. What is wrong with the old conference? Those who are calling for a new conference are those who are enjoying the status quo.
APC says it was not representative enough.
How is it not representative enough? The delegates to the conference had the best people across Nigeria, 492 members. Governments contributed delegates. So all the governments run by APC contributed delegates. But as a political party, they did not come to the conference. Lagos State, all the states in the north, controlled by APC, sent delegates to the conference. All the important people from northern Nigeria came there. Ibrahim Kumasi, the former Inspector General of Police, was the leader of the northern delegates to the conference. Lamido Adamawa was there. Sule Gambari was there. All of them. Okay. Andrew Abdullahi was there. They came with their best brains. But at the national conference, it was too hot to sustain the status quo. And they bent and joined in accepting the resolution, 600 of them. And they said if we have passed through the conference that are waiting for us at the National Assembly, they will torpedo it. So you see, you don't cry over anything until you get there. You know, so my prayer is that those in authority in Nigeria, we know that you cannot lead people by force. You need dialogue, and that's what I'm going to preach at the National Assembly. We need each other. We need the North, we need the Southwest, we need the South-South, they need the Southeast. And the only way we can coexist and have common faith in the Federal Republic of Nigeria will be when we entrench equity and fairness. Okay, Chifume. So if you take advantage of military administrations that balkanize Nigeria into states and local governments, and you want to hold on to the advantages conferred on you by military fiat, it cannot survive in a democratic setting.
Okay, let me have your last word, Chifume, because we are running out of time. What's your final word to those whose votes you require to?
First of all, my final word will go to those who don't want to accept defeat. Anything that is beyond you, you must find the grace of God to accept something you cannot change. These things you are seeing, they have not succeeded because of the law. They have not followed the law. They have not observed due process. And they think that they will bring the place down. It's not the way to do it. There is always another day. 2019 is beckoning. They should let this go, because by their own actions, they've been shut out of the process. Those who shared the same plight with them, the members of APC in Kogi, had all gone home. And PDP had gone through the election and taken all the seats. Their people are being represented. So let it not be like the biblical case of the Bible, where two women were struggling for the ownership of a child. The one who knows that the child did not belong to her told Solomon, when Solomon said, okay, in his wisdom, bring that child, I'll divide it into two. The one who didn't own the child gave herself away. Please divide the child into two. Know that when you divide the child into two, the child will die. You know. So that's what PDP is doing in Anambra Central Senatorial District now. That if they cannot have it, nobody should be there. That is absurd. Then on their own part gone, for the Anambra Central Senatorial District people, I know they are my people. You know. They are waiting for that day, 13 January. All of them will put their votes for me. And the other one is said that I'm the only one running for the election. It's not true. I contested with Ngige Ekunife and 12 others. So we were 15 political parties and 15 candidates. Labour Party, UPP, all of them, they still have candidates. Okay. You know. So now PDP is out of the way. So remaining 14, Ngige didn't want to resign as minister to be able to contest for APC. He now says he has withdrawn from the election. That's what he's now saying. He doesn't want to come and face me in the election. Because if he wanted to contest, if he's popular, let him come. But he would have resigned by 13th of December. 30 days to the election. So he's out of it. So he's out of it. That's why we are now 13. So I don't know. Maybe APC and PDP will gang up behind one candidate. You say is not strong enough, and they will defeat me. So this thing that I also read in the social media that all these people, the anti-Vitume group, all of them, both within APC and the PDP, that are holding an emergency meeting this Christmas on how to stop me on 13 January. Okay. But I'll tell you, even if all of them with the remaining 13 political parties or 12 political parties team up against me, I will do to them what Obiano did to 36 governorship candidates. when the election came, Obiano won votes that if you added the votes scored by the other 36 candidates, he still defeated them. Abga is a rock of Gibraltar in Anambra State.
Okay,
and I have led the struggle that established that party.
I think we'll leave it here.
Yeah, so that's it. So by 13th of January, that election will come. By 14th, there will be a winner, and I predict a landslide victory for Abga and its candidate. And if that happens, we will see again.
Chifuma, thank you for always a pleasure talking with you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And
in the election, we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
And as they say,
football, let the better team win.
Yes. And when you lose, you accept defeat. Yes. So that's the beauty of democracy.
Well, Chief Victor Ume, it's always a pleasure, speaking with you. And as you get ready for the elections, we wish you the best. As they say in football, let the better side win. And let the losers be good sportsmen. That's been Chief Victor Ume, OFR, the former national chairman of ABGA, and the ABGA candidate for the forthcoming Anambra Central senatorial election. I am Obiora Ilo from Abuja in Nigeria. Remember, our last show is next Sunday. Please be part of it and do enjoy your holidays.
From AIT Studios in Abuja, Nigeria, this is the O&N Late Show with Obiora Ilo and Mamode Akuga.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
International communities observing Thursday.
Just finished taking why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
Welcome to Gender Perspectives, the platform, where we delve into the critical issues shaping gender around the world. Now, in today's episode, we're turning our focus to a deeply sensitive and often overlooked topic, which is widowhood. Yes. Now, across many cultures, the experience of widowhood is not just marked by personal loss, but also by things like social stigma, economic marginalization, and harmful traditional practices. For millions of widowed women globally, becoming a widow can mean losing not just a partner, but also property rights, social status, personal freedom, and even basic dignity. So stay with us as we delve into this right after the break.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Now, to fully understand, the challenges faced by widows, it is important to examine the historical, cultural, and legal context that shape their experiences. Now, widowhood, while, a personal and emotional transition, often becomes a site of systemic discrimination, especially in societies where, a woman's identity and rights are tied to her marital status. Globally, over 250 million women are widowed, and nearly 1 in 10 lives in extreme poverty. In many regions, widows are subjected to harmful practices such as disinheritance, forced evictions, degrading mourning rituals, and even accusations of witchcraft. And these violations are not only rooted in patriarchal traditions, but they are often reinforced by weak legal protections and societal silence. So now, let's listen to the background report for more information on this.
Widowhood is the state of a person, either a man or a woman, whose spouse has died. It specifically refers to the period of time after a spouse's death where the surviving partner does not remarry. Widowhood is a life stage characterized by grief, loss, and potential social, economic, and psychological challenges. Widowhood is one of the most overlooked yet deeply impactful conditions affecting millions of women around the world. For many, the death of a spouse is not only a time of mourning but also the beginning of discrimination, exploitation, and isolation. While widowhood affects both genders, its consequences are far more severe for women due to long-standing cultural, social, and legal inequalities. The urgent need to address harmful widowhood practices and advocate for widows' rights is a critical but underexplored dimension of global gender equality. Globally, over 258 million women are widows, with millions living in poverty or extreme social marginalization. Widowhood often strips women of their rights, autonomy, and identity. In many societies, particularly in parts of South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, widows are subjected to harmful traditional practices and discriminatory laws. These include being forcibly evicted from their homes, denied inheritance, and even accused of witchcraft. In some communities, widows are forced to undergo degrading mourning rituals such as head shaving, ritual cleansing, confinement, or being compelled to marry a male relative, practices rooted more in control than in custom. This form of systemic abuse not only violates women's dignity but also undermines their economic and social security. Disinheritance is particularly devastating, as many widows are left without land or assets, making it nearly impossible to provide for themselves or their children. With limited access to education or employment, widows often fall into cycles of poverty and dependence. Their children, too, suffer, facing reduced access to schooling, malnutrition, and increased vulnerability to exploitation. The psychological toll of widowhood cannot be ignored. Isolation, grief, social stigma, and trauma from ritual abuse leave many widows struggling with depression and mental health issues. In some regions, widows are excluded from community events, considered unclean, or silenced by societal norms that blame them for their husband's death. These injustices are rarely addressed in legal systems that prioritize male lineage and property rights over women's well-being. To challenge these injustices, we must take a multifaceted approach. Legal reform is essential. Governments must abolish discriminatory inheritance laws and enforce protections for widows through constitutional and legal means. Ratifying international human rights treaties like the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, is a vital step. Beyond laws, education and community advocacy are needed to shift the harmful cultural norms that normalize widow abuse. Engaging traditional and religious leaders, promoting positive media narratives, and supporting grassroots women's organizations are all effective ways to drive cultural change. Economic empowerment is equally critical. Widows need access to credit, land, vocational training, and decent work. Social protection systems such as pensions and housing support can provide stability and restore dignity. Legal aid, counseling, and safe shelters for widows at risk must be made more widely available. At the international level, efforts like the UN's recognition of June 23 as International Widows' Day and the advocacy of civil society organizations such as the Lumba Foundation and Widows for Peace Through Democracy have helped bring global attention to the issue. Still, more coordinated action is needed to ensure that widows are included in global development goals, especially within the frameworks of SDG 5, gender equality, and SDG 10, reduced inequalities. Widowhood must no longer be a hidden chapter in the lives of women or a blind spot in global gender advocacy. Addressing the injustices widows face is not only a matter of human rights but also a necessity for building fair, inclusive societies. By challenging harmful practices and advancing widows' rights, we affirm the dignity, strength, and equality of all women, in life, in death, and beyond.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes.
From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. Now, as we continue our conversation on widowhood and women's rights, we now turn to those who are actively working to challenge the status quo, advocates, researchers, and change makers who are speaking out against these harmful practices and pushing for justice. And today, we're joined by a guest who will bring critical perspective on the social, legal, and cultural dimensions of widowhood. Someone who stands in solidarity with widows and, is committed to raising awareness and changing mindset. Her name is Kate Obodekwe-Izvora. She's the Executive Director, K Visceral Hope for the Hopeless Widows Foundation. Thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you very much.
How are you today?
I'm good, and you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Thank you.
So now we're talking on widowhood, right? When people hear widow, the first thing that comes to mind is someone who has lost their spouse. But aside that, what else would you say that a widow is, behind, just losing a spouse?
Well, when we talk about widowhood, it's not just like you said, it's not all about someone who just lost a husband. It's equally about someone who is disinherited, who faces all manner of harmful traditional practices, So these are what we call widowhood. And sometimes even a single mother without a husband is equally termed a widow because she seems to pass through all the things that someone who lost her partner passes through.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but why do you think that in most conversations, the topic is not particularly, being discussed as much when we're talking about issues around gender and the likes? You rarely hear people talk about widows as part of the conversation, or the harmful practices and the things involved with widowhood or being a widow.
Well, I think the reason is because they kind of overlook widows.
Yes.
Yeah, they don't see them as being important because there is nobody to speak for them. That's why we have advocates who, advocate for widows and stuff like that. Come to think of it, when you talk about, let me say, when we have women, gender and women affairs, and when they talk about women, you will think that they also include widows. In actual sense, they don't. So just like I was discussing, yeah, of course, because most times the rights that are supposed to come to the widows don't actually get to them. They stop midway. Yes. So if actually they can somehow have something like Commissioner for Widows Affairs, I think it would be best, yes.
Wow.
It sounds funny, but honestly, that is the best thing to do, because they don't give widows what is supposed to be given to them. Not just in the society, in churches, everywhere, widows are being neglected. They are not being remembered.
Yes. So now, speaking of neglect, now let's go into what widows face. Now, from the moment the person loses their husband, what happens to them? Just tell us, take us through that entire process.
A whole lot happens to them because one, they will start with accusing the woman that she killed the husband, even when they know that probably the husband was sick before he died. They will start with accusations, slandering, and all manner of things, So they will even go to the extent of telling the woman that she will sleep with the corpse, they will bat the corpse, and she will drink the water. I imagine when someone drinks a dirty water, what happens to the person? Definitely the person will, be sick. not to talk of when someone drinks a water that comes from bathing somewhere, a dead person that they used chemicals to, preserve. Definitely something may go wrong. In fact, a lot may die in the process. And they will tell me that, yes, it's the spirit of the man that killed the woman. So, and not just that, some of the husband's family members will know that actually is the woman, maybe the breadwinner of that family. At the end of the day, they want to collect the property from the woman, knowing fully well that they have children, and at the end of the day, they want to collect the property, the land, and so on from the woman. And the worst part of it is, again, is that the woman will be isolated. The woman will go through a mental and emotional trauma, and she will wear that her mourning clothes for to the glory of God, that reduced it from a year to 6 months and 6 months to 3 months now, that she will wear it and go nowhere. So, and the community, the Igwes, the Omwandas and so on, they're not doing anything about it. That's the worst part, or the most painful aspect, because if they can really do something about it, it will really help the widows.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I find it strange. Do they still make widows to drink the water?
Of course, they still
up
do.
till now.
Yeah.
Like in this modern.
Of course, they do.
Okay, what about things like shaving of head and all of that?
Yeah, of course, they still do that.
But what exactly is the idea behind all of this?
Well, according to some people, they will say that the shaving of the hair is to, give respect to the late husband. Of course, I've not seen any kind of respect that shaving of the hair will give to the late husband. Yeah. And some will say it's tradition and so on. I don't see any rationale between a woman shaving off her hair because she lost her husband, because it will not either add any value to the dead or to the living. So I don't see it as any, a good idea at all. Then telling the woman to, sleep beside the corpse, what is the essence? It will not bring back the dead. Then why doing that? Yeah.
So at the end of the day, in your opinion, there's really no tangible reason behind this.
There is none at all.
So,
to the best of my knowledge.
What would you then call it? Would you call it wickedness, or would you what exactly would you say is now the reason that they allow things like this to happen?
Well, first I would think that their thinking and reasoning is backward to start with, and most of them capitalize on that to wicked the woman. Yeah, that lost the husband. Instead of trying to, make the person to, feel at home, stop feeling pains of losing the husband, that adding more pains to her. So it's wickedness. Yeah.
All right. So now I want to go a bit personal. Do you have any experience? Because you mentioned earlier that you are a widow as well. Yeah. So I'd like to know, what was your experience like?
My experience wasn't an easy one, though. Yeah, of course, because I know I lost my husband at the very tender age of 29, and with little kids. And actually, when I lost my husband, my husband's only brother then, you can imagine someone who just lost a husband, say that I have to carry the corpse of my late husband down to the village all by myself, and it wasn't easy. And so many other things that came up, collecting the properties and stuff like that. So, and then no one to speak for me, So it wasn't an easy experience at all, but to the glory of God, and prayers and so on, I was so resilient, and to the glory of God, those same people today are now friendly.
I mean, that's how it always turns out, in the end. Yes.
But I really suffer, taking care of my kids all by myself, and then when I lost him, I had no job, nothing. nothing, just nothing. So I was, struggling.
Yes, it was really tough.
Yeah, really tough. So I did all manner of things except to steal and prostitute. But then, I saw pure water, all those, just name it. I suffered. But I thank God that today I was able to stand on my feet.
Yes, and you have a foundation where you help
Yeah,
widows as well.
Of course.
Now, I'd like to know, aside from your personal experience, your interaction with these widows, is there any particular person's story that got to you or that struck you that you'd like to share?
Yeah, like one of my widows, she actually passed through a lot from her husband's family. At a point, they almost took her children away from her. They chased her out of the family and stuff like that. But she became resilient. She was also resilient. She didn't remarry. And to the glory of God, those children that we are taken away from her, we got back. Yes, we got back the children for her. Yes, we got back the children. And I thank God that today, through the skills acquisitions that we give to widows and so on, she was able to learn how to do a lot of skills and which can now put food on the table for her. Yeah. But they actually collected their properties, which at the end of the day, we are still gotten back. So they left her with nothing. She almost, fell into depression. And when a widow or someone falls into depression, the next thing that will come to the person's mind is to take his or her life. So I thank God that she was not able to do that, that we were there for her. Yeah.
So how is the process of getting these properties back? Because when the man's family takes everything away, and just like you mentioned, someone does not have maybe she doesn't have what she's doing, what's the process like, reclaiming back all those properties to be able to stabilize the person?
Yeah, that's why we have a Ministry of Gender Affairs. Okay. Then as a foundation, KV Craft Foundation, we are registered with them. We have legal practitioners who are backing us up. So in times like that, we fall back to them. We meet them, we advocate, so that they were the people that always help us out to make sure that those things are being given back to the widow. Yeah.
So aside from, you've mentioned a lot of, harmful practices that widows go through. You've spoken about sleeping with the corpse. You've spoken about drinking the water, shaving of head. But aside that, are there other, harmful practices that widows go through that people don't know about?
There are so many others, such as the late husband's brother, forcing himself that on the late brother's wife, either by sleeping with her or telling her that since the husband is no longer alive, that he's going to marry her, whether she likes it or not, whether he has a wife or not, because sometimes they will be married and will still want to marry the late brother's wife. And if she refuses, it will become a problem for the woman. They will start maltreating her in the family, especially those of us that remained in that family, that didn't go away, that didn't stop answering their names and so on. So some of us that remained there, they will start maltreating the woman because she refused the late husband's brother to have his way in her life, either to marry her or keep sleeping with her, And because maybe she doesn't have anything to do, she doesn't have a job or a business that she's doing, she can't take care of her children and so on, she may fall prey to those advances. She becomes vulnerable because she will want to answer the, do what the man wants so that he will be able to take care of the children or feed them or pay their school fees, which is very wrong.
But it seems as if, most of these stories around widowhood, it's all about, it's always the woman who is at a disadvantaged position where she does not have anything to do and the likes. But what about, widows who are financially stable, they are well educated? Do they also go through these things, or is it just those who are unfortunate to not have that much?
Well, sometimes those who are also well-to-do pass through such, experiences, but it's most rampant with those who do not have anything, because because of the fact that they don't have anything to back them up, maybe financially and otherwise, and maybe from her family members could not help her in one way or another, they will become vulnerable. But those who have the money to take care of themselves, most times they don't really pass through such things. Yeah.
So at the end of the day, it's all depends on the person's financial stability.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's quite, So would you say now that there is a link between these practices or these things that are being done to widows and gender-based violence? Would you call them gender-based violence?
Well, yeah, it's part of gender-based violence, yeah, because you can imagine, we have men who loses their wives, but they don't pass through such things. So it's mainly upon the women. It's mainly upon the women. A man will die, maybe he might be the one that killed the husband, but they will not question him. But a woman will lose the husband, they will question it. So it's just mainly based on that female gender. Yeah.
Okay, so what about, the legal aspect of it? Because I know working with widows and having a foundation, you have had contact with some legal procedures when it comes to handling widows and their issues. So what are some of the, from your encounters and your experience, what are some of the legal practices or some of the things that can be done legally to help these women?
Yeah, the things that can be done legally to help these widows is for them to one speak out first, because a lot are trapped in silence. A lot don't speak out. That is why first we go to communities to advocate to them, to first know how to speak for themselves. Speak out. Don't allow yourself to die in silence, because that is the worst part of the whole thing. Then once they're able to speak out, then we take it up from there to know where and how to help them. Like I said earlier, we have legal practitioners that we are partnering with. We are collaborating with them. Once we have such cases, we involve them, we bring them in, then they will now take up from there. We have seen cases like, even apart from the husband's relations maltreating the woman, we've seen cases where even the woman's son and his wife, they are actually maltreating the woman.
The woman's son?
Honestly speaking. I won't mention the community. One of the places we went for our advocate visits, to sensitize to the widows. And to the glory of God, the woman spoke out. She told us how the son and the wife were maltreating her. They took over the property from her, took over her business from her. They were not even giving her, she was feeding from hand to mouth. They were maltreating her to the extent that she could not do anything. And to the glory of God, she was able to speak out. And we took the matter from there. And today, not only did she get back her business and her house, the son has to be giving her monthly allowances, because he's doing his own business, the wife is doing her own business. So why should they suffer the woman, his own mother? So now he gives not only that he gave back everything to her, they now give her monthly allowance. So that is the essence of our advocacy, is going for sensitizations in communities, so that they will be able to. A lot of them are dying in silence. They can't speak out because they don't know the person to speak to, and the person will take it up against them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, speaking of children, I mean, I'm stunned hearing that a son can do this to his own mother. I mean, it's sort of hard to believe, but at the same time, we know that most of these things also have an effect on the children, particularly those who have younger children. So in what ways would you say that, children are affected by all of this, aside from losing their father, but also, what is being done to their mother as well?
Well, of course. First, mothers are more close to their children.
Yes.
I'm sorry to say that to the men out there. Yeah, but that's the truth, And the child seeing the mother being maltreated, it also affects them emotionally. it affects them emotionally. And that is why I want to advise the widows out there that no matter what you're facing through, never allow your emotions to becloud you to the extent that your children will feel the impact. Because when your emotions becloud the person and it affects the children, then coupled with the ones that they are seeing the family members of the husband maltreating them, it will not only that it will demoralize them, it will start changing their mindsets about life towards the way people treat them. It can turn a good child to a bad child. It can turn a good child to a bad child. Yeah. The child will start growing up with grudges, with hatred, and so on. And before you know it, they've started planning something against those people, even at that tender age. Then, if the woman, the widow herself, allows herself to become too vulnerable that she could not handle herself and starts living maybe a wayward lifestyle, it will also have an indelible mark on the children. In Igbo language, they will say, whatever the children are seeing, they're growing with them. So that's why the mother has to be extremely careful. The way she's living her life, carrying herself, and the way she allows whatever that is happening around her to affect her emotions so that she will not impact it on her children.
But that's quite difficult. I mean, when you're dealing with the loss and you're also dealing with all these external factors as well, don't you? I mean, it's quite difficult to contain everything and pretend or act like, you know.
Well, being difficult, it all depends on you as an individual. Like my very self. Well, let me say, should I say, well, I'm proud to say that. No matter what I'm passing through today, you will never know from my expression. You will never know because I'm always wearing that my smiling face. Yes. I will never allow my emotions to weigh me down. Never. Because it's when you allow your emotions to weigh you down, then you will not think straight. You will not be able to be coordinated. You will not be able to know what to do at every given time. And because it's affecting you, it's affecting your children. And when you think about it and find out that no matter the situation, what you're passing through, if you allow it to affect you, it will not still solve the problem. So why not you try and pretend that there is no problem and move ahead and become more resilient and stronger? Because that way you become more coordinated and more focused to know what to do to wriggle yourself out of these situations. And it's when those people around you that are trying to antagonize you see that you are very vulnerable, that they will keep on doing that. But when they see that you are resilient, that you are strong, that you can speak for yourself and say enough is enough, that they will stay off your back. Even your husband's people who are maltreating the person will stay off your back. And to cap it all, you now decide that no matter what, I will be strong and be on my feet and fend for myself, no matter how little, and fend for my children. When they see that you are actually doing something, that you're not dependent on them or anyone, they will not trample upon you. Let it be that it's once in a while that you go to ask for help. Let's do it yourself.
Yes.
It will make you stronger and not vulnerable.
And also help the children.
And help the children as well, because the children are looking up to you. If they see you keep begging or keep crying, it will also weaken them. They will think that it's a lifestyle. So they look up to you. So because of their sake, you have to shape yourself and know how to go on.
Yes, that's really true. And at the same time, talking about knowing how to move on and, being able to handle this situation. Let's talk about, how this affects the mental health of these women, because like you earlier mentioned, they go through a whole lot of things. and it affects them both emotionally, psychologically, and mentally. So can you like walk us through, you know, some of the consequences, some of the mental health consequences, or how it affects them mentally, you know, particularly when it comes to how they face stigma, or you know, all these other things that you've mentioned, or even isolation, things like that. How does it affect their mental health?
Yeah, like I said earlier, it can only affect someone's mental health if you allow it to really bother you and weigh you down. Yeah, we are human beings.
Exactly.
Definitely it will weigh us down. Definitely it will affect us. Definitely we will be emotionally disturbed. But there is a limit to what we can allow ourselves to face. There is a limit to it's all about you talking to yourself. I've always loved this saying that, you know, determination helps you to start and discipline helps you to finish. If you're really determined that you will never allow this situation to affect you or to weigh you down anymore, then you have to discipline yourself that whenever those things that really bothers you wants to crop in, you wave it off. Keep yourself busy. Even if you don't have anything doing at a particular time. In fact, at my any given leisure time, I don't sit idle to sleep or to just, no, I'd rather sit in front of the TV and watch
Keep
it.
yourself busy.
Before I'll watch 2 programs, I've slept off. Before you know it, it's the next day. I'll keep myself busy again with work or any other thing. So you don't allow yourself, even if you don't have any job doing, always be, even apart from sitting in front of the TV, I'll sit with my children, we discuss, we chat. We tell stories.
Yes.
Before they will tell you 1 or 2 stories, you have slept off. Try to create time for your children, for, you know, for other things that will, you know, occupy your mind, so that you don't fall into depression. And learn how to speak out, most importantly. Speak out. And again, learn how to commune with God.
Yes.
Commune with God. With Him, all things are possible. Because if you put your hope and trust in man, they will disappoint you. But when you believe that with God, all things are possible, that you can overcome this and overcome that, I tell you, you won't even know when you overcome them. So, very important, never allow the emotions to weigh us down, no matter how difficult it is.
Yes.
Just wear a smiling face all the time. Believe that that nothing mega, nothing is nothing. Nothing is wrong. No matter, even if someone insulted you now, maybe you went to ask for help and the person insulted you, believe that the person did not insult you. If that is one of those things that you see in life, because if you see it as one of those things that you see in life, you'll be able to move on. Even if you insulted me now, the next minute I don't even remember it, because it's when you think about those things that you become weighed down.
Exactly.
I will see it as one of those things in life. It's an experience and a stepping stone to achieving greater heights.
Yes.
That way you will smile. Or more, that is a stepping stone to achieving greater time.
Yes, yes.
That is it.
That is very, very true. I like that. So now let's look at, you know, what role do you think that religious leaders and traditional leaders play when it comes to encouraging or enabling these norms, or, you know, either enabling it or ending it, either one of the two, but what role do you think that they play?
Well, let me come to the traditional rulers. I don't think that I've actually seen any roles that play to end them, because if there is, I don't think all such practices, harmful widowhood practices, will still be in existence by now. Of course, we're in the 21st century. It should be eradicated by now. But they're not really actually doing anything. So to say, I'm sorry to say that. But seriously, if they're really doing something by now, they should be eradicated from the communities. Seriously. So, and I wouldn't say they're encouraging it. But then, if they're really doing something to end it, it should have been ended by now.
By now.
Yeah.
What about religious leaders? I mean, they definitely should have a role to play in this. one way or another?
They are supposed to be playing such roles to make sure that such practices are eradicated. But I'm sorry to also say that they're not really doing anything. Yeah, of course, because you can imagine if the widows are not being remembered in the church and only be remembered only Christmas periods. You remember there are widows in the church to give them few food items. Then what do you think that they can actually do to eradicate such things? Because I know that in churches we have what we call Women's Day and Youth Day, Gala Night for youth, men and husbands and wives. I've never heard where they talked about Gala Night for widows and stuff like that. They're hardly being remembered. But
if women are already, if there are, Women's Day, like you mentioned, I mean, the widows are a part of.
Oh, of course, they're supposed to be part of that. But then, you know how it is. If a widow cannot afford their uniform, they'll treat them as being, as nothing. If they cannot pay dues in the church, they see them as nothing. So what happens to them? That's why even in churches, any group, anywhere that should be what we call widows, as in quotes, widows, let it be the widows' thing, so that those that can afford can do for the ones that cannot afford. Those that cannot afford, nobody will look down on them.
But when you say let them have this widows group or widows thing, there are some women that you meet and they'll tell you, yes, I'm a widow, but I don't want that idea of, because I'm a widow, I'll be given some form of special attention or special treatment, maybe having a group where they say this is the widows group. What do you think about that?
Well, such people may be the ones that actually have enough for themselves. But even at that, when you have and you see your fellow widow does not have, why not you be part of what they're doing and help? Some of them do have connections. Some of them do have upper hands in the government. Why not you use your connection to, get some, job slots, opportunities for the widows, rather than isolating yourself. Then why not you help those that know Zoro, those that don't have it? Then you are just saying, you're very correct, because I know someone like that. When I told her that, she said, only a widow doing very well for herself. When I told her about my foundation, she said, maybe we are going from one place to other to beg for money, because that's the mental idea they have. I was just like, wow. Until with all your education and everything and your exposure, you are just saying this. So is that how you people categorize widows? Is that how you people see us? Is that the much you can think about us, that all we do or care about is to go and beg for money? Let's assume that's what we are doing. Can't you help for them not to stop begging for money? Yes, can't you help so that they will stop begging for money? Because if we can actually, change our mindsets towards certain things, the world will be a better place. Because we have this mindset of my own. If we can change from that my own mindset to our own mindset, wow, when it's good for me, let it be good for the other person. The world will be a better place.
Yeah.
If we have this, after all, these widows, they have family members who are doing very well. But they care about my own family. Let me take care of my own family. If they can imagine, like maybe they have 4 kids, and supposing they take one from their widowed sister and add, they will say it will be too much. Supposing you didn't have 4 kids and you had 5 kids, wouldn't you have been able to take care of them? So imagine yourself that your sister's son or daughter is equally your own biological son or daughter. It will be able to help. So if we can change our mindsets towards certain things, from especially my own mindset to our own mindset, it will be a better place for us.
Yes, and this thing you just said now, just brought up something in my mind when you said that this lady who is also a widow doing well for herself, but she does not want to identify with the widows. Now, it just made me wonder, do you think that women are also enablers of these harmful practices? Now, I'm not just talking about those that don't want to identify. I'm talking about even the women in the village, the Umuada, like you mentioned, and the like. So do you think that women are also part of the problem?
Of course,
of this
of
issue?
course, because when it comes to the Umuadas, they carry it on their heads. Yeah, they're even the main people that will say the woman must sleep with the corpse, drink the water from the corpse after bathing the corpse and stuff like that. That women. Sometimes I'll be like, just let me use that adage again, that when it happens to someone else, it will seem as if it happened to a tree, that it didn't happen to someone, because the person has not really experienced it. It's easy for them to carry out such practices.
Yes.
Don't forget that their own daughter or even themselves may face such problems in future. What of their daughters? Supposing they marry into another community where such practices are being done and it happens to her, how would they feel? But when they're carrying those activities, it beclouds them. They don't think straight because they don't remember any other thing except doing those things and fulfilling them.
So, but do you think it's a situation of because some women are like, some widows who have experienced it, who are in the village and are also part of this woman, that they see it as the norm. It happened to me too. I did it too. So you should do it too, and the cycle continues.
So they're not seeing it as a kind of vengeance, just like we said earlier. Is it out of wickedness? Of course, it's out of wickedness.
All right. So now let's talk about what would you say? What kind of support system? Because so far you've particularly spoken about the widows who are at a disadvantaged position, those who are not, who currently don't have what they are doing or don't have enough to sustain themselves and their children. So now, what kind of support systems can be given to those women to support them, particularly when it comes to finances?
Yeah, well, the kind of support system I would, want the widows to get is one, if the government can actually give provisions or opportunities to the NGOs, like our own NGO and other NGOs, they support the financial support or the economic support to do skills acquisitions for them, those that didn't maybe go to school and stuff like that, even those that went to school that don't have jobs. They can do skill acquisitions for them to learn one thing or another. Then economic support, with especially in terms of agriculture, it will be very good. Then also, I know that they have slots for job opportunities, and these slots mainly go to people who have, what I mean, godfathers. Yeah. Then if they can, just like I said earlier, that if we can have what we call a commissioner for widows affairs, it will really go a very long way. Because if they can bring out slots for job opportunities for widows and call it for widows, I'm sure that it can get down to the widows. Because sometimes, because we don't have people talking for us, we don't know who to meet and who to talk for us and so on. Not that we are not graduates, not that we are not learned, but because we don't have who and who matters in the society. Yes. Those opportunities will come and go. We won't have them. But if it's by merit, they can easily get something. Those that really went to school, they can get something doing. So if government can actually help to say that, okay, I'm bringing out these laws for widows for these particular job opportunities, it will really go a long way. I'm sure it will get to, if not to all the widows, but a quite number of them. Then skill acquisitions for so many other things, and economic agriculture. Give them the opportunities to learn one or two things and, empower them financially.
Yes, yeah, that's a good idea. And also, earlier on we spoke about the role women play in these things, whether they are part of the problem. Do you think men also enable this entire thing that we're talking about? Do you think they have a role to play as well?
Of course they do have.
What role do they have to play?
Of course they do have, because they're the initiators. And the women will not carry it on top of their heads.
How do you mean?
Of course, now. Of course, there will be the ones like, let me use an instance, the brother to the deceased person will now go to the mother and tell them that is this woman that killed my brother. You people should do this. And they will initiate the move. And the mother will not carry it on top of their heads.
All right. So just to wrap it up now, what message would you give to a widow who is watching, who is feeling, abandoned, or who is feeling like the entire process is so much for her to carry? What would you say to the person?
Well, I want to tell the widows out there, at least when you look at me, it should be an encouragement, first and foremost, yes. Because I want to tell us that we are only widowed, we are not withered. You have to keep on being strong, keep on being resilient. Because if you allow yourself to be, more emotionally down, it will not do any good to us but harm. So I want you to stand up. You widow that is listening to me today, stand up on your feet and fight, no matter what the situation is. I'm sure that little by little, it's not an easy thing. You'll be able to overcome. Keep on being resilient. Keep on being resilient. Keep on being resilient. At the end of the day, sky will be your starting point and not the limit.
All right, that's a lovely way to end this conversation. Thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your experience and your thoughts as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, and with that, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, Gender Perspective continues. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're watching Gender Perspectives on Signature TV. And we just finished, with our guest, and after hearing from her about the real challenges that widows face, it's time to confront some of the most persistent myths that continue to fuel this stigma and discrimination. We know that, widowhood is surrounded by cultural narratives that are often outdated, inaccurate, and are deeply harmful, from beliefs that associate widows with bad luck and misfortune to the idea that their lives lose value without a husband. So now, these myths not only misrepresent the truth, but they also uphold systems of inequality and silence. So now let's take a closer look at the myths and facts behind widowhood.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
All right, now as we come to the end of today's episode of Gender Perspectives, one thing is clear: widowhood is not just a personal loss, it is an issue rooted in structural inequality, cultural stigma, and legal neglect. Now, we've explored the harmful practices that widows face, we've challenged the myths that continue to marginalize them, and we've heard, from our guest, who is a passionate advocate working towards justice and reform. But awareness is only the first step, because we know that real change requires ongoing conversation, policy action, and a collective responsibility. Well, thank you for joining us, because with that, we've come to the end of today's episode of the program. Remember to follow us on all our social media platforms. We are live 24/7 on YouTube, and you can watch us on SLTV channel 265. And until next time, I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Enjoy the rest of your day.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Just finished taking why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele. In the headlines, Nigerians react to federal government freeze on new tertiary institutions. Ebonyi women kick against external interference inquiry site dispute. Pope Leo makes strong appeal for end of Israel-Hamas conflict. And rescuers race to find survivors after building collapse near Mumbai kills at least 2. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Nigerians have continued to bear their minds on the recent decision of the federal government to suspend the establishment of new tertiary institutions for 7 years. The decision, according to the government, is aimed at halting the unchecked proliferation of underutilized institutions and currencies. Nigeria's educational sector faces challenges including inadequate funding, which leads to poor infrastructure, shortage of qualified manpower, and a lack of learning materials. Other issues include a growing demand from a large population, insufficient university admission capacity, corruption, and examination malpractices. These and other factors have influenced the federal government's recent announcement of a 7-year suspension on the establishment of new federal universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education, which has been greeted with mixed reactions from Nigerians.
We're witnessing significant deterioration of infrastructures, both physical and manpower, at these federal tertiary institutions. So, and if we do not act decisively, what we'll have significant reduction in the quality of graduates coming out of these institutions, which will impact our global rating and the respect that the international community has for the graduates, for the people graduating from our universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education.
As the nation evaluates the implications of this policy, experts and citizens alike are weighing in on the potential impact on the country's education sector and future generations. Academic and former Commissioner for Education, Anambra State, Chief Nduka Eya, said that he sees no need of suspending the opening of new tertiary schools if the school owners have what it takes to meet up standard required by the government.
All the states agreed. This body will now set up in order to maintain national education quality. Now people are starting, this is the standard you reach before you can have a university. If a state wants a university, all you have to do, what is the standard? Have I reached it? Now, you open your university. All that NUC have to do without notice is at least a good time. Without even just give them, we are coming tomorrow and make arrangement, drive to the university. Look at their standard. Have they reached this standard? Come out and announce your result to the people. If you are going to this university, they have not reached the standard we want, they don't qualify to exist, democracy. Then you decide whether you want to go to a qualified university or non-qualified university.
However, the Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences and Technology, University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus, Professor Charles Ezema, commended the federal government for the policy which he believes will bring some reform to the education sector.
The current need is now to concentrate, to look inwards and revive, equip the ones that are in existence. For instance, almost federal universities, including ours, the student population for hostel is quite enormous. Over 50% of students are not accommodated in the hostel. Most students are not accommodated in the classrooms. So some stand outside while lectures are going on. It's a very important policy, raised by the federal government, to suspend new federal institutions
Some students welcomed the idea, which they said will make the government focus more on the old schools, which will in turn produce more qualified graduates.
When it comes to government deciding, it has to depend on what they interest in. I think that, okay, opening a new university without putting effort to make it better is not okay. They may channel the energy of, instead of opening a new university, okay, let's better the one we have at hand.
It's one of the reasons for some things going on in the university why things are not being equipped. Because by the time you're focusing on new ones, your attention, there will be some reduction in your attention in the old ones. So it's good, it's a welcome development.
The 7-year suspension is intended as a reset for Nigeria's tertiary education system, prioritizing quality over quantity and ensuring sustainable development of higher education.
President Bola Tinubu has commiserated with the passengers of the Abuja-Kaduna train, which derailed on Tuesday along the Kaduna corridor shortly after the train left Abuja en route to Kaduna. Tinubu, who stated this on his official X handle, also said that he awaits a full briefing to ensure swift action and support for all those affected. He added that necessary steps were expected to be taken to prevent similar occurrences in the future. The managing director of the Nigerian Railway Corporation, Kayode Opefa, had said on Wednesday that he had taken full responsibility for the derailment. Opefa said the ongoing investigation into the incident would not be swept under the carpet. The Nigerian Railway Corporation has suspended train operations on the Abuja-Kaduna route till further notice. Leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has petitioned multiple foreign embassies and international bodies, urging them to intervene in his ongoing detention and trial. The petition, signed by IPOB's Special Counsel, Aloy Ejimako, has addressed the United States, United Kingdom, Canada, Germany, France, the European Union, ECOWAS Court, and others, including Amnesty International and the Red Cross. Kanu's petition called for urgent action to compel the Nigerian government to uphold constitutional supremacy and the rule of law. It criticized the Supreme Court's December 2023 reversal of his discharge and the Court of Appeal's October 2022 stay of execution as violations of legal principles and international human rights protections. The petition demands Kanu's immediate release, retroactive enforcement of his October 2022 discharge, and condemnation of what it describes as judicial lawlessness. The IPOB leader also appealed for international bodies like ECOWAS Court or the International Criminal Court if Nigeria fails to comply. Kanu warned that his 14-month detention, compounded by alleged inaction from the UK, risks his life and undermines constitutional governance in Nigeria. The Kebbi State Police Command has dismissed allegations that it placed a rescued child, Ezechukwu, in a state orphanage. The claim was made by a former Kebbi Corps member, but the police described it as false. Command spokesperson Nafio Abubakar said the police primary duty is to protect lives and property, and that the allegations were intended to tarnish the image of the Kebbi Police Command. The statement also warned that the police would take legal action against individuals spreading false information. The women of Ameze community in Ishago, Ivo local government area of Ebonyi, held a peaceful protest on Wednesday, demanding an end to alleged external interference in the community's leadership and quarry affairs. One of the protest leaders, Lydia Anyim, said the women were compelled to demonstrate in order to protect the peace of the community and prevent unnecessary tension. Another protester, Stella Uka, said that Ameze had in the past suffered violent crises that claimed lives, with property worth millions of naira destroyed, stressing that the women took to the streets to avert a repeat of such tragedies. She explained that although the community had collectively chosen Zotman Nigeria Limited over Hibziba and Buela, some external actors were allegedly trying to impose their preferred firm on people. They alleged that powerful interests outside the community were trying to frustrate the union's decision to partner with Zotman Nigeria Limited as the community's preferred quarry operator at the Mboro Anyeyu quarry site. The Lagos State Police Command says its explosives ordnance disposal chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear unit will, on Thursday, conduct an improvised explosive device simulation exercise at the Eco-Atlantic City area of Victoria Island, Lagos. Police spokesperson Benjamin Hundeyin, in a statement on Wednesday, said the simulation will involve controlled denotations carried out by specialized operatives trained in handling explosives and related threats. Hundeyin explained that resident workers and visitors in and around the Eco-Atlantic axis should not panic when they hear blast sounds during the exercise, as there would be no shrapnel or danger associated with the operation. He also stressed that the command has put adequate safety measures in place to ensure the exercise is conducted without risk to lives or property. According to the command, the exercise is part of its effort to strengthen the preparedness and response capacity of the police in the event of bomb-related emergencies. Panelists have underscored the growing influence of technology on the future of legal practice. This formed the sticking point at the ongoing conference of the Nigerian Bar Association NBA in ENUGU. Correspondent Ogonne Owalu has the report.
The issue of using technology in modern practice formed the sticking point at a panel discussion moderated by the Chief Executive Officer of the Hague Institute for Innovation and Law, Jude Ilo. Technology reshapes how legal services are delivered, broadens access to justice, and enhances efficiency in legal practice.
The first thing that technology can do for the secretariat is ensuring that all our processes are digitalized and so they work more seamlessly. And therefore, we don't have to spend as much time as we do on certain things or expend as much money as we do on certain things in order to achieve the results.
In addition to strategic planning, the panel also stressed the need to foster partnerships for the Nigerian Bar Association, maintaining that such collaborations with tech providers, governmental bodies, civil society organizations, and international would help enhance the profession.
The world is moving to ADR. The world is moving to other areas, and the NBA has to be the body, the platform that forms that collaboration and help lawyers to move into that era. What did I do? What did I do? Because I'm an arbitrator, I understand the amount of work that goes from litigation to arbitration. I know the amount of work that's taken out of this country in ADR. I formed a collaboration with the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. I said, come and train lawyers and certify them in that space. Let them become certified. Now, when that collaboration was formed, to show leadership, I paid through the branch 100 young lawyers. Come and take this exam and become certified in the field of arbitration. That is collaboration we formed, helping the association to diversify skills for its members.
During the discussion on equipping the future of the Nigerian Bar Association, participants actively engaged by taking turns asking questions. Answers provided by the panel addressed key concerns on strategic planning, technology integration, partnerships, and other critical aspects of advancing the NBA's goals.
What will you do differently about, when I mean differently, never been done before, for the young lawyers in the bar?
What can we do to improve the livelihood and the well-being of the young lawyers, especially here in the Southeast?
To answer Dino's question, what will you do for young lawyers that has never been done before? Young lawyers are the ones that are the custodians of innovation. I want to see an MBA that is flooded with young lawyers, bringing with ideas that take the MBA into the future. I want to see an MBA where, alongside the remuneration order, we're also talking to senior lawyers to pay living wages so that young lawyers can practice this profession as they want. Times have changed.
As technology continues to redefine the legal practice, the question remains how quickly Nigeria's justice system can adapt to these changes. Ugonno Owalo reporting for Signature TV.
The governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, has approved a new minimum wage of 104,000 naira for civil servants in the state from the present 76,000 naira. Uzodinma made this known during a meeting with various labor union leaders at the government house in Owerri. Also increased the minimum wage of doctors from 215,000 naira to 503,000 naira, while that of teachers in tertiary institutions was increased from 119,000 naira to 222,000 naira, among others. He said Imo citizens had faced numerous challenges since his government took office, including insecurity, the COVID-19 pandemic, economic hardship from reform policies, and disputes over minimum wage and subsidy removal. The governor further said that the state government will begin the payment of the last batch of gratuity of 6 billion naira owed to pensioners in the state. The national leadership of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, has raised alarm over threats being issued by the Edo State government to member of the Edo State Caretaker Committee of the NLC billed to be inaugurated on Thursday this week in Benin. A statement issued by the Acting General Secretary of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Benson Upa, said that the Congress is worried by multiple credible reports of plans by the state government to disrupt the inauguration to which the government was invited. The statement disclosed that the NLC Secretariat in Benin City has been seized by government and expressed dismay at the hostile behavior of the governor, saying that he will be personally held responsible if any of the caretaker committee members or those assigned to inaugurate them suffer any harm. The statement recalled that the state governor, who did not hide his reluctance to work with the administration of Odion Olai, the democratically elected council chairperson, before the government-backed forces led by Bernard Joma illegally removed him, which he led the Congress to make efforts to reconcile the two groups to no avail. The NLC reminded the governor that Edo State has always been associated with the great labor leaders like the great Pa Imodu and the irrepressible Adam Soshomole and a host of others in and outside labor circles, and advised him to steer clear of internal labor governance as there is more than enough for him to do in the state. Up ahead, U.S. court sent Osun monarch to 56 months in prison. Benue Assembly suspends Dajo days after resignation as Speaker. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
A United States court has sentenced the Akpetu of Ikpetumodu in Osun State, Oba Joseph Oloyede, to 56 months in prison for his role in multi-million-dollar COVID-19 relief fraud scheme. Oloyede, who holds dual U.S. and Nigerian citizenship and resides in Medina, Ohio, was sentenced on Tuesday by a U.S. District Judge Christopher A. Buckyall, according to a statement issued on Tuesday by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Ohio. The monarch was also ordered to serve 3 years of supervised release after his prison term and pay $4.4 million in restitution. He is also to forfeit his Medina home purchased with fraud proceeds and an additional $96,000 seized by investigators. Prosecutors said Oloyede led a conspiracy to exploit emergency loan programs created to assist businesses impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. In April, Oloyede pleaded guilty to wire fraud and tax fraud charges, while investigators revealed that he operated 5 businesses and 1 non-profit and submitted falsified applications for Paycheck Protection Program and Economic Injury Disaster loans. The Osun State government has filed a fresh suit at the Supreme Court against the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, over the alleged unlawful withholding of statutory allocations due to its 30 local government councils since March 2025. The first suit comes months after the state government filed an application to withdraw an earlier one filed against the AGF on the subject matter. In the originating summons the state through its Attorney General and a legal team led by Mike Ozekome and Musibao Adetumbi, is also asking the Apex Court to compel the federal government to release all seized funds and to stop what it described as an unconstitutional and arbitrary seizure of local government revenues. The state said the AGF, in a March 26, 2025 letter, advised that the funds be withheld pending resolution of a local government crisis. But the state government maintained that the appeal court ruling had already settled the matter, nullifying the October 2022 polls conducted under the previous administration. The state also accused the AGF of self-induced urgency, noting that he delayed responding to originating processes for over 80 days before filing an affidavit of urgency on August 13, 2025. Meanwhile, the Osun State All Progressives Congress on Wednesday has called Governor Ademola Adeleke's administration confused and disorganized for its inconsistent stance on taking the local government funds dispute to the Supreme Court. Director of Media and Information of the Osun APC, Kola Olabisi, in a statement, described the back and forth of the state government as a sign of a seriously confused and rudderless government. According to him, Osun residents do not need to look around to know that the state is in a serious problem under the watch of Governor Adeleke, as almost all things are in a state of disarray since the inauguration of his administration in 2022. The Benue State House of Assembly has suspended former Speaker Aondona Dajo for 3 months for an alleged attempt to impeach Governor Hyacinth Alia. The suspension of Dajo followed the motion moved by the lawmaker representing Kia State constituency, Tena Shimawa, and seconded by James Omoro from Upper State constituency. Interestingly, Shimawa, who moved the motion, was one of those suspended last week Friday by Dajo before his resignation as Speaker. The Speaker, Alfred Berger, who ruled on the motion, reviewed Dajo's suspension from 6 to 3 months without the usual votes on such matters. In a new twist, the Assembly made a U-turn and confirmed the nomination of Timothy Yangian Onuga, a law lecturer at the Benue State University, who was rejected last week by the then Speaker Dajo as Commissioner. However, the new Speaker Berger, while reading a letter from Governor Alia on Tuesday, screened 5 more nominees, including the law professor. The House also lifted the suspension on 3 political office holders earlier suspended by the governor. The Rivers State Commissioner of Police, Olugbenga Adepoju, has assured Rivers residents of adequate security in the build-up to the 30th August 2025 local government election. Speaking during a press briefing at the police headquarters, Moscow Road, Port Harcourt, on Tuesday, Adepoju emphasized that security arrangements for the polls will be strictly manned by the police and other conventional security agencies, making it clear that vigilante groups will not be part of the election duty. The commissioner disclosed that the police have been carrying out raids in black spots and marking areas of criminal elements ahead of the elections to guarantee a peaceful atmosphere. He also revealed that a joint security situation room has been set up to receive information from the public during the polls.
You are all aware that on the 30th of this month, we're going to have a local government chairmanship election, and we've done all due diligence to ensure it's going to be peaceful. We've been holding meetings with stakeholders. We've only gone to local governments and every other places to sensitize our people. And we've also directed the sole local government administrators to equally talk to people and hold stakeholders meeting, in which all has been done, and the response has been very positive. I want us to be rest assured that we made all possible, including manpower, security, to ensure that this election is free, fair, and very peaceful.
Amnesty International has condemned the Nigerian authorities for what it calls the relentless harassment and prosecution of Omoye Sowore, a human rights activist and Sahara Reporters publisher. In a statement posted on its X handle on Wednesday, the global human rights organization criticized the ongoing trial of Sowore on charges of terrorism financing and money laundering and fraudulent activities, describing them as baseless and politically motivated attempts to silence him. The statement follows a recent ruling by a federal high court in Abuja, which ordered 6 banks to provide the police with details of bank accounts linked to Sowore and his companies as part of an investigation into alleged terrorism funding and money laundering. It described Sowore's arraignment as another attempt to crack down on his human rights. The office of the Deputy Speaker of the Abia State House of Assembly, Austin Meregini, has provided clarification regarding the death of 2 men in an accident involving his convoy at Obiehe Ukwa West on Sunday along the Port Harcourt-Aba Expressway. In a statement issued Wednesday by Deputy Speaker Media Unit by Grant Okegbo, stated that the Deputy Speaker was not in the pickup truck at the time of the accident. The vehicle carrying the driver and 2 security personnel collided with a Toyota Spider carrying the 2 victims. The statement emphasized that the Deputy Speaker sent a mirror series to the bereaved family the day after the accident and has been working with medical professionals to save the lives of survivors. The victims, identified as Ifeanyi Maduka, 45, residing in the Philippines, and Oyede Obasi, 35, living in Gambia, were both from Ehime Mbano, Imo State. The truck driver and 2 policemen sustained serious injuries. The truck driver remains on life support and may require spinal surgery at the Federal Medical Center, Umuahia. A group of Niger Delta youth leaders on Wednesday staged a protest at the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) towers in Abuja. The youths were said to have arrived at the towers in their numbers on Wednesday, blocking the entrance and exit gates of the NNPCL towers. The protesters demanded the resignation of NNPCL's Group Chief Executive Officer, Bashir Ojulare, accusing him of corruption and mismanagement. They also urged the appointment of a Niger Delta indigene as the new GCEO of the company. The Yobe state government has started relocating 250 households from Garin Kolo in Nagere local government area after devastating floods destroyed homes and contaminated water sources. According to the Executive Secretary of the Yobe State Emergency Management Agency, Mohammed Goje, 22 temporary shelters have been erected to accommodate over 200 people. He also said that additional facilities are underway and each affected household has received food baskets with plans to sustain and expand the support in the coming days. Business owners at the bustling Mami Market in ENUGU are sharing their experiences during business at the ongoing 2025 Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association (NBA) at the International Conference Center, ENUGU. While some vendors reported a decent business flow, others expressed disappointment and frustration, feeling that their investment in securing a stand was not worthwhile. As the 2025 Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association draws to a close in less than 3 days, vendors at the Mami Market are experiencing mixed emotions. While some business owners are filled with sadness, others remain hopeful about the potential sales and opportunities the conference has brought. From food sellers to souvenir traders, expectations were high ahead of the event, with many investing heavily in stock and logistics. For some, the anticipated rush of customers did not match reality, while others say the conference has helped them expand their customer base beyond ENUGU as visiting delegates patronized their stalls. Mrs. Uchechi, a frustrated food vendor at Mami Market, revealed that her 200,000 naira worth of tiger nut juice had gone bad due to low sales even after she slashed the price. To make matters worse, she's unhappy with the market organizers, claiming they failed to uphold their end of the bargain.
I have no sale for 3 days. I need to relocate my canopy to another stand, which even the task force was asking me why I left. I said I left because I will recover my money. That 225,000 naira collected for me as an vendor, and they promised that they will not allow hawkers to parade in the arena, but they disappointed us by allowing hawkers to parade, collecting 30,000 naira, 50,000 naira from them to come in and sell at a cheaper rate over we that paid 225,000 naira, making our product, this product now is worth of 300,000 naira, but it's a waste, and we pour it away because it's a tiger nut. It doesn't last more than 2 days. it will just spoil. Every day I spend 4,000, 5,000 naira ice block to make sure to have a cell, but yet I don't have a cell.
For Miss Love Wafo, owner of a clothing line at Mami Market, the biggest challenge is the sea of competition. With so many vendors selling similar products, she's finding it tough to make sales and stay afloat.
They met the expectation to, let me say 70%. It's not really bad, the organization, but I think they should do better in terms of choosing the niche they, accept, okay? I think one particular niche should be maximum of 10 to 20, so that those people can actually sell well, okay? So we had that issue of so many people doing the same thing that you do, and then you're struggling, to find your grounds. So that's the particular place I want them to work on.
Meanwhile, a different food vendor was riding high on a wave of success, with sales meeting expectations and a confident outlook for the conference's final days.
I'm making special sales here, and people are coming here. They love our food. In fact, they really love our food, and I appreciate it.
The business owners are, however, appealing to the organizers to adhere strictly to agreement and a more curated vendor selection process to ensure a thriving market.
If the lawyer of this country that make a law and they are the one breaking the law, because I meet one of those that gave us this stand and to ask them, why are they doing this to us? They promised us that they are not going to allow the hawkers to come in so that we can make sales. But they allow it, they say it's the system. What is the system?
I think this conference, the lesser the number of vendors, the better, so that those people can focus on serving the crowd that comes. Okay, so but if they find out that a lot of people are here and then they are collecting money from a lot of people, they will come out here and start struggling. Businesses are struggling, okay, to make sales.
NBA conference attendees who shopped at Mami Market weighed in on their experiences, sharing thoughts on product quality, food prices, and more.
The prices of food and other commodities are very fair. And when I was coming, I was like, okay, there's something for me to like get trousers, those lawyers waistcoat, and I've been able to like move around, and the prices are also relatively fair.
I went around to see if I could get some ordinary everyday wear in terms of polo, t-shirts, and all that, but I couldn't get any. I went around the market. We only have sufficient number of clothes in terms for the women, for the ladies, then jackets for the men. Probably because it pertains to lawyers, so the vendors thought lawyers don't wear jeans, don't wear t-shirts, don't wear polos and all that.
The Mami Market served as a center for attendees to purchase goods and services during the conference. The inclusion of the Mami Market at the NBA conference highlights its continued relevance as a community and commercial hub in Nigeria. For now, these traders remain uncertain whether the experience will be remembered as a gainful venture or as a costly gamble. Christopher.
Coming up next is business news.
The Central Bank of Nigeria has ordered all banks, fintechs, and licensed payment operators to fully migrate to the ISO 20022 messaging standard and geotag all payment terminals by October 31st, 2025. In a circular signed by its Director of Payment System Supervision, Rakia Yusuf, on Monday, the CBN said all transactions must carry complete data, while POS terminals must have GPS-enabled geolocation, run at least Android 10, and operate with a 10-meter geofence of the registered business location. All existing terminals must be geotagged within 60 days, with compliance checks starting October 20th, 2025. The bank said the move will strengthen Nigeria's payment infrastructure, improve transparency, and enhance security. Nigeria and Brazil have signed a bilateral air service agreement, BASA, to enable direct flights between both countries. The deal was signed in Brazil by Nigeria's Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo and Brazil's Transport Minister Silvio Costa Filho in the presence of President Bola Tinubu and President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. According to officials, the agreement will boost trade, tourism, investment, and cultural exchange between Africa's and South America's largest economies. President Tinubu is on a 2-day state visit to Brazil, where he is also scheduled to meet with top legislative and judicial leaders. Licensed customs agents have opposed the House Committee on Customs Support for the Nigerian Customs Service's proposed license fee hike from 515,000 naira to 10 million naira for new licenses and from 215,000 naira to 4 million naira for renewables, effective January 2026. Association of Nigerian Licensed Customs Agents ANLCA President Emenike Nwoke Oji faulted the backing of the plan by the committee chairman, Leke Abejide, warning that it would hurt the maritime sector and fuel inflation. Stakeholders have urged the Nigeria Customs Service to reconsider the increase. The Apapa Area Command of the Nigeria Customs Service says it has generated 161 billion naira in 3 weeks through the Unified Customs Management System known as B-Odogu. Customs Area Controller Babatunde Olomu disclosed this at a stakeholder engagement on Monday. Babatunde Olomu said the management system still has room for improvement and commended stakeholders for their patience during recent downtime. He assured that the Customs Service ICT team is working to resolve challenges permanently. Olomu described Apapa Command as a strategic hub for revenue generation and said the Controller General has sustained dialogue with the Nigerian Shippers Council to ease transaction issues. And that's business news on Global News. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
And coming up next is the stock news.
At the close of trading on Monday, August 26, the Nigerian Stock Exchange recorded a total of 604,999,546 shares exchanged across 28,819 deals with a market value of 12.89 billion naira. This reflects a 3% rise in traded volume and a 15% increase in turnover compared to the previous session, though the number of deals fell by 13%. The current market capitalization stands at 89.7 trillion naira, showing steady investor participation despite mixed sentiments. A total of 128 equities participated in the session, ending with 27 gainers and 33 losers. Top gainers included NCR Nigeria, which led the pack with a 10% share price increase, closing at 11 naira 55 kobo per share. It was followed closely by Sky Shelter Fund with a 9.99% increase, closing at 301 naira 55 kobo per share. Next is Beja Paints with a 9.06%, closing at 34 naira 90 kobo per share, and Better Glass Company with an 8.16% increase, closing at 486 naira. On the losing end, Secure Electronic Technology recorded the steepest loss, shedding 9.26% to close at 0 naira 98 kobo per share, followed by Qtix with an 8.97% decrease, closing at 3 naira 55 kobo per share. The NGX All-Share Index advanced by 321.59 points, closing at 141,761.36. Despite the day's gain, the index reflects a 1-week loss of 0.6%, a 4-week gain of 2.79%, and a year-to-date rise of 37.73%. This signals sustained market resilience driven by selective buying across key equities. In the foreign exchange market on Tuesday, the Naira traded at 1,528 Naira 61 kobo per US dollar at the official Central Bank of Nigeria rate. On the parallel market, also known as the black market, the naira exchanged between 1,542 naira and 1,547 naira to the dollar for buying and selling. The forex market continues to reflect pressure from increased dollar demand and ongoing economic adjustments. Analysts suggest that short-term volatility may persist as investors watch for policy moves aimed at stabilizing the currency. And that's the update from the Nigerian stock and money market this Wednesday morning. In Abuja, I am Thompson Ime.
Pope Leo made a strong appeal to the global community on Wednesday to end the nearly 2-year conflict between Israel and Hamas, calling for a permanent ceasefire, release of hostages, and the provision of humanitarian aid.
I once again issue a strong appeal, both to the parties involved and to the international community, so that an end may be put to the conflict in the Holy Land, which has caused so much terror, destruction, and death. I implore that all hostages be freed, that a permanent ceasefire be reached, that the safe entry of humanitarian aid be facilitated, and that international humanitarian law be fully respected. In particular, the obligation to protect civilians and the prohibitions on collective punishment, indiscriminate use of force and forced displacement of the population. I endorse the joint statement issued yesterday by the Greek Orthodox and Latin Patriarchs of Jerusalem calling for an end to this spiral of violence, for an end to the war, and for priority to be given to the common good of the people.
South Korean and U.S. troops on Wednesday conducted a wet gap crossing exercise in ENUGU to enhance river crossing capability as part of ongoing joint military drills between the two countries. About 300 U.S. and South Korean military personnel participated in the 3-day crossing exercise from Monday, which included the installation of a 280 meters joint floating bridge, and the South Korean military said in a statement. The cross exercise was part of Elchi Freedom Shield, an 11-day annual joint military drill, which kicked off on August 18. North Korea on Tuesday said U.S.-South Korean joint military drills proved Washington's intention to occupy the Korean peninsula and aimed at its enemy countries in the region, state media reported. China said on Wednesday that it is unreasonable and unrealistic to ask the country to join nuclear disarmament negotiations with the United States and Russia. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Guo Jiakun made the remarks after U.S. President Donald Trump said he had discussed nuclear arms control with Russian President Vladimir Putin and wanted China to be involved too. Guo, at a regular news briefing, said that the nuclear forces of China and the United States are not at the same level at all, and the strategic security environment and nuclear policies of the two countries are totally different.
The nuclear forces of China and the United States are not at the same level at all, and the strategic security environment and nuclear policies of the two countries are totally different. It is unreasonable and unrealistic to ask China to join trilateral nuclear disarmament talks between China, the United States, and Russia. Countries with the largest nuclear arsenals should earnestly fulfill their special priority responsibilities for nuclear disarmament, and further significantly and substantively reduce nuclear arsenals to create conditions for the ultimate achievement of general and complete disarmament. China pursues a policy of no first use of nuclear weapons and a nuclear strategy of self-defense. China will keep its nuclear capabilities at the minimum level required for national security and will not engage in an arms race with any other country. China's nuclear force and nuclear policy are important contributions to world peace.
Next is sports news with Raymond Ken Mbata.
Welcome to Sports News on Signature TV. Nigeria's preparation for the upcoming World Cup qualifiers have been dealt a blow after first-choice goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali sustained an injury while playing for Chippa United. The 29-year-old was stretchered off during the first half of Tuesday's league match against Richards Bay, visibly in pain after going down. The extent of the injury remains unclear as Chippa United's medical team continues to assess his condition. However, the timing is worrying for Nigeria as Nwabali is expected to play a key role in next month's qualifiers against Rwanda and South Africa. Nwabali, who has made 21 appearances for the Super Eagles, has been a reliable figure in coach Eric Chell's plans. His injury comes at a time when Nigeria already has a goalkeeper crisis, with Maduka Okoye unavailable due to a 2-month suspension for illegal betting activities. Nigeria is currently fourth in its qualification forward Real Ngumoha is at the heart of a legal battle between Premier League champions Liverpool and his former club, Chelsea. Chelsea are demanding compensation for the 16-year-old who departed Cobham in 2024 after declining to sign a contract. The Blues have reportedly taken the case to a tribunal in a bid to resolve the disputes. Ngumoha, who wrote his name into Anfield folklore by scoring the decisive goal on his Premier League debut against Newcastle United on Monday night, became Liverpool's youngest goalscorer in the competition at the age of 16 years and 361 days. Under academy rule, once a player is offered a scholarship, a 2-year agreement covering the years in which they turn 17 and 18, a fee becomes payable if they opt to leave. Since his breakthrough, the teenager has been named in the matchday squad on 6 occasions in official competitions for the Reds. India could be banned from world football for the second time in 3 years after FIFA and the Asian governing body demanded it implement a new constitution by October 30th or risk suspension. World governing body FIFA and the Asian Football Confederation sent a joint letter to the All India Football Federation AIFF President Kalyan Chaubey expressing profound concern at the continued failure to finalize and adopt the constitution. India's top-flight club football is currently in disarray. The Indian Super League could fold over a dispute between the AIFF and its commercial partner. This season's ISL kickoff has been delayed, with thousands of players and staff in danger of losing their jobs. The AIFF have been unable to come up with a revival plan for the ISL, which is usually played between September and April. Real Madrid returned to training after beating newly promoted Real Oviedo 3-0 in Asturias. A brace from Kylian Mbappe and another from Vinicius Jr. sealed a comfortable win for Los Blancos in their first trip north to the Estadio Carlos Tartiere since 2001. Xabi Alonso's side are now a perfect 2 wins from the 2 to start La Liga in his first team and season at the helm. They continue their new campaign at home to Mallorca on Saturday, August 30th. And now to tennis. Past winners Iga Swiatek and Jannik Sinner walloped their US Open first-round opponents on Arthur Ashe Stadium on Tuesday as home fans eagerly awaited 2023 champion Coco Gauff in the evening program. Ticket holders enjoyed a third day of round 1 action on Tuesday thanks to tournament's newly expanded 15-day schedule that organizers would accommodate more fans after 3 straight years of record-breaking attendances. Wimbledon winner Swiatek arrived in New York in pristine form after hosting the trophy at the Cincinnati Tune-Up tournament and cruised past Emiliana Arango 6-1, 6-2 in an hour, never facing a break point. The 2022 champion next plays the Netherlands' Suzanne Lamens. It was the first of the 2 lopsided affairs on Ashe as the top-ranked men's defending champion Jannik Sinner swatted aside his Czech opponent Vít Kopriva 6-1, 6-1, 6-2, setting up a meeting with Australian Alexei Popyrin. The Italian entered the 2024 tournament under a cloud of controversy after it was revealed that he had escaped a doping ban despite failing 2 drug tests, but had the crowd firmly on his side this time around. And still on tennis, former champion Coco Gauff launched her US Open campaign with a 6-4, 6-7-2, 7-5 win over unseeded Ayla Tomljanovic on the first round on August 26th as the American navigated a big test following a late coaching shake-up ahead of the year's final Grand Slam. Gauff, who arrived in New York after splitting with mentor Matt Daly and hiring biomechanics specialist Gavin McMillan to address her lingering service issues, making a shaky start under the primetime glare of Arthur Ashe Stadium. The 2023 champion dropped the opening game on her delivery and produced a flurry of errors, but soon shook off the cobwebs and grabbed a 5-4 lead with an ace out wide, eventually taking the first set with a decisive break. Tomljanovic, who famously battled past Serena Williams in the 3 sets at Flushing Meadows in 2022, was in need of a similar fight back when twice major champion Gauff built up a 4-2 lead in the second set. Although she finished with a flourish, Gauff will be aware of the improvement needed after making 59 unforced errors with 10 double faults. She admitted the last few days preparing for the tournament with a coaching addition had been tough. And this is a wrap on Sports News on Signature TV. I am Raymond Ken Mbata.
Rapper Wale Davis reveals the biggest hindrance of talented people. Tasha says she would have won BBN Niger Season 4 if she wasn't disqualified. And Funke Akindele extends her December blockbuster tradition with Behind the Scenes. Let's join Queenette Nwakonta on Entertainment News.
This is entertainment news. Nigerian rapper Wale Davis, popularly known as Tech, has emphasized that decision-making is one of the biggest challenges faced by talented individuals in the creative industry. Speaking on a recent episode of the Overnight Success podcast, Tech pointed out that talent alone is not enough to guarantee success. According to him, it is often the choices creatives make, such as who they choose to work with or the record labels they sign to, that ultimately shape or derail their careers. He urged upcoming artists and creatives to be intentional and thoughtful about their decisions if they hope to build lasting and successful careers. Former Big Brother Naija Season 4 housemates Natasha Anita Akide, popularly known as Tasha, has stated that she would have emerged the winner of the show if she hadn't been disqualified. Speaking in a recent interview, Tasha said she had chances of winning, noting that she survived eviction 11 times during her time in the house due to strong fan base and popularity. She also claimed the title of the most nominated housemate in the show's history, which she believes was further proof of her strength in the competition. Tasha was disqualified from the Pepe Dem edition of the reality show due to violent conduct. Funke Akindele is set to dominate holiday box office again with her new film Behind the Scenes. Year after year, her film have become a staple of the holiday cinema season, consistently drawing massive crowds and redefining commercial success in Nollywood. She's poised to continue her winning streak in December with the release of her latest project, Behind the Scenes, announced through her production company on her birthday. The star-studded film features a dynamic cast including Toby Bakari, Scarlett Gomez, Inidima Okoje, Iyabo Ojo, Destiny Tiku, Uzarukwe, Uche Montana, and Big Brother Naija alumni Hani and Wani. Akindele's connection to the festive season is intentional as she has over the years carved out a niche with her December releases, which are filled with humor, family dynamics, and cultural resonance themes. These elements have become her signature, resonating with audiences during Nigeria's busiest cinema period. With each project, Akindele has not only set new box office records but also solidified her reputation as a filmmaker with a keen understanding of what Nigerian audiences want during the holiday. And that's the entertainment news this hour. I am Queenette Nwakonta for Signature TV.
And that's the news this hour. I am Christopher Lele. Thanks for watching.
Local. International communities observing
just finished the game.
Where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox. It's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights.
We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Good morning to you. It's a very lovely day this morning. Today is Wednesday, the 27th day of August 2025. It's quite a cold and rainy morning here in the city of ENUGU. I wonder how the weather is on your end. Well, today, the PDP ticket zoning to the south seems to be, heating up the political space again. All of this in preparation for the 2027 election. And, as always, these moves by these political parties spark a lot of controversies and debates. I mean, now we're seeing that the North, has something to say about that. Well, thankfully, we'll be having a conversation on that later on in the show. So make sure to stay tuned and keep watching. You're watching Signature Morning here on Signature TV, and I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. And we'll be coming up next to check what is making the waves on our newspaper headlines this morning. Stay tuned. Welcome back. We'll be starting with the Guardian newspaper, and on the headlines, we have over 5,000 cargoes trapped at ports amid 2 trillion naira demurrage losses on page 6. ASU threatens nationwide strike over unmet demands. Court orders for forfeiture of ex-military officers 5 billion naira shares to FG. Insecurity, Tinubu to unveil revised national counter-terrorism strategy on page 3. And still on The Guardian, posers over security contracts, maintenance after 188th train derailment in 6 years. Gunmen kidnap pastor, worshipper couple in Kogi, Katsina. Rivers LG polls, police vow tough time for cultists, troublemakers. Oshun drags FG to Supreme Court over withheld FG funds. Electricity consumers raise concern over tariff hike, epileptic supply. Pencom mulls new pension investment rules, recovers 4.57 billion naira from 138 defaulting employers. And finally, on The Guardian, patients, caregivers groan as power cut throws Yaba Psychiatric Hospital in darkness. Now to the Daily Trust newspaper. Dr. Yahaya chairs Daily Trust Board of Economists. Taraba Deputy Governor resumes after 8-month absence. ASU protests over welfare threatens strike. Couple, daughter kidnapped in Katsina on pages 3 and 4. And we have Abuja Kaduna train derails again, 14 injured. Controversy over Japan's special visa for Nigerians. Daura hosts Durbar to mark World Outside Day. And address corruption allegation, lawyer CSOs tell Kano governor. Now we're moving over to the Punch newspaper. And on the headlines, we have 2027 PDP ticket zoning to South splits North. Parties northern stakeholders to review decision next week. Move may favor Tinubu's re-election, warn Arewa youths. Zoning fair to South, says Middle Belt. You can find all of this on page 2. U.S. court jails Oshun monarch over $4.2 million COVID-19 fraud. 239 first-class lecturers quit Unilag over poor pay. This is from the ex-vice chancellor. ASU protests rocks campuses ahead FG talks. withheld allocations, Osun drags FG to Supreme Court. Probe begins as Abuja-Kaduna train mishap injures 6 on page 20. Now to the Vanguard newspaper. Presidency, Northern blocs oppose PDP zoning ticket to South. With riders, Northern youths kick against PDP's decision. We won't take it, North Central stakeholders tell PDP APC. This decision violates Nigeria party's constitution, says Hastim Group. APC, PDP may lose in North to a strong Northern candidate. This is from Rufai. PDP members demanding zoning tickets to North are selfish. This is from Bode George. Obi keeps LP, PDP guessing. ADC tackles PDP, APC on zoning tickets 2 years to poll. Says PDP trying to lure Jonathan, Obi, Amechi. All of that on page 5. Benue Assembly suspends ex-speaker over Governor Alia's impeachment move. Third Mainland Bridge mishaps, LASMA, police, FRSC differ. Ribadu hands over 128 rescued kidnapped victims to families. Nigeria records 46% decline in variant poliovirus cases. This is from the NPHCDA on page 9. Now over to the Blueprint newspaper. No hiding place for criminals terrorizing Nigerian citizens, says Ribadu. Hands over 128 rescued captives to Zamfara government. Governor Nasir commends security agencies on resilience. Al-Banawi, terror suspect, warned over absence in court. Still on the Blueprint newspaper, Benue Assembly suspends sacked Speaker Hyacinth Dajo. While still on the Blueprint, 6 injured in Abuja-Kaduna train accident. NSIB begins probe. NEMA assesses damage. Ubasani commiserates with victims. Now I'm moving over to the Daily Times newspaper. NSA hands over 128 rescued kidnapped victims to Zamfara government. NSIB, NRC commence investigation into Kaduna train derailment. Tinubu orders ban of share nuts exports. 5 arrested for raping minor in Bauchi. On page 5, PDP reps lament hardship, asks Tinubu to wake up to task. Defense Minister engages Brazilian counterpart on security bilateral cooperation. NGX projects $90 billion market opportunity as Nigeria, Brazil deepen investment ties on page 12. And finally on the Daily Times newspaper, NAMA boosts air safety with NCAA certified ATC simulator on page 11. And that is it on the Daily Times and on our newspaper headlines this morning, and it's time for our review. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Jay.
How are you today?
I'm going to be better. I don't know which one that is giving me cold. Is it the ENUGU cold weather or the Nigerian newspaper headlines? But which other way? I'm having cold, and I hope it will not affect.
Hopefully you'll feel warm soon.
Well, I hope so. I hope so. Hoping that I will see one news to warm my heart and take away my cold.
Yeah.
But let's start from Guardian. The Guardian newspaper says conscience nurture the truth. Let's see. It said ASU threatening nationwide strike over unmet demand.
Yes.
And somewhere somebody said ASU strike disorganizes or disrupts activities in the campus.
Yes.
Of course, yes. Of course, yes. There's no how the house will start falling down and the roof stays. ASU is the main bone of university. Before you know it, or for some who have forgotten, it's the Association of Senior, what they call it, University or lecturers or whatever, ASU. What I know is that university lecturers and their senior ones. So those are the ones where you have the professors or the lecturers in the universities, they belong. So once they cough, the universities, they will catch cold. I hope it's not that they were coughing that had made me catch cold. That's by the way. What is the federal government doing? The federal government has dealt with ASU for the, as far as I know, in the last 20 years, we have had ASU going off and on and off and on. And the question is, why is it difficult to get ASU demand met by federal government? Is it that ASU is demanding more than that federal government can meet? Is it that the federal government is deliberately doing this to ASU to weaken them, make sure that they do not have the power, or what? I don't just know. Does the federal government speak truly to our educational system and the standard they want? Because my father said, if you give the native doctor and give him enough food and he finds himself fully satisfied, he can go into the evil forest to harvest herbs. If you want the university graduates or Nigerian, coming from Nigeria extraction, if you want our educational system, especially the university, please look towards what ASU is demanding, and let's find a meeting point and let ASU for once breathe. It's an, you know, the other analysis we have had in this on this table over time, where one National Assembly person is owning any what can pay. Did they say 4,000? 227 lecturers,
yes,
professors.
Yes.
It's insulting, it's annoying, it's insensitive, and we are thinking about producing. Anyway, the people at National Assembly, none of their children are schooling in Nigeria. Yeah. So, whatever they do, ASU talk from now to heaven, they are not interested. If they are, I assure you that the Minister of Education in Nigeria and all the commissioners of education in 36 states, even whatever they call that person in Abuja, their children are not schooling here. So why should anybody look towards ASU? ASU might as well back and back and back, go on strike, come back. It's in Nigeria we have had the university closed down for more than a year. Nobody blink, and we see churn out products. Our problem in Nigeria now is that university is overwhelming Nigeria. So there's 7-year ban on opening new universities. So, but the one they have, they cannot manage. Even the private ones are better managed more than
the public.
Of course we know. So over 5,000 cargoes trapped at the airport amid 2 trillion demurrage and losses. I don't understand this country. Who will pay this 2 trillion demurrage? Some of the cargoes, whatever is inside them would have expired. In the same Nigeria, some of them might be drugs imported. If you delay it for this long, and somebody come and tell you 2 trillion, and Nigeria will collect it, you still go to the market to arrest a fake drug and expired drug by NAFDAC. I get confused. Some of them might be food products who are canned. Yes. Some of these things will have expired, and Nigeria is still talking about 2 trillion demurrage. Somebody will pay them. Why do you allow cargoes that cannot be cleared? We have had in the past where they say the customs are doing what they call rapid clearance and all that. Once before the cargo drops in Nigerian water, the papers are in your hand, you go and collect. But they still build the system that doesn't make it easy for any importer to collect the cargoes. There is so much corruption in Nigerian Port Authority. Money exchange in hands. And then somebody that is not supported by government will raise fund. We're not talking about those ones who are doing importing contraband. But there's even somebody doing journey business.
Food, drugs, drinks.
And they go and port with all the money, life savings. Because of sleaze in the Port Authority and customs, these things will be dropped there. And this morning we want the person to be patriotic and partisan, patriotic. What do we want from this country? Why are we making everything difficult? and nobody is being punished. People will sit somewhere eating kola nut and groundnut. Over the month, they will collect salary. Where is this government that paid them? Don't they ask questions? Show your result and your report card, scorecard, create standard. Nobody, everybody is moving about it. The one discourse is that, is it lawlessness? Is it carelessness? Why are we running a country like this? That we will come 5,000 cargoes, 2 trillion demurrage. The goods we pay them. And some of the goods, if they finish, you will find some of these goods, they will still find their way into the country unchecked. And they were wondering why we have cancer, a rise case of death. That's if they care. As far as politicians concerned, they want Nigerians dead so that they have the easy way to go in and out and go back to Abuja. Going between Abuja and their village is all that they care. Nothing else matters. But God will punish them. Yeah. For those who think like that, I don't think He will punish everybody. For everybody who is corrupt and never think about Nigeria, and then making all they are making in the name of Nigeria, deceiving people, talking from both sides of their mouth. These are things we see in the headline. And you expect that my code will go. It's even costing more code for me. Over security contract, maintenance after 188 train derailment in 6 years. We have had 188 train derailment in life. This is news that is everywhere since yesterday. A Kaduna bound train.
Abuja Kaduna train.
There was a derailment and then passengers were trapped. Some say 14 passengers injured, some say 6. And then, first thing I will say, where are the people reporting this newspaper headline? Where are they getting their figure? Some get from Moon, some get from Mars, some get from Plateau, some get from anywhere. All the, all the bodies of satellites around the world, that's where they get it. That's why their data differ. And these newspaper writers and editors, whether they cross-check, I don't know. They're causing sensation, giving us half data, confusing everybody. If there are 14 injured, the source would have been direct from one source. Why is it that 6? Are they trying to... Things will happen in Nigeria. Even newspapers will not be allowed to report the accurate number. They will not allow the people to report accurate number, and this will be going the way it's going. This is totally unacceptable, and that's not the Nigeria we want. So 188 train derailment in 6 years, and I was wondering, Uche, is this in Nigeria? The new trail has been derailed, really? And the issue they pose here is, how can these people be brought? The Chinese are brought to be building us railways with the biscuits. And they have not signed them into contract of maintenance. They come and learn these things. Within 1 week, they are off. We look at pursuing contract around Nigeria, and they will set Nigeria on this card. Is it the kind of railway they build in China? How many train derailment have you had in China? This card, and this one show clearly from the pictures that it was the rails that were biscuits. These were millions of Nigerians that have going. Posing, if it's not security, bandits and security that will stop train and kill people, then it will be derailment. That's a country. In one country alone.
All right, let's look at what's going on in the political scene. 2027, PDP ticket zoning to South splits the North. Apparently, the Northern blocks are opposing PDP zoning ticket to South.
Why is it only the zoning of ticket to the South that will split the North? Somebody is trying to put the North, knockheads. The North, the Northern bloc, and Nigerian political structure are people who know what they want. Nothing splits them. Not even zoning PDP to the South will split them. These are sensational. The Northern politicians know what they want in Nigeria and they go for it. And let me tell you, for those who are trying to fulfill the book, the most valid and effective political alliance that happened in Nigeria is the one between the Igbos and the North. So, and the people they are talking about this, are they members of PDP? It was this wrong zoning that kept PDP where they are, meaning that the same sickness that is holding PDP is what they are playing around, giving it, we wear clothes to give them. They will decorate and give her lipstick, he will rub, they will do, do all the decoration. so that PDP never see the light of day. And that's what, at the point the PDP is trying to find his left there, people are still saying, don't talk about this, so that PDP will just put the last nail on the coffin of PDP. Why should the zoning to do? I mean, if it's zoning, they have a constitution zoning, or it's only them that know their constitution. If they're going against their constitution, maybe they've gone against their constitution in the past and is splitting them. Not the one that I know of now. And I'm not a member of PDP. But all I'm saying is that it is wrong to say that zoning presidency to the south by PDP will disrupt or split the north. What PDP has gained from the south and the damages the PDP, believing the PDP has done to the south, can never be paid back. So whoever thinks that when the south is mentioned, then the PDP split, it meant that PDP has already swore to split, whether they are coming from south, north, east, or west. PDP must split. It must split. It mustn't be only north. So they will not knock heads. It's not. I don't believe in all those things they are talking about. You shouldn't split anybody. If you are sure of what you are doing, zone it to where you zone it, where you should put zone constitutionally in the party constitution, and then whoever wants to split can split. Do what is right, and then let the devil be shamed. Let's move on.
All right, this sad one, couple and daughter kidnapped in Katsina. I mean, it appeared almost everywhere. Gunmen kidnap pastor, worshipper, couple in Katsina and Kogi. You know, there are different...
It's as sad as that. Yes. In the mosque the other day in Katsina, you know how many that were killed and kidnapped. So there's no sentiment. I am a Christian. It happened in a Christian church, whatever. But we are balancing it with what happened in Katsina. It's still the same blood that runs in the vein of the Muslim and the Christian. We are saying what is bad, no matter who do it. You don't need to kidnap even the person who is an African traditional religion worshipper. It doesn't make sense. We are human beings. If there's anybody who should kidnap, let's leave to God. When the death comes, that's how God kidnapped you. You go there and answer. No human being has the power to kidnap anybody and the right, morally, religiously, and otherwise. So whether it happened in a Christian church, we condemn it. Is not good. And God knows it's not good. Even if it's my father that is doing the kidnapping, he did it in a Christian church. I can never support that. So if you do it to anybody who has the same blood and running like I am, feeling pain, I should know what you want others to do unto you. That's the golden rule. Do unto others. Will you support it? It was part of this confusion that started when even were perpetuating. People were looking for who do it. You see, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Igala, and evil. Keep perpetuating now. It has tentacle. When they're talking about it, when people come in Nigeria, we start profiling it. It doesn't work. Evil is evil.
Yeah, but also on the headline, still on this issue of kidnap, we're seeing that Ribadu hands over 128 rescued captives to Zamfara government. There are different. Daily Times says NSA hands over 128 rescued kidnapped victims to Zamfara government.
The NSA is celebrating result. Good. We said the result, the reward of good work is more work. If NSA has done this, do more. I'm sure there are millions of Nigerians in the captivity of these bandits. So let more be recovered and hand over. And then they don't think about, I see IDPs as government kidnap camps. Make the people go back to their villages. You bring them at the cost of government and the foreign donors. We keep people who should be active working in their farms. Let's solve the sickness. Heal the sickness, forget the symptoms. And Nigeria will come back to normal. This one, food insecurity. Most millions, that 900% of people in IDP camps are farmers who have been feeding Nigeria. Because if those people, if we have over 5 million Nigerians who go to their farms and feed themselves, you know how many mouths he has saved Nigerians from bothering about feeding. And some of them have excess they sell in the local market. That's what trickles and go to the mega city market. And those are the ones we kept in the IDPs. I'm spending money to keep them. With all these leads that has gone. Anywhere you have such population, you have a lot of people going around there. People are feeding on blood money. And they will think they are making it. But that's Nigeria for you. You know, any bush that does not want anybody that hates, that forbids basket, should not allow mushroom to grow. Nigeria is a bush that come and preach that they forbid the basket, but they go back inside the forest and grow mushrooms.
All right.
Nigeria na sonkata. Nigeria it's a controversy. Something you cannot balance. I've never seen that kind of thing. We don't say anything, follow it up. We don't do anything. We just want to be talking to seem as if we are talking. But all talk and no action is what kept Nigeria where we are. Let us talk and do, not talk and not do.
So before we go, let's look at this Osun LG allocation. Osun drags FG to Supreme Court over withheld LG allocations.
That's what we tell you, yes. That Nigeria is something that's so controversial. Before, at the beginning, earlier part of the year when we were starting, this idea of local government autonomy came, we were all hailing it and shouting and from federal government, coming from federal government. Now it's the same federal government that been taken to court for withholding LG account. How do you balance it? Isn't that the same thing I'm saying about controversy? Why we?
It's so contradicting.
Then he said, call it this one. You don't even know where to place it. So why should federal government hold the Osun account for that long? Which other account of local government has been released even in the first place? Because since we start talking about the issue of local government opening the account has not been settled, as far as I know, unless it was settled last night. And then the government still insists that they will control the account. They must have a hand in opening an account for whatever reason. They now find out that somewhere along the line, the Constitution may have given the governor such powers and there was a stalemate. Can Nigeria thrive in stalemate if we want to move further? Knowing that governors controlling account of local government has never worked in the past, why can't we see the way we act? When somebody fight in the airport, they carry him to jail from there. If we have something that will affect Nigeria, they cannot affect it and have some addendum in the Constitution and then read that in so that local government will have dividend of democracy reaching the people. And nobody is talking about it. We're going round around. Before we finish it, another round of governance or tenure reaches another re-elected or either whatever happens, and the local government issue keep going round and around. If Nigeria refuses to tell themselves the truth, that truth will still slap Nigeria to the face. Anytime they wake up, they will see the truth as haunting Nigeria.
All right.
So, God bless those who have listened, and God bless Nigeria. Remember, it's for those who deserve to be blessed.
Thank you so much, Chris, for your review this morning. And that is it on our newspaper headlines and review. And we'll be coming your way with interesting conversations, so make sure to stay tuned.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
As the 2025 Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association draws to a close in less than 3 days, vendors at the Mami Market are experiencing mixed emotions. While some business owners are filled with sadness, others remain hopeful about the potential sales and opportunities the conference has brought. From food sellers to souvenir traders, expectations were high ahead of the event, with many investing heavily in stock and logistics. For some, the anticipated rush of customers did not match reality, while others say the conference has helped them expand their customer base beyond ENUGU as visiting delegates patronized their stalls. Mrs. Uchechi, a frustrated food vendor at Mami Market, revealed that her 200,000 naira worth of tiger nut juice had gone bad due to low sales even after she slashed the price. To make matters worse, she's unhappy with the market organizers, claiming they failed to uphold their end of the bargain.
I have no sale for 3 days. I need to relocate my canopy to another stand, which even the task force was asking me why I left. I said I left because I will recover my money. That 225,000 naira collected for me as an vendor, and they promised that they will not allow hawkers to parade in the arena, but they disappointed us by allowing hawkers to parade, collecting 30,000 naira, 50,000 naira from them to come in and sell at a cheaper rate over we that paid 225,000 naira, making our product, this product now is worth of 300,000 naira, but it's a waste. And we pour it away because it's a tiger nut. It doesn't last more than 2 days. It will just spoil. Every day I spend 4,000, 5,000 naira ice block to make sure to have a sale, but yet I don't have a sale.
For Miss Love Wafo, owner of a clothing line at Mami Market, the biggest challenge is the sea of competition. With so many vendors selling similar products, she's finding it tough to make sales and stay afloat.
They met the expectation to, let me say 70%. It's not really bad, the organization, but I think they should do better in terms of choosing the niche they accept, okay? I think one particular name should be maximum of 10 to 20, so that those people can actually sell well, okay? So we had that issue of so many people doing the same thing that you do, and then you're struggling, to find your grounds. So that's the particular place I want them to work on.
Meanwhile, a different food vendor was riding high on a wave of success, with sales meeting expectations and a confident outlook for the conference's final days.
I'm making special sales here, and people are coming here. They love our food. In fact, they really love our food, and I appreciate it.
The business owners are, however, appealing to the organizers to adhere strictly to agreement and a more curated vendor selection process to ensure a thriving market.
If the lawyer of this country that make a law and they are the one breaking the law, because I meet one of those that gave us this stand and to ask them, why are they doing this to us? They promised us that they are not going to allow the hawkers to come in so that we can make sales, but they allow it. They say it's the system. What is the system?
I think this conference, the lesser the number of vendors, the better, so that those people can focus on serving the crowd that comes. Okay, so but if they find out that a lot of people are here and then they are collecting money from a lot of people, they will come out here and start struggling. Businesses are struggling, okay, to make sales.
NBA conference attendees who shopped at Mami Market weighed in on their experiences, sharing thoughts on product quality, food prices, and more.
The prices of food and other commodities are very fair. And when I was coming, I was like, okay, there's something for me to like get trousers, those lawyers waistcoat, and I've been able to like move around, and the prices are also relatively fair.
I went around to see if I could get some ordinary everyday wear in terms of polo, t-shirts, and all that, but I couldn't get any. I went around the market. We only have sufficient number of clothes in terms for the women, for the ladies, then jackets for the men. Probably because it pertains to lawyers, so the vendors thought lawyers don't wear jeans, don't wear t-shirts, don't wear polos and all that.
The Mami Market served as a center for attendees to purchase goods and services during the conference. The inclusion of the Mami Market at the NBA conference highlights its continued relevance as a community and commercial hub in Nigeria. For now, these traders remain uncertain whether the experience will be remembered as a gainful venture or as a costly gamble. Christopher Lele, reporting for Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. Now we're moving, to the topic of PDP and their zoning of presidency to the south. They once again have the spotlight, zoning to the south ahead of 2027 elections. So let us see what that is about. Joining us via Zoom this morning is Comrade Chuba Opuzo. He's a public affairs analyst. Good morning and thank you for joining us.
Good morning and thank you for having me.
All right. Now, looking at this zoning issue, I mean, this has been a recurring feature in Nigeria's politics, in PDP, and, everything that has to do with the elections. So now I'd like to know why looking at the zoning principle or the principle of zoning when it comes to politics, why would you say that this has remained a sensitive issue within the PDP and even Nigerian politics generally?
Once again, first and foremost, I would say thank you for having me. And most importantly, it is very, very good for us all to understand or accept the fact that zoning might not be enshrined in the Nigerian constitution, as it were, but zoning is a measure that politicians all over the world have used as a means of trying to allay the fears that comes with politicking, most especially in the area of trying to accommodate everybody, being to the fact that whether we like it or yes, elections are a game of numbers. And if we're going to go by a game of numbers, zoning is the only possible way whereby you can have minorities being co-opted in the system without issues. Because if you do not zone, there are minority regions in every nation or every democratic setting that will never ever have the shot at leadership because they are what's it called? They are constrained by numbers. And having established that fact, or if I believe I've been able to establish that fact to the understanding of everyone, you will realize that the zoning of the American government, where you see the Democrats and the Republicans, whether they accept it or yes, there is a quiet way of the zoning that causes a balance there. And I think that is why the zoning is so important, even in the Nigerian demograph. But it's just a pity that we have not been able to do it in a more organized and mature manner, and therefore creating acrimonies that at the end of the day create even more problems for us as a people. But whether we like it or not, I think now the PDP is zoning a presidency to the south. For me, I think it is rather too late to get this getting it right. And like if we go back to 2015, you've realized that the North believed that Jonathan entered into a meeting with everybody and agreed that in 2015 he was going to relinquish the powers of the presidency to the North. And if it was going to relinquish the powers of the presidency to the North on grounds of what zoning, so that they will complete the Yaradua 4-year term. But it is just because people do not really believe, and people the suspicion here and there about the political class, which we do not have any reasons to trust their decisions anyways. It was upon that light that the northern part of Nigeria supported a northern candidature and ensured that, although we were in the People's Democratic Party at the time, but it worked clearly against the party, and that has well led us to the APC-led government that we have today. And what we have expected that, okay, since President Buhari had become president, he would respect the zoning structure, finish a 1-year term, and walk away. But the truth is, it was a party thing, and even if it's a party thing, every party wants to start counting their zoning structure from the year they entered into office. And then another question that will be begging for answers will be if it was the Southerner that was the Northerner that was trying to stretch out his tenure of completing an 8-year term, as it were, will the southern part of Nigeria be able to wrestle the power from the Northerner? The answer or the guesses are as good as yours, as your mind directs you. Having said this, it is important for us to note that back in 2023, the People's Democratic Party entered into another frenzy on grounds of zoning. And that frenzy was so deep because we saw a very influential figures, as it were at the time. And the person that was being led by the then Rivers State governor, now the FCT minister, Chief Barrister Wike, who believed that if the zoning structure was not upheld, that he was going to work against the party. He did not hide his feelings. But the truth could not be overemphasized. the committee, the then Benue State governor who led the committee of the zoning of the zoning structure of the People's Democratic Party, he did a very bad job, and that should be established. Because whether you are zoning or not, they should have been clear on where the zoning was going to. If we're zoning to the south, we are now microzoning to the southeast. That should have been established, but that was never established because some persons believed they were smart enough. They were going to make it work on the southern arrangement. We saw all that transpired already from the southern governors that had to merge together, both APC and PDP, to ensure that meeting that was held in Asaba in August 2022 or so, that they ensured that the presidency must be zoned to the south. Immediately, the presidency was zoned to the south. People from the People's Democratic Party disrespected or disregarded the supposed microzoning of the south, presidency to the south, not just to the south, but to the southeast. But people that felt that they had powers and they had monies jumped in the fray and said it was a southern thing. And people that took opportunity, saw the loopholes, took up advantage of it from the north. And that was how Atiku emerged. And we all know the end of the story. We saw where it led to us. However, that is not the reason why anybody will say one person lost or one person won. The 2020 election was an abysmal representation from the umpire, which was INEC, and that is what led us to where we are. I want to make this point very, very clear, because it was not the reason why People's Democratic Party lost or the Labour Party lost. No. What made these persons lost is a clear-cut shortcomings of the electoral umpire, which is INEC, and until that can be rectified, I don't think the zoning is equally the problem even going forward, because I think even at this point in time, our major problem still remains the electoral umpire, its unbiasedness and sincerity to carry out the duties as they are stipulated it on paper.
Exactly. Now, you've said quite a lot, and one of the things you said that caught my attention is the idea of microzoning and the concerns around that, because beyond zoning to the south, there is, like you said, the talk of microzoning either to the southwest or southeast or south-south. So do you think that this microzoning issue could end up dividing the south further? What do you think about how it hasn't been streamlined yet as to which of the zones are going to be, taken into consideration?
Thank you for the question. It's a very intelligent question, and I will do my best to answer it as best as I can. But let it be very, very clear that we are not. Let it be very clear that we are not by any means saying that a particular zone at any particular point in time was pinpointed by Constitution to be the ones to carry the to bear the flag of either of the parties. But we are saying by the conscience and the spirit of party zoning, it was meant to be microzoned to the southeast in 2023. But the pride and arrogance and desire of some very few persons in the People's Democratic Party, ably led by the two front runners at the time, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar and Chief Barrister Nyesom Wike, made sure that did not see the light of day. And that is why, if you listen to my first analogy, I clearly put all the blames of the People's Democratic Party on the shoulder of the former governor of Benue State, who was unable to be man enough and sincere enough to say, if the party had if the party needed to ensure that these things work, what was needed to be done was simple: ensure to it that the microzoning would have been equally captured. You should have not let it open, because they're leaving it. That committee leaving it open clearly made it obvious that you were allowing an Atiku Abubakar to be thrown into the fray. And you were believing by your structural arrangement that Barrister Nyesom Wike was definitely going to become the presidential flag bearer. But even when that failed, the rumors making the round that have never been debunked from 2022 to 2022 to now to date was that the former governor of Rivers State equally opted, after all the noises on air, wanted to become the deputy vice presidential flag bearer of his party. To a large extent, that would have possibly tilted the election to another dimension, one way or the other. Nobody can clearly say this would have been or that would have been, because only God knows the final say on these issues. But the reality remains that the truth not being overflowed if the People's Democratic Party zoning committee, as led by the then governor of Benue State, had done the needful, which everybody expected him to do, and did not play politics like they will all come out to make excuses tomorrow or today, as it were, and microzone that zoning structure to the southeastern part of Nigeria. Because whether you like it or yes, when you talk about the South as it is today, 3 parts of this country make up the South. The Southwest had been captured by Obasanjo's tenure. The South has been captured by Jonathan's tenure. And the Southeast is the only zone that is yet to be represented in the zoning arrangement. And upon that strength, one would have expected a southeastern presidential flag bearer for the People's Democratic Party in 2023. And everybody, everybody knew where and how it should have gone. But because people felt that they were more Nigerians than the other person, they were more political than the other person, they know how to play the dirty politics, and they saw that was what led the party to where it went. And at the end of the day, like I see make clear and bold to state, these were not the reasons that turned out the outcome of the result. We saw a very mafioso, evil kind of politicking, and as led by the electoral umpire, up until the date that nobody can come out to justify and excuse them of. So whether we like it or yes, I think even at this point in time, for me, the zoning structure of the People's Democratic Party is coming rather too late. It is not about a zoning thing right now. It's about the credibility of a party, of a personality. Anybody the People's Democratic Party is going to be fielding for the 2027 election, it's about the credibility, not just the People's Democratic Party, the entirety of the opposition. If they come together and see to it that say to it that yes, we are feeding a person with a level of credibility and acceptance by the Nigerian people, only then and only then can we now say something can come out of it. Outside of that, I can bet you for free, nothing tangible will come out of it and done in the opposition.
Right. Now let's look at the position of the North. Because, the northern political groups now are criticizing the decision to zone the presidency to the south, and it's, saying that it alienates them being coming from the north. So I'd like to know, what do you think about the reaction that the northern bloc has concerning this zoning to the south?
Whether you like it or yes, the truth remains what it is. The southern politicians that over the years made themselves puppets to the northern politicians today. This is the reality. No matter who the politician is, no matter the office he or she wants to claim to have, these are my opinions, and these are the things I think I consider realities on ground. And what are these realities and what are my opinions? Opinions are very clear and straight. The northern class of northern politicians consider themselves the best of people to sit in the office of the presidency. They consider themselves the most popular people who have the voting strength and to marshal out people to ensure that things are done go their way. The northern political class have again and again clearly told the southern political class that they must decide their fate at every given instance. And until the southern political class stands up to say this is what it ought to be. In 2015, we saw the what we would consider the height of betrayal, because we had a country that was running, we had a country that was workable, however, not perfect, but very truthfully to any sincere Nigerian and analyst that wants to be unbiased. I've never been a party member to say at this point in time this was it or this was that, but I'm telling you based on analysis that we had a system that was functional, but for gentleman agreements that were breached, did not galvanize itself together and ensured that did not work, that the president at the time did not have a second shot at the presidency. And they stood by it, and it worked for them. So for coming out to say a northern group is coming out to cry out now, either the northern group is either ignorant, either the northern group is either too pompous, too proud, and feeling too important in the scheme of things. And I think it is high time people let people understand that Nigeria is a country for all, not a country for a selected few. However, we are one of those people who at some point in time advocated for competency as against zoning and all. But whether we like it or yes, this is our reality. And what is that reality that faces all of us? The reality is the fact that today, as it is, the presidency has been zoned to the south by virtue of then to man arrangements. But to what end is the presidency being zoned to the south? To what end? How is it going to affect things? That is most important. It's not just about zoning presidency to the south and say on paper we zone the presidency to the south. Who is going to fly the party's ticket? On top of that, the south already, the ruling party, which is leading us in a very disastrous direction today as a government, is already upon the path with a southern representative in the person of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, if you are bringing a southerner, who is the southerner? And upon what platform is the southerner going to function and going to give a reasonable competition to the already existing the party in power? That is one question. Secondly, if the People's Democratic Party should be taken seriously, why is it ensuring now that it wants to come out loud, the loudness of his voice, to zone the presidency to the south? When you had the opportunity to make it happen, you did not make it happen. Is it now that the party is almost in comatose? Where you are sending the party to the presidency to the south, then as you are sending the party to the presidency to the south, with all the structures on ground till today, tilting and pointing to where it is, where we are seeing it. Come on, I think for me, the People's Democratic Party is at this point in time seemingly joke. They've got to do more than just talk. They've got to do more than just bring out statements on paper. And until they have done more than all of these, only then can people start considering them an opposition that should be taken seriously. Up until then, I think it is but a joke for me.
All right, thank you so much. I mean, there is so much to unpack concerning this conversation around the PDP zoning presidency to the south. But for now, we're going to end it here because we've run out of time. But thank you so much for your insightful conversation on this. It's a pleasure to have you.
Always my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right, we'll be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Central Bank of Nigeria has ordered all banks, fintechs, and licensed payment operators to fully migrate to the ISO 20022 messaging standard and geotag all payment terminals by October 31st, 2025. In a circular signed by its Director of Payment System Supervision, Rakiya Yusuf, on Monday, the CBN said all transactions must carry complete data, while POS terminals must have GPS-enabled geolocation, run at least Android 10, and operate with a 10-meter geofence of the registered business location. All existing terminals must be geotagged within 60 days, with compliance checks starting October 20th, 2025. The bank said the move will strengthen Nigeria's payment infrastructure, improve transparency, and enhance security. Nigeria and Brazil have signed a bilateral air service agreement, BASA, to enable direct flights between both countries. The deal was signed in Brazil by Nigeria's Aviation Minister, Festus Keyamo, and Brazil's Transport Minister, Silvio Costa Filho, in the presence of President Bola Tinubu and President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. According to officials, the agreement will boost trade, tourism, investment, and cultural exchange between Africa's and South America's largest economies. President Tinubu is on a 2-day state visit to Brazil, where he is also scheduled to meet with top legislative and judicial leaders. Licensed customs agents have opposed the House Committee on Customs Support for the Nigerian Customs Service's proposed license fee hike from 515,000 naira to 10 million naira for new licenses and from 215,000 naira to 4 million naira for renewables, effective January 2026. Association of Nigerian Licensed Customs Agents ANLCA President Emenike Nwoke-Oji faulted the backing of the plan by the committee chairman Leke Abejide, warning that it would hurt the maritime sector and fuel inflation. Stakeholders have urged the Nigeria Customs Service to reconsider the increase. The Apapa Area Command of the Nigeria Customs Service says it has generated 161 billion naira in 3 weeks through the Unified Customs Management System known as ENUGU. Customs Area Controller Babatunde Olomu disclosed this at a stakeholder engagement on Monday. Babatunde Olomu said the management system still has room for improvement and commended stakeholders for their patience during recent downtime. He assured that the Customs Service ICT team is working to resolve challenges permanently. Olomu described Apapa Command as a strategic hub for revenue generation and said the Controller General has sustained dialogue with the Nigerian Shippers Council to ease transaction issues. And that's business news on Global News. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
At the close of trading on Monday, August 26, the Nigerian Stock Exchange recorded a total of 604,999,546 shares exchanged across 28,819 deals with a market value of 12.89 billion naira. This reflects a 3% rise in traded volume and a 15% increase in turnover compared to the previous session, though the number of deals fell by 13%. The current market capitalization stands at 89.7 trillion naira, showing steady investor participation despite mixed sentiments. A total of 128 equities participated in the session, ending with 27 gainers and 33 losers. Top gainers included NCR Nigeria, which led the pack with a 10% share price increase, closing at 11 naira 55 kobo per share. It was followed closely by Sky Shelter Fund with a 9.99% increase, closing at 301 naira 55 kobo per share. Next is Beja Paints with a 9.06%, closing at 34 naira 90 kobo per share, and Better Glass Company with an 8.16% increase, closing at 486 naira. On the losing end, Secure Electronic Technology recorded the steepest loss, shedding 9.26% to close at 0 naira 98 kobo per share, followed by Qtix with an 8.97% decrease, closing at 3 naira 55 kobo per share. The NGX All-Share Index advanced by 321.59 points, closing at 141,761.36. Despite the day's gain, the index reflects a one-week loss of 0.6%, a four-week gain of 2.79%, and a year-to-date rise of 37.73%. This signals sustained market resilience driven by selective buying across key equities. In the foreign exchange market on Tuesday, the Naira traded at 1,528 Naira 61 kobo per US dollar at the official Central Bank of Nigeria rate. On the parallel market, also known as the black market, the Naira exchanged between 1,542 Naira and 1,547 Naira to the dollar for buying and selling. The forex market continues to reflect pressure from increased dollar demand and ongoing economic adjustments. Analysts suggest that short-term volatility may persist as investors watch for policy moves aimed at stabilizing the currency. And that's the update from the Nigerian stock and money market this Wednesday morning. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime.
With a population of about 36 million people, The Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects. Bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We're back, and now we're going to be looking at another discussion on the welfare of footballers in Nigeria, in the past, in the present, and the future, with Pastor Austin Igwe. He's an ex-Rangers player, a football administrator, and he's currently the ex-Rangers chairman. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning to you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
All right, now talking about the welfare of footballers in Nigeria. First of all, I'd like to know, in your opinion, how would you say that currently, footballers or ex-football players are being, taken care of?
First, let me start with appreciating the governor of ENUGU State, Dr. Barrister Ndobisi Mba, for the wonderful gesture and his kindness towards the ex-Rangers because of our past hero, Christian Chukwu, how he threw in his weight to see that we, the ex-Rangers, at least we had rest during his burial, and the family of Chukwu also had rest during his burial, because he called everybody and said, this is going to be a state burial. So everybody just went and rest. so we didn't struggle. Yeah, so I want to first commend him. And not only that, in one of the occasions he came and he said that from that day, you begin to take care of ex-Rangers, the welfare of ex-Rangers. So for me, it's commendable. I want to start with that because at times you see bad news can spread faster than the good one. Yeah, than the good one. So I want to start with that one, commending His Excellency for that wonderful gesture towards the ex-Rangers family, because we have a lot of them that are sick today. Old, sick, they can't walk again, and they have families that they are taking care of. They have kids also. Yeah. Not only that, when the governor visited Chukwu's family, he asked them, is there anybody here who is not working among your children? He said, instantly we'll give that person a job. So it's commendable. We cannot forget that. Now, when we come to the welfare of footballers, not only footballers, other athletes in Nigeria as a whole, he discovered that at times it's really bad. It's bad. When I say bad, and mostly when they retire. When it's worse when they retire. When they are playing, at times you can see they can pay them some extra code, and some of them also can be employed. But once they stop playing, it seems everybody forgot that these ones once helped this nation. There was a time they were carrying the flag of this nation, and everybody was rejoicing. Like we said, sports generally is a common factor that unite everybody in this country. You see, whenever they are playing football, you see everybody is rejoicing. Nobody cares to know where he's coming from and where he's going to. All we know is that, hey, now we are all one Nigeria.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's one fact, that's one aspect that you cannot forget. You must throw in everything that it takes to make sports generally become what it should be, just like we see it happening outside this country. We've seen people who God has helped using this divine endowment to get their family out of poverty, out of lack, and today they are even better than some of the lawyers and doctors I have a player that some of the lawyers are asking me, can you introduce us to him so that we can work for him? And this young man didn't even go to university. But you see, the gift that God has given to him now has announced him. Lawyers want to work for him. Doctors want to work for him, because they need cash. Now, for me, it's important that we don't forget easily that this man has actually labored. For example, Maokala is still alive. Those ones that played for Rangers International in the 70s, many of them are still alive. Owanaka is still alive. In fact, when I assumed office, I have buried up to 8 of them because of hardship and sickness. Nobody comes around to say, what is happening? How are these people faring? What of their family? Apart from just few of them, like His Excellency P2B, in Estrangers, His Excellency gave us a bus. He started paying us stipend from Anambra State. Remember ENUGU? Yes. Rangers. So he started paying us. He said, no, Rangers is not about ENUGU or about Igbo or about Anambra. Rangers is for the Igbo man. Looking at the history of Rangers, how Rangers came to be. Yeah, it was after the war that Rangers now sprang up. And that was how the Igbo people get integrated back again to the society of Nigeria. So you can't forget such men who, it's not just that they played football. These men actually labored for the Igbo people. So it should even be in our history that our children that are coming up should remember that this man they call Chris Echuku, that this man they call Dominic Mwobodo, there's this man they call Emokala, that this man they call Owanaka and rest of them, who labored to see that Igbo people could be recognized again in this nation called Nigeria. And from that time up to today, it seems as if everybody say, hey, these people, we don't care. Let's just forge on and keep living our lives. Then after Obi left, he actually introduced strangers to Obiano, and Obiano carried on and keep paying us stipend. Then the wonder one came when Soludo came in. Then they were paying us, I think, before Soludo came in, they were paying us roughly, some were getting 15,000, 20, so you can imagine what will it do for them, So when Soludo came, he asked us to come. So we visited him. When he saw Chukwu, he said, I was still very little when I was hearing about these people, Okala and rest of them. He jumped on them. He said, how much are they giving people for stipend? They told him 50. He said, no, this is bad. This is not good at all. Immediately he gave order they should start paying them 100,000 each. All the S-Rangers, up to 70 something, they started paying them 100,000 each up to today. So this man has actually sustained them, at least. That's why I said we can't first talk about the bad news.
Yes, you have to talk about the good
Yeah,
ones.
exactly.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
It was a breakout session and panel discussion at the ongoing annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, with the theme Leadership for Transformation. It brought together distinguished experts and legal luminaries, including the Governor of ENUGU State, Dr. Peter Mba, and other practitioners who unpacked practical strategies to overcome barriers. The panelists also examined how to unlock opportunities and harness mentorship and education as catalysts for growth, using entrepreneurship and innovation as tools for change. One of the discussants and Enugu State Governor, Dr. Peter Mba, said governance is about channeling transformational leadership, which he said is deeper than what the world can see when the landscape changes. Governor Mba shared his experiences and strategies for transforming Enugu State, including committing 33% of the state's budget to education and launching farm estates with over 2,000 projects.
Transformation is something deeper. It is not management. It is not tinkering at the edges of what already exists. Transformation is when the landscape itself changes so completely that the world you see after is unrecognizable from what came before. Education is our next frontier. We committed over 33% of our budget to education.
During the discussion moderated by Linus Okorie, Governor Peter Mba and other experts shared insights on overcoming challenges and driving change.
We understand the place of sustainability in our administration. So not only are we doing brick and mortar, we also set a legal framework for whatever we do so that it would outlive not just our administration but our generation.
Today's world, education has shifted from content memorization to creativity, critical thinking and problem-solving approach, and it became very imperative that we must follow the trend, the technological trend, looking at what is happening in the world.
It's important to note that every single thing we see today, and many more you are yet to see, were carefully planned out. And if you go back and look at the manifesto, you'll see that all of those things were foreseen and planned ab initio.
When asked about his stand on sit at home and the continuous detention leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, Governor Mba maintained that Enugu State is free from sit at home and expressed his efforts towards the release of Nnamdi Kanu.
The situation we met on ground is one where everybody, whether you wanted or not, you were compelled to sit at home. And if you did not, it means that you're going to have a violent attack either on your property or yourself. So that was the situation we met on ground. But I can tell you today, even in the Ogbete, we just...
Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Well, we apologize for that abrupt disruption of our conversation. We're talking on the welfare of footballers in Nigeria, looking at the past, present, and future with Pastor Austin Igwe-Okolo. He is the current ex-Rangers chairman, ex-Rangers player, and football administrator. Thank you so much for joining us. We apologize for that break in the conversation. We hope you come back some other time to continue, this. Thank you so much for joining us. No problem. Thank you. Yes, but right now we'll be having Political Circle with Luke Umbo coming up next.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Are you hearing me? Hello, top of the morning to you, and welcome to Political Circle on Signature Television. It is a gathering of Nigerian lawyers. Call it the largest gathering of lawyers in Africa, and you won't be wrong. Over 20,000 lawyers are in attendance. They say the 2025 Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association is a platform for legal practitioners to engage in interactive sessions, network with peers, and enhance their professionalism. I must tell you, we in ENUGU have seen them. We can feel them. Even the markets and recreational centers in ENUGU can tell you about them. So let's talk about them on Political Circle today. Our topic is Stand Out and Stand Tall, theme of the 2025 Annual Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association, holding in ENUGU. I'm joined by the ENUGU branch chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association, Barrister Venatius Chukwuma Odu. Barrister, you're welcome to Political Circle.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much. Barrister, we're going to start on a lighter mood. So tell us about the attendance and the sightseeings so far.
The attendance has been very impressive, and the sightseeings have been heartwarming because people have come with enthusiasm, excitement, and socializing, networking, celebrating themselves, humanity. The profession maybe has never had it so good.
Oh, that's wonderful. Good to know. Good to know. But how easy was it for you to convince your colleagues to come to ENUGU?
To be honest, it wasn't my act. I say this is the sheer grace of the Almighty God, and He takes all the glory. Because you may recall, this conference was initially taken to Port Harcourt until there was an undemocratic change of government. Undemocratic in the sense that it was not constitutional. Because when they suspended all the democratically elected individuals, from the governors to the House of Assembly, the bar through the national president, the secretary, the chairman of the Annual General Conference Planning Committee, writing on behalf of the entire bar, had to protest over that change of government in Rivers State in a manner that we consider unconstitutional and unacceptable. And then they decided to change the venue of the conference from Port Harcourt. Then there was a conversation around it. There was an emergency NEC meeting in which the decision had to be taken to bring the conference, to take the conference first away from Port Harcourt, and then, of course, where will it go? I think the preponderant opinion was that it should come to ENUGU. So, and although some people had suspicion and doubt about the security of ENUGU, given that Southeast had been associated with the issues of either IPOB or non-government, banditry, kidnapping. So, even though these things, apart from maybe mentioning IPOB, these things are not peculiar to ENUGU or the Southeast. So, but we were able to, convince them that ENUGU is safe. Incidentally, they were here, the National Executive Council members were here in November last year for the NEC meeting, our NEC meeting, and they enjoyed the security, the ambience, the peace, the love and friendship of ENUGU people. So it was not too difficult to convince them that ENUGU is safe for them. And so far so good. They have we are being vindicated. Not a single incident so far of any breach. And I commend the security agencies in the state for a job well done so far.
Thank you very much. Our God is good.
Thank you, sir. All the time.
Your theme for the conference is Stand Tall and Stand Out. Could you please explain?
Well, in my welcome address to them, I honestly hailed this team because lawyers in Nigeria, I consider them heroes of democracy for taking the decision to leave Port Harcourt as venue of this year's conference and come to ENUGU. For me, nothing emblematizes that team than this decision. We are standing out for justice. We are standing out for the rule of law. We are standing out for democracy.
Thank you very much. Now, there has been speeches by great men. Could you let us introduce those speeches? For instance, the one from Melema and other great men like Governor Peter Mbah. I had Melaya Dino was also in attendance. Let's know some of the speeches and the messages they brought.
Well, the if it concerns the conference, the venue, and maybe the team, I think they are all unanimous on the fact that NBA has come of age and that they are standing for the rule of law and justice. And that, like Malema, said in his speech, the Malema's message has always been that Africa is for Africans and that we should take our destiny into our own hands. He has been, strongly opposed to people teleguiding Africa by whatever means, directly, remotely, whatever way. He believes that Africans should take control of their destiny by determining their political future, their economic future, and all manner of interference, exploitation should stop forthwith. He spoke strongly against oppression, and that Africa should not, for any reason, see itself playing any second fiddle to any country or any people. Our governor also spoke about developments he is doing in the in ENUGU, what is the government is carrying out in ENUGU states, and how the fate of the people apparently has been restored in governance. So Dino also commended what he has seen in ENUGU. To be honest, coming to ENUGU has been an eye-opener to so many people. I want to say this. Many people in Nigeria coming to this conference only hear about the Southeast from the social media and other sources. They have not been here. So this is the first time, maybe since the war, that some people in the north are coming to ENUGU and to the Southeast. So all the stories they are dishing out to them out there, that it's a ENUGU area, it is a den of criminals, IPOB, and all manner of things, they have debunked them naturally from what they have seen. They are still, enjoying ENUGU. You can feel the pulse of the people everywhere. People are agog with joy, happiness, celebrating them, moving about freely. So they have put a lie to all this propaganda about insecurity in the Southeast. So this is one of the most important outcome of this conference that gladdens my heart.
Yes, talking about miscarriage of justice in the country, as alleged by some people. How are you people handling it?
Well, the Bar Association is interrogating itself. One of the breakout sessions today is even on the legal profession itself, to see what are we doing to make sure that the legal profession truly is standing out and standing tall. Because you cannot be preaching what you are not practicing. So the legal profession has been in the front vanguard of how do we change the narrative. The legal profession does not support injustice in any shape or form. Our motto is promoting the rule of law. So, and without the law ruling, justice is a distant phenomenon. Until you allow the law to rule, you cannot guarantee justice. Because you will start looking at human faces, stations in life, all manner of considerations that will not adjust to justice or conduce to justice. So this is the truth.
Governor Mba talked about judicial autonomy.
Yes.
How are you people also interrogating that and making sure? Because without judicial autonomy, you know what that means.
To be honest, I just pray that the governor lives up to what he told them, that the state has has actually implemented or complied with that both constitutional provisions and even the executive order 10, I think, of 2019 by Buhari, the former president Buhari of blessed memory, to the effect that the judiciary should be autonomous, even financially. Financial autonomy of the judiciary is critical to, in my view, to getting justice and achieving the dream of a country ruled by governed by the rule of law and principles or tenets of democracy. The failure of the states, I'm not talking about ENUGU alone, many other states are not implementing this aspect of the constitutional provision, and even the overwhelming desire of the people that the judiciary must be autonomous. The judiciary must be independent for you to guarantee, justice. A lot of people have argued that judicial autonomy alone is not enough to guarantee the rule of law, guarantee justice to the people, as for the cause to be seen as the last hope of the common man, as the cliche goes. But the truth is that it is fundamental that the judiciary should be autonomous. That way, you can guarantee. Do you know that if you go inside the judicial system, the administration of justice, sometimes you go to courts, you file a case, there will be no file, no pen.
This is serious.
The basic things required, needed to administer justice, you will not see. The welfare of judicial officers, the welfare of judicial staff, all these things are compromised because the judiciary is not autonomous. And interference, compromising justice becomes a lot easier when the judicial officer is not sure of how he will pay his basic bills. He becomes vulnerable to any. I know there are angels among the judicial officers who will not be bent under any circumstances to compromise justice. But there are also others out there who are so ready, so willing, so vulnerable. And the way to control this, to manage this, to abate it, to stop it, to at least stem it,
yes,
is to guarantee judicial autonomy. Because the moment you do that, the judiciary will be held accountable if they mismanage their funds, if they are not able to run as expected from the people. There will be no case of looking for anybody to blame, anybody else to blame, because we know that you have your funds. Why are you not delivering? So let them try it. Let us see whether it will fail.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Wonderful. As the branch chairman, I want to know the impact of this conference on your members. How are they receiving them? The people, your colleagues?
My colleagues, you know the answer, because my colleagues are so happy and excited. For 22 years, this city, this state has not hosted the annual general conference of the bar. The last was in 2003. You can imagine how long. Yes, 2 days ago, a colleague, one of my branch members came with her daughter, who was born in 2003, who is now a lawyer.
Oh, look at that.
You can understand how distant it had been.
Yeah.
So they have been going to other places. Each year you go to other places. You keep asking yourself, when are they going to come to us? Answer. If you look at the effect, the impact, in every sector.
I'm going to that. I'm
Fine.
going to
So,
the political and economic
fine.
impact on
So,
the people of Enugu now, not
yes,
your
sir.
colleague.
Yes,
in
sir.
general, good people of Enugu.
You can imagine a colleague of mine or a member of my branch, for instance, who used to fly or go by road to a venue of the conference. He pays his hotel bill, and then he buys food. He fends for himself for the period. He's now at home. I just that brings it clearer home for you to understand the impact on them. He comes from his house. All the risk he used to take to travel, all the money he used to spend, all traveling, he can use it to do some other, buy books, enjoy himself, and so the impact is self-explanatory.
What about on the economy, the people, the market women?
How wouldn't even the average person in Enugu today answer the question you are asking me? We believe that every upper seller, agidi, abacha, or nkwobi, hotel owners, restaurant operator, everybody is feeling it in a very positive way. The economic multiplier effect. There is hardly any hotel today in Enugu that has a vacant room. Everywhere had been taken up.
Look at that.
One of the things they challenged us with when they were considering coming to Enugu is that we don't have enough hotels. And I said it is not true. I said it is not true. As I'm talking to you, I don't believe, I have never believed that as we are talking that Port Harcourt has more hotels than Enugu. Where they wanted, they keep telling me, I have disagreed with several people on this. And you also know that many much bigger, with much better quality hotels are springing up by the day here. So usually before now they were alternating between Lagos and Abuja. But after this conference, Enugu will become a tripod of this bipartite
So
alternation.
hopefully we're going to see them again soonest.
I believe so, because the ambience, the venue is second to none in this country. International Conference Center in Enugu is second to none in Nigeria. The proximity, contiguity with Opera Square, the ambience of that area is unique.
I agree with you.
You can't find it anywhere in Nigeria. So the people are happy, moving freely, milling about, and it's in a clean, secure environment.
Wonderful. Any communique yet? Outcome and all that? What are we expecting?
Yes, there will be communique by tomorrow. Tomorrow is the after the annual general meeting. There will be a communique, and that will bring to an end the conference. Communique usually is the last thing done, and the conference, the curtain of the conference is drawn.
Okay, so we're looking forward to seeing you people again in Enugu. What do you say
I
to
believe that will happen in no distant time, because all the falsehood, all the misconceptions have dissipated. They have seen, they have felt, they have touched. So nobody is going to tell anybody any other thing negative about Enugu.
So they have seen, they have felt, they have even touched.
Yes.
Thank you very much,
My
Barrister
pleasure.
Venetius.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
It's my pleasure having you today on Political Circle.
Thank you, sir.
That's our show today. My name is Luke Mbo. Please find time and join us again tomorrow. Nigeria, we hail thee.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Well, that was quite an interesting conversation with Luke Umbo on the MBA conference holding in ENUGU. I mean, it's really a plus for ENUGU, and ENUGU is really feeling the impact of the conference and the presence of this large amount of lawyers in the state. Well, we'll be bringing to you another interview we had with Professor Ozonia Ojielo. He is the UN Resident Coordinator and representative of the UN Secretary General in Rwanda. And, the discussion was all about challenges of development in Africa. Do enjoy. They say I should. That interview with Professor Ozonia Ojielo on the challenges of development in Africa. Now, we're moving on to another interesting conversation on drug abuse. I mean, drug abuse has become one of the most pressing challenges facing Nigeria today. So we're going to be looking at the legal and social implications of drug abuse in the Nigerian society. Now, joining us this morning from Birnin Kebbi is Aminu A. Abdullahi. He's the Secretary, Young Lawyers Forum, Birnin Kebbi. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right. Now, first of all, talking about drug abuse, and the legal and social dimensions to it. Tell us, what are the dimensions to this drug abuse in Nigeria currently?
Yes, now, in Nigeria currently, the prevailing law that prohibits and punishes drug abuse and possession is the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency Act of 1989. It was enacted during the military regime, but it's still the prevailing law right now. And this particular law not only punishes drug use, but also possession and sale. You will find out that in most cases, drug users are charged with possession before the Federal High Court, which has the sole jurisdiction to try and sentence offenders of drug-related offenses. Yes.
Now, with the rise of substances, I mean, there are a lot of substances that are being used now, like codeine and tramadol and crystal meth. There are a lot of them. So, from your point of view, what do you think is fueling this trend, especially among young Nigerians, to, use these drugs?
Yes, I believe there are different factors that are responsible for this rising scourge. Because I believe it's a scourge of drug abuse. The most prevailing one of it all is, I think, the lack of insecurity and economic meltdown in the country. You find out that a lot of youths go into the business of buying and selling drugs because there are no other alternatives. There is no better way of living, better way of earning a living. So you find out that they go into selling and buying of illicit drugs to make ends meet. That is not to say we are justifying it, but then that is the facts at hand right now. Also, looking at the lack of security, you find out that a lot of insurgents are in the business of buying illicit drugs. So naturally, when there is high demand of substances, it's only logical that supply will also increase. So people go into these things to make money, and all these bandits and kidnappers are, I think, currently the highest purchasers of illicit drugs in the country.
I understand when you say that most of them are in it to make money, but what about those that buy these substances to use? I mean, what could be the reason behind that as well, aside from selling it to people?
Well, looking at our local society, I can tell like there's a different factor to this situation. Like you find out that some youths perceive the use of drugs as being hip or being urban. They find it fashionable. It's unfortunate, but that is the situation at hand. Some youth, especially students in the university, find it fashionable to smoke Indian hemp, maybe take drugs like performance enhancement drugs like codeine and the rest of them. Whereas you look at laborers, people that work manual labor, use hard drugs in order to enhance their performance, you find out that a lot of farm workers, especially in rural areas, are in the habit of buying and taking tramadol so that they can work all day and sometimes even at night. So that is why you find out that especially in rural areas, the sale of tramadol is rampant.
All right. Now, Nigeria has, the NDLEA and other, laws that address the use of narcotics. So in your assessment, how well do these laws, serve their purpose when it comes to curbing the use and the abuse of these substances?
Well, so far, I used to believe that the law has been effective, but I was reading through a report the other day. The United Nations Office on Drug Office and Crime gave a statistics that recently the Nigerian youth almost 14.4% of Nigerians abuse illicit drugs. That is almost three times the international average. So I believe more needs to be done. We need to look at those laws. We need to make some amendments because the NDLA Act, as it is now, focus more on punishing drug users and sellers rather than reforming them. So we need to look at it more holistically. We need laws that reform drug users and drug sellers, not only punishes them. So in that aspect, I believe the National Assembly has some work to do. Us in the legal profession to take up the mantle when called upon, and I believe also civil society organizations will come up and do some sensitization, maybe during town hall meetings and the rest of them, so that this issue, this couch can be curbed, because just punishing offenders will not make drug users stop, but rather reforming them go a long way in addressing this issue.
Yeah, you made a very good point, which I'd like you to talk more on, which is, the law focusing more on punishment rather than rehabilitation or helping these people out. Now, I'd like to know, why do you think they focus more on the punishment instead of, the rehabilitation? Aside from, what you mentioned that, there need to be laws to include, rehabilitation, but why do they focus more on that aspect instead?
Like I mentioned earlier, the act itself, it was a decree in 1989. So naturally, when there's an issue, the military always sees issues like we need to punish, we need to sanction, we need to place sanction. That's how they view things. But in the civilian governments, we look at things in a broad perspective. Just punishing, I believe punishing people for an offense without a provision for reforming them will not prevent them from going back. Because you look at the statistics, it's rising. And every day, every year, every month, people are being convicted for drug offenses. But you find out that the numbers of drug users and sellers are on the rise, not decreasing. So definitely something must be wrong. And I believe this reform, rehabilitation, is the correct way to curb these things. You look at our prison systems now, someone will be convicted of possession of, let's say, cannabis. Then by the time he gets to the prison, he will meet people, he will meet network of people that are convicted for far graver offenses, maybe selling of tramadol, sales of diazepam. He will make unnatural connections. By the time he gets out, he'll be looking forward to maybe utilizing that connection to make money or even use the drugs himself. So we need to reform them rather than punish them alone. And I'm not saying they should not be punished. Naturally, when you commit an offense, there must be punishment, there must be sanction. But then after the punishment, there must be provision for rehabilitation.
So in your opinion, that is a way for them for a balance to be between punishment and rehabilitation. So after the punishment comes the rehabilitation, if I understand you correctly.
And there are some instances where you find out that the offenders, let's say a young boy of 12, 13 was caught maybe with a small quantity of cannabis sativa. I believe the proper thing to do is to rehabilitate that boy, because before he becomes an addict, that is when action must be taken. Recently, I know there are rehabilitation centers in NDLEA commands in different states in Nigeria, but then the issue is that they lack the proper infrastructures and also the professionals. They need psychiatrists and psychologists, but they lack all those necessary infrastructures and personnel to deal with this issue. I believe the government needs to focus more on rehabilitation than on punishment alone.
All right. Now, we also see that young people particularly are arrested for possession of small quantities of these drugs for their personal use. And we find that most of them end up in these prisons, these overcrowded prisons. They're also being punished for using these small quantities. So do you think that should the law treat personal use differently from trafficking? How should these things be handled depending on, what the offender is being caught doing?
Yes, indeed. The provisions of the NDLA Act itself have specific guidelines. Like drug use is categorized under possession. So when a person say is convicted for possession, the punishment I think is 15 years, not less than 15 years. Whereas when a suspect or a defendant is convicted for dealing, that is the buying and selling to other, the sentence is life imprisonment. So there is disparity between the sentences. Dealing carries weighter sentences than drug use, that is possession. But then again, you find out that that particular section deals with possession does not specify the quantity that is triable or is punishable. So normally the NDLE has a guideline. Maybe like recently, I know anything less than 100 grams of cannabis sativa is to be handled in-house and they are not to be charged to court. But then these things need to be incorporated into the NDLA Act itself to give it more legal backing. Because a guideline or principle in the NDLA office has no legal backing and it may not be followed at the whims of the Director General or the Commandant himself.
Now, there have also been issues and, of people who, when they are being caught or arrested with either for possession of these drugs or for trafficking and selling to other people, it takes a while for their trial to take place before their final judgment is being placed. And you find that sometimes these people spend so much time in detention while waiting for their trials. Why is that, and what can be done about it?
Well, as in most facilities in Nigeria and most agencies in Nigeria, the NDLA itself has its lapses. During investigation, the most prevailing issue we're dealing with is pre-trial detention by the NDLA officers. You find that most of the times the suspects are kept for a prolonged period of time, maybe more than a week or so before they are charged to court. And the courts we have, they are already overcrowded with a lot of cases. So, the judge himself have to go through a series of different cases, maybe a lot of cases before he gets that particular NDLA case. And of course, trial has different stages. The NDLA has to present their witnesses. Their witnesses will be examined, and the defense counsel, if the suspect or defendant has a lawyer, will have to go through the motion of cross-examination, asking those witnesses questions. And then also the defendant will be given the opportunity to defend himself, maybe call witness in his defense. So all these things take time, and you find out that maybe the docket is already full. So you find out that a single case will take like 3, 4 to up to a year before it is concluded. So the correct thing to do now, we need more judges, honestly, more facilities in the courtrooms themselves. NDLA officers are doing well so far, but they need to do better too, because the trial detention already is an infringement on the fundamental rights of those suspects. So more needs to be done. And I believe more facilities will fast track cases. And also, if the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court too will give due consideration on fast tracking NDLA cases, maybe giving them special attention, they will fast tracked. I believe it will help in forwarding on all these delayed cases of NDLA.
Right. And, does the law also have anything to say about, because we find that sometimes, most of these officials of the NDLEA or other, related bodies in charge of these things, when they meet young people on the road, they start to search their bags, or I don't know if they have prior information concerning those people, but there have been issues where bags are being searched, people's items are being manhandled in the quest to find something on them. So does the law have anything to say about that, protecting the citizens from such acts of searching, unwarranted searching of their belongings and personal effects?
The law has provided provisions regarding illegal searches. The proper procedure to take is when you are victim of illegal search and seizure by any agency, not just the NDLEA, is to file an action in courts. But then you find out that most of the times NDLEA have informants that inform them of maybe a transport of or a shipment of drugs in a particular vehicle before they start searching. So I believe the due process to be followed is when you are a victim of illegal search by the MDLA is to approach courts. But then that's where you face the issue of convenience. Maybe your bag is searched and you are delayed for 30 minutes. Most people will not feel the need to go to courts and file action for illegal search and the rest of it because they believe it will be a waste of time. But then more needs to be done, and I believe the NDLA officers too need to be reoriented on how to treat a potential suspect and how to follow the law when they are searching.
All right. Now let's look at the issue of addiction, because this is also one of the things that come out from drug use, particularly among the young people. Now, addiction globally, it's been recognized as a health condition. But in Nigeria, addicts, are often treated like criminals, right? So from a legal standpoint, what do you think that this undermines their rights, or their fundamental human rights, or something like that? What do you think about that?
From a legal standpoint, both addicts and everybody in Nigeria have rights that are enshrined in the Constitution. Being an addict will not deprive someone of his fundamental rights. But then we have this issue of stigmatization of addicts in our society. There is currently no law that says people must treat addicts as normal human beings. But then this is a social issue, not a legal issue. There is no provision that says the society has to view addicts in a particular way. It's a social issue, but then more needs to be done again. There must be reorientation and there must be sensitization of this issue. Because most of the times, addicts that want to abandon the habit of drug abuse find out that they are already rejected by the society. So what is the need for them to try to integrate themselves in the society? The society now has a role to play. Addicts should not be shunned. They should not be abandoned. They should be, as a matter of fact, embraced. They need more guidance. They need more love than stigmatization. That is the issue we are facing now. But as it is now, there is no legal authority or any legal backing that forces the society to view addicts in a particular way.
All right. Now, some countries, are experimenting with this idea of legalization or decriminalization of certain drugs. Do you think that this could ever be? Do you think this can be an option here in Nigeria? From a legal point of view, looking at our society and what our law says. Do you think that we can also adopt that idea of legalizing the free use of certain drugs without batting an eyelid on it?
I don't believe that is possible in Nigeria, although anything can happen. But I believe even in the countries you are talking about, like the United States of America, it's not every state that legalize the use of, let's say, marijuana. Certain states like California and some southern states. But in Nigeria, we have a different culture than those countries, and our culture not only frowns upon the use of illegal drugs and illicit drugs, but also places sanctions on them. And our laws are a reflection of the cultural realities we have. So I don't believe Nigeria will ever legalize the use of illicit drugs like cannabis. Of course, the use of cannabis is rampant, and I know there was a time the late governor of Ondo States, Akeredolu SAN, made an attempt to legalize the use of marijuana, if I'm correct, but I did not see the light of day. So it is not possible. Our laws are a reflection of our culture, and our culture not only frowns upon the use of illicit drugs, but criminalizes it. So it's not possible to legalize them in Nigeria. That's my take on this.
All right. And now looking at the drug control policies that have been put in place in the past by the government, from your observation, what gaps still exist when it comes to policy implementation as regards to, drug abuse and curbing the use or reducing the use of certain drugs?
From in my own view, there is this lack of crucial infrastructures that's especially in the NDLA. You find out that in NDLA commands in states, there are no vehicles for operation. Their staff are underpaid. Maybe some of them don't even receive allowances, only salaries. So the government needs to come up here and do the needful, because when a security official is being asked to do a job, he needs to be comfortable. He needs to have all the facilities he needs. There needs to be mobility. There needs to be appropriate remuneration in terms of allowances and the rest. Because most of their officers go on night rates. Most of them go on stakes, maybe spend overnight in remote areas trying to track down drug traffickers. So the government needs to do more in giving them allowances, vehicle, and proper infrastructure in their commands. On the part of the suspects too, the government needs to do more in ensuring that their fundamental rights are reserved while in detention. Because you go to NDLA commands, you find out that suspects don't even have places to stay. Maybe they sleep on the floor, they don't have beds, they are not fed unless they have relatives that come to visit them and do them food. They are not fed. And that's the reality. So the government needs to do more in these aspects. Recently, there has been a pronouncement by the Supreme Court also that suspects, while being interviewed, are entitled to have a legal representation or member of a civil society organization or their relatives or any other person of their choice when they are being interviewed or interrogated by the officers of the NDA or police or any other law enforcement agencies. I believe this is in regards to section 15 and 17 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. So you find out that most of the commands of the NDLEA lack the facilities like cameras and the rest of them, and even investigation room. So the government needs to do more in providing these facilities to ensure smooth investigation. Yes.
Right. So now the NDLEA, I mean, they are tasked with handling issues concerning drug and drug abuse. But so far, I mean, the rate of the use of these drugs seems to keep on increasing and increasing and increasing as the years go by. And I would like to know, what is your assessment of NDLEA when it comes to addressing the supply and demand side of drug abuse, seeing that it's still on the rise and it's continuous?
Previously, I used to hold the view that the NDLEA have been so far effective. But as of now, I've changed my view, honestly. The NDLEA needs to do more, because there are instances where, they will go to arrest a drug trafficker. By the time they get there, he has already been informed that they are coming. So you find out that in most cases, there are people that are complicit, official people complicit in this drug trade. People giving them information, giving them information on what's not. You find out that some people in high places are also beneficiaries of this drug trade. So more needs to be done. There needs to be a holistic approach on how these things are being tackled. Because most of the times what we have is that low-level dealers are the ones being arrested and charged to court. While the drug kingpins are there, they are known, but nobody will approach them or even arrest them. So there needs to be something done to tackle this issue. More needs to be done, because as it is now, things are escalating to a magnitude that is going to get very dangerous in the society very soon.
You're very correct. I mean, like you said, something needs to be done, because, I mean, the rate at which it is increasing is quite alarming. But thank you so much for your time and for having this conversation with us. Aminu A. Abdullahi, Secretary, Young Lawyers Forum, Birnin Kebbi. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Exactly. All right, and that is it on our conversation talking on drug abuse, the legal and social implications in the Nigerian society. And yes, that's the much we can take on our show this morning. It's always a pleasure having you join us every day, every morning for Signature Morning. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and coming up next, we bring in an interview we had with Ifediora Amobi. He's a development economist, and we spoke on, the disbursement of 419 billion naira conditional cash transfers to nearly 6 million Nigerians. Do enjoy and have a good day.
On Signature TV. My name is Christian Maduka, your muser. I'm seen to be in a hurry because there's no time before people come for cleansing. I'm just looking up one of my stories for musing this morning or afternoon. I need to be cleansed. Nothing person when Musa no go see for. Nothing Okoye no go see for inside market. Make it not be like saying only Musa they see something. Wow, the first story we are going to muse. You remember here, you muse and we think and talk, and that's Signature TV for you. Check us out on channel 265 for SLTV and all social media handles. Just look at your screen. You know that I'm not now talk na do we they do here. The first one is that this story, I cannot wait. It just got inspiration because the Holy Spirit said I should talk about it so that we please. Somewhere in the neighborhood, we just got the story that some pastors gather some children. They want to do children's program for them. You know how religious our parents can be. They believe that the spiritual program for their children will help them to become better people, and then they gather the children to the church. Somewhere, hi, one bad apple can spoil the lot. Port Harcourt of all places in Nigeria, the garden city of Nigeria. That's where this kind of thing happens. Not telling you that behind every garden city, you might have some priests and pastors and some people who want to cleanse the society. My concern is that these people left cleansing themselves because the adults in Nigeria have spoiled everything. You, the adult watching me right now, need to be cleansed. Why are we looking for cleansing when we know the cleansers are them themselves that are the worst, that the dirty people that need to be cleansed? Why? They gather children for, and then they brought palm frond, and you know how painful that new palm frond, they call it Omunku in Igbo land. And started, now we don't know whether the confusion is whether these people are actually a church. Another case of Okite, Ezenwai, or Ezedibia. What? There's total confusion in this country. Can somebody I need to be cleansed. Now, it's the only case that all the adults in Nigeria need to be cleansed. Leave the children alone. Leave the children alone. Why are you doing this? Why are people so wicked? You leave the log of wood they carry in your eyes, and you are looking for the speck in the eye of your neighbor to look at. Look at what they are doing to the children. Look at it. Look at it. Look at what is this all about, my dear people of the world. In the name of religion. And tomorrow, look at it. Then at least they throw them away. Somebody will catch. And these children are somebody's children, and the parents submitted these children for this. This would have gone unnoticed. Thanks to the social media and neighbors who have sharp shooters. The citizen journalism has made things easy. This thing would have gone unnoticed. And thanks to the police of the River State who have swooped on this, and we got on good wing that they've rounded them up. And they are questioning them.
What the children do now? Are they the cause of hunger and hardship? You know the ones to go and cleanse? Gather all the politicians in River State, you know. Don't mean I start mentioning them. Gather them together, have a place, and then cleanse them. And River State will be okay. Why do you need these tiny, innocent children? Is this a pastor or a pharaoh? Can somebody answer me? Somebody need to cleanse him. Wow. Nigeria. Who did this to us? Who did this to you? Not me. Nigeria. Somebody worships in this church and call it a church when this is totally a satanic enclave being manned in the name of church. No wonder they steal, they kill, they cleanse, and do anything, can children in the name of religion. And here we are. That is begin tomorrow. If the government come up and said activities of Christians in Nigeria should be regulated, somebody will stand up. Or is this one you saw, or the one making trend that is trending around everywhere in Nigeria? Is he not Christian? Are they not part of Christianity? What can we call this, my dear people? There are so many viral videos that go around in the world we see about what Christians has turned to or what Christianity is turning to. But this has come very close to where we are. You know why I'm shouting this? If I don't shout like this very soon, we'll come to a church near me. And the neighbor's child or neighbor's child or nuclear and extended relation children will be part of this. Let's stop this madness. In the name of, because God that created us never called us to madness. He called us to life of holiness, called life of righteousness, and called life of reflection, a man knowing themselves, to know where we are so that we know. That's about it. We continue on this story. We will tell you what is as we break. This is breaking story. My dear people of River State, which cleansing will not solve your problem. You go back. This cleansing of the children will not stop emergency. I won't go into that. You come back and we talk about it. Things that we done to cleanse River State, not children. Then we come to the story that has made around that the world, if this will give us Nigeria Guinness Book of Records. Nigeria entered Guinness Book of Records where passengers, air passengers, have beginning to lose their mental sanity, their psychological well-being has turned to psychiatric case. Even the air hostesses and some Nigerian airlines are now mental homes, and there are psychiatric doctors who know how to treat psychiatric passengers, and all of them end up in a psychiatric case that are bringing shame to Nigeria. You know what I'm talking about. They're looking to my mouth. He said, I'm amused. I'm only thinking I'm talking. I'm not saying anything. If you think that passengers, Nigerian Airways, Nigerian Airlines, Nigerian aeroplane owners, or whatever you call, I don't know how to describe it so that I won't fall foul of saying I cursed anybody or I disgraced or I insulted anybody. But in Nigeria, we used to have Molo in Lagos. The yellow coffins, they call them. You have also the smaller ones, Danfos and all that one. But throughout the case of the madness of Danfo and Molo in Lagos, we have never had it this bad. Nigeria air passengers, they say they are unruly, and now we have the unruly air crew that now know how to handle unruly passengers, and everything end in a unruly case of fight for all. And somebody said recently we celebrated the breastfeeding and during the unruly and the ruffle fight, they now don't know whether you have breastfeeding or breaks exposition or breaks whatever breast comes in there, put it there, because breast unruly passengers in the airport with unruly air traffic crew and everything unruly, breast flying about, not even enough. We have breast everywhere, but not even a single breast to give the children, and the world is celebrating breast. Breastfeeding, hey, Nigeria, Chibwa knows, Nigeria, Chibwa knows, every day, one story, one wahala, every day, wahala. Who did this one to Nigeria again? Well, let me tell you the story. I'm becoming, because I've gone to cleansing from Eneka village in Port Harcourt, I've come down to know that what is causing this is the poverty and the hunger in Nigeria made to become monopoly of the case of only people who are the downtrodden, the wretched of the earth in Nigeria. They've gone to prayers and God has said, back to sender. All those elites in Nigeria that are oppressing you, pull the fight back to them. Now when they get even where they fly, they begin to do rubber fight. If you see what that video showed, the video showed that even inside the aircraft, some people were saying, even in their A class, B class in the aircraft, they were doing, no, stop it. When that smelly thing touch the ceiling fan, it will get around to anybody. If it doesn't touch you, you smell it. Shabi, all of you do not fly in. They fly, you leave us, you don't even travel Nigerian road because it's so unsafe. You know, the rich now also cry. Whatever is there in Sokoto is now in Sokoto. That's it. So, you are getting what you sow. What you sow is what you reap. Nigeria is madness. Everybody is getting mad. The level of madness, even the rich and that the poor, you cannot even gauge their madness. The poor, because of the hunger and hardship, can manage their madness. But the rich now, you hit me, I hit you. You catch me, I catch you. You drag me, I drag you. You breastfeed me, I breastfeed. If you expose my breast, I expose your breast. And this is a country that have law, regulation, aviation law, statutes that establish the Nigerian air travel and all. This is what we have reduced ourselves to. And when you go tomorrow outside Nigeria and bring a green passport and somebody say, wait here, you begin to make a noise. Listen to me. When you get your oba, your calabash, call it opokoro, useless. Your neighbor will use it to throw away the overnight ash. That's the Igbo proverb of bone and silence. Now, who do we call to cleanse up? That brings to my memory the memory of Dora Akunyeri when he brought the campaign of Proudly Nigeria. He brought campaign that begin to cleanse up Nigeria and tell us we should be proud of Nigeria. And we began at that point to begin to be proud of Nigeria. And suddenly again, boom, we went back 50 years of disgrace, bring back to the primitive days of Nigeria. Even our great-grandfathers will be ashamed of what we have turned to. And the name of development, we say we are moving up. Is this development? Where we fight in the aircraft that is airborne, where the ambassador of aviation of Nigeria, who is recently, by the way, I forgot to congratulate Kwanwa, he tried to stop moving aircraft in the broad daylight. I don't know what gave him, what Nigeria made him, because he volunteered to be ambassador and they granted somebody who want to stop. He should have gone to Nigerian Wrestling Association or Nigerian Boxing Association, any of those weightlifting associations, so that they give him the Weightlifter Association of Nigeria merit, put him in the Hall of... Why what in concern madness with aviation and flying on there? We have taken using madness, Pepe, to cure madness. That's what Nigeria is good at. Thank you. Congratulations, the Ambassador Kwawan. I enjoy your position. May God bless you. Your tenure as the Ambassador of Aviation in Nigeria, who use hand to stop mobile. An aircraft that is already airborne, you stopped it, and Nigeria talked about it, and they are saying whether, but the little comfort by fighting in the aircraft, between 12 hours, he was already finding himself in Kirikiri, and suddenly he's being released. I hope the case will end there, but the way we are in the media, when we see nice stories, we don't want it ended, so that because of digital technology and digital age, we want to have followership. By the time we are making the case move up, people will be following us, and we're exposing the breasts, and we're tearing clothes and showing the airport where you see some useless people who crown themselves in a branded vests, treating a woman like that. When they saw the man who want to stop aircraft, while they didn't do anything. Is that not gender insensitivity? And they will look for me to say, I don't know anything. No. I'm not saying anything. The lawyers and the learned gentlemen are there. Don't mind me. I'm not learned. The next one we're going to do, our time is really not our side today, because I'm inspired being to a car where they are cleansing children. A little bit of the cane they move about touch me. So the next thing I'm doing now, I'm in the spirit. I'm high in the spirit, and I want to say that the God of Nigeria will now save the media, that the sector I'm coming from what I'm seeing. When I close my eyes and open and I say, 2007 is building up, and now they are gagging the media. They don't want us to talk again. Yes, media in Nigeria is being gagged. So the next story we are talking about is gagging of the media in Nigeria and 2027 build up. Are you there? It happened in Niger State. Have you heard about it? But the GFM is closed down. The governor of Niger State said, who ordered you to talk? He just ordered that they close it down. You know how when governors, that is it. They have ordered them to close down by the GFM. That is what happens there. Gagging of the media in Nigeria, and the 2007, I have asked you, if I close my eyes and open, I said, in 2025, when 2027 gets there, how will it be? They now don't want the media to talk. The media shouldn't talk. Who ordered you to talk? And that's a part of it that's happening in a state nearby, in a Ebonyi state, precisely. A general manager of a radio station was sacked because he posted on a personal social media handle what he feels should be a personal opinion, and his guy sacked him. Two examples that are telling you that that's what make me ask, why am I worried? I'm worried though, because as a slave, when you notice that a fellow slave is being buried with just a digger, they just use digger, open ground small. That's how that slave will be buried. So we begin now to shout. Because, of course, you remember the word of if you talk, you die. If you not talk, you die. So they better talk and die, not me. I can't die. I only talk because I don't have any shop anywhere. Where I have my shop, this is my mouth. So I'm using it to, this is my shop. So whenever they go for that cleansing, the time they wait for children, instead of calling us and say, if you know where your problems are, put your mouth there. And they will now begin to cast and bind the brakata brass, and kabash and skabash. And I will now say, this is where my problem is. Instead of coming to do that, then the governor of Niger State has done that for Badegi FM. He says, shut up, ordered it to talk. And then the director, the executive director just told his managing director, shh. Go on. Who ordered you to even post that in your personal? You don't even have right in your personal social media handle. That is Nigeria for you. How can Nigerians allow us to practice as media in Nigeria, and all these things are happening in Nigeria? They will decide for us which one to report. It's the job of media not to report what they see. I don't know which kind of country it is, though. You talk what you see, they catch you. If you don't talk what you see, they talk bad things. But what pains me most is that the people we are talking for, when they close down by the GFM, those ones you say, they talk, they entertain us. What do you do? All those ones who are the fan of the general manager in the Ebonyi State, you would have been telling him, go on, fire on. When they sack him, what do you do? So, You know, when you are talking about the man who has the wound on his leg and the flies are following him, you talk about the flies. Who is following? Was the fly follow him? So I'm talking about even you that are the consumers of media contents and materials that achieve that. And something happened in that sector. Nobody talks. Only when you get, every modern Nigeria now is an entertainer, media content builder, but we don't know the dangers facing the traditional media, and all this gag cannot help any matter. If we succeed in gagging the media to close the mouth of the media for not reporting what is happening, Nigeria will turn to time bomb, because what will happen, nobody will predict it. It's not a threat, of course. I'm just telling you from experience. I've been in this sector for too long. Each time the media are gagged and they cannot talk again, if you know the dangers that follow it, you will be the person who will come back and say, media, make una talk, make una tell the people. So, that is it. Somebody should look at the media as those people, those rags. When you finish eating, you clean your hands. When they chop money finish in Nigeria, they say, settle the boys, you know. And when they talk, you hand order for them to close down or be arrested. Well, I have a big news for all those who are thinking is the business as usual. Now, the traditional media are the ones who you are gagging. But you have a bigger problem with the social media. Because look at what happened to the cleanser at the Port Harcourt. It was a neighbor who was hiding under the window to capture the glimpse that they led the police to go there. So Nigeria, when I want gag the media, I'm not gonna remember the benefit of the media. I know they tell you, I'm not gonna no remember. As soon as I'm gonna mad, you rely on it. Let the government go ahead. Anybody with power, which is we just fly away within short time to gag the media. What brought you to power? If you get to power and close, anybody who climb ladder and push down the ladder, of all which two he climb, when you want climb again, how you go a car? That's how they see the media. Media, I don't know those noisemakers. You want to settle them, you know. When you are talking about media, some people think it's those ones that are hungry, come and settle them. But we have gone beyond that. Thank God for social media. If we not gag the traditional media, social media becomes that fly that perched and that dangerous. You want to show you? I can show you the dangerous portion. If you hit them, you'll be in trouble. If you don't hit them, you're still in trouble. You'll be there, doing you better hit them and die. Because if you leave them, you die. You hit them, you die. That's the media for you. Better leave the media alone. Allow the media direct them. Of course. What pains me is that we have Nigerian Broadcasting Commission and they have a code of conduct. Why are we not going through that when we want to control the media? Why are we using executive power to override agencies who have getting, this is actually where we're going to draw the curtain on today's episode of News. News, if you have news, this one, I told you I have inspiration, it was burning in my head. If you have done it right, thank God and they praise us. If you have not done it right, just go to the comment section, tell us on the social media. But if you want to get us direct to home direct, and then the SLTV channel 265 where you watch us direct to home, and then you will see us. Share, like us, join the subscription so that you're getting all the content that come out of our studio every day. And before then, there's so many other stories we have for you. So don't go away. Keep watching Signature TV every day and the rest of our program coming your way. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka. You call me your muser. That visitor that come into your bedroom or your sitting room, even when you did not invite me, just take me the way I am. Until I come your way again. Keep watching Signature TV. God bless you.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome to Teens Should Know, where teenagers are empowered with the right knowledge to thrive and parents are equipped with the tools to guide them. Because whenever a teenager knows better, they will definitely do better. My name is Ifoma the Prof. Nwato, and I'm your host on the TSK show. And today we are diving into a topic that affects every teenager. What does it mean to be a balanced teenager? Is it possible to juggle school, friendship, family, expectations, personal goals, social media, and still have peace of mind? So in today's world, we all know that teenagers are under more pressure than ever. But balance isn't about doing everything perfectly. It's about knowing yourself, setting your priorities, and learning how to take care of your whole self, mentally, emotionally, socially, and even spiritually. Joining me today is a special guest, a passionate teen coach who works with young people to help them find clarity, confidence, and calm in the midst of chaos and confusion. So today we will unpack a whole lot. What a balanced teen life really looks like. What does it really look like? Why are so many teenagers struggling to feel grounded, struggling to be confident and connected in their own personal lives? And how to restore balance in a healthy, practical way. So whether you're a teenager struggling to keep up or you're a parent wondering how to support your child to be better, then come closer because this conversation today is for you. Grab a seat, open your mind, and let's talk about the balanced teenager. Because when a teenager finds balance, they don't just survive, they thrive. So we'll go on a short break now. Once we get back, I'm going to introduce our guests on the show. Stay right back.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back to the TSK show, and we are meeting our guests on this episode right away. Today I have my boss on the show, and I'm excited. At the same time, I want to maintain steeze. When you have your boss around, you need to compose yourself very, very well. And he is Mr. Ngobiri Abraham, also known as the Classroom Priest. And we're going to find out why he's being called the Classroom Priest right on this show today. He's a passionate teen mentor from Imo State, but he's based in ENUGU, Nigeria. He leads the Teenager Transformation Initiative, also known as Teen Strain, dedicated to raising balanced teenagers through school visits, rural outreaches, and the Teen Strain Academy, which is a weekly WhatsApp mentoring group. He hosts the annual Teenagers Ignite Conference and has impacted thousands of teenagers with spiritual and life-guiding lessons. A multi-award-winning educator. Wow! We need to ring bell on this show today. And he has also received national recognition, including being named Mortina Teacher of the Year for our state, Enugu State. And he's also an ambassador of the Limitless Global Educators Program in Houston, Texas. So we already know that our guest on the show today is not just any other person, but somebody who is grounded, who is an authority. He has also authored 10 books for teenagers. 10 books. And he is married to Mrs. Chikamso Ngobiri Abraham. So let's meet Mr. Abraham, the classroom priest, my own boss.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Welcome to the TSK show. As you all can see today, I'm representing Teenagers Transformation Initiative also, not just the TSK show. So tell us, why are you called the classroom priest?
Okay. First and foremost, I'm Abraham. I'm a teacher by profession. Okay. I decided to that classroom priest is a very unique name, you know, because for so many persons they see teaching as a burden. But for me, I see teaching as my responsibility. I see teaching as a passion, and for one, I see teaching as my assignment. Okay, so a priest is somebody that brings guidance, that gives direction. So I think that's what I do in the classroom. You know, when I teach, you give guidance in the aspect of academics, and you give guidance also in the aspect of guidance, in general. So that's where the name came from.
Okay, that's how you became the classroom priest.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. So let's start at the foundation. What exactly does it mean to be a balanced teenager in today's world?
Okay. Balanced teenager. The first question we should be asking, is it really possible for someone to be balanced? Right? Okay. Yeah, but it's possible. Being a balanced teenager, we're not trying to say we should raise a perfect child. Okay. Because the teenage age, as it were, is a season where we have a lot of complexity affecting the teenager, especially in this 21st century. But what it means to be a balanced teenager is a teenager that is holistic, okay? A teenager that is mentally stable, socially responsible, academically okay, spiritually, dedicated to his or her beliefs, and also emotionally stable and psychologically balanced. So it's an all-rounder. Okay, that's what it means for a teenager to be called a balanced teenager.
Okay.
It's a teenager that knows what to do at the right time. It's a teenager that is not cajoled, it's not pressured, and just all of that put together.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, you've been working with teenagers, I know, we all know. Yeah. So what are the most common signs that a teenager is out of balance? Like, is it possible for a teenager to be doing well in school and still not be a balanced teenager? Like, the person appears balanced on the outside, but something else is going on the inside, like emotionally, mentally, even socially, and all of that.
Yeah, it's very, very possible. You see, when we use this word balance, is critical that teenagers get to walk into this space, because one, you could see, like I teach, okay, and most times you could see a very arrogant, bright student.
Arrogant, bright student.
Yeah. Arrogant, but he or she is academically sound. Okay. But in the aspect of discipline, zero. The aspect of, having good values, zero. In the aspect of being spiritual, zero. But academically, this child is doing well, is excelling academically, he or she reads and understands. So there's a default. Okay. So somewhere. So any teenager that is lacking in a particular segment of his or her life is unstable. Okay, for instance, a teenager that has issue with self-esteem, okay, but goes to church, loves God, is considered an unbalanced teenager because there's an aspect that is lacking. So we can actually see when a teenager is not balanced by the actions, by interactions, is what they leave out. You just know that. But when you listen to a teenager talk for 20 minutes, you can easily say, okay, this teenager has deformity in this aspect, They could have area of strength, but they could also have deeper area of weakness. Yeah.
Okay. We've talked about balance in areas like schools and emotions.
Yeah.
But what about the spiritual side?
Okay.
And I want you to tell us how important it is for a teenager to be spiritually grounded in this journey of being a balanced teenager.
Okay. All right. You see, well, let's say fortunately or fortunately, we live in a time where spirituality is downplayed. Okay, especially is unfortunate because the society where we live in today,
downplay spirituality a lot. But the truth of the matter is, I think I read somewhere when somebody said that you can educate a child that does not know God, and at the end of the day, you are going to be educating an armed robber. Okay? Because the truth of the matter is, everything boils down to spirituality. You know, when I was coming, I was, meditating on this topic, especially in the spiritual aspect. And I said to myself that we have two segments of this world. Okay, it's either you are there or you are here. It's either you belong to light,
There's no
you belong
vacuum.
to darkness. There's no vacuum. You are not sitting on the fence. If you are for God, your two legs is standing there. If you are for the other kingdom, your two legs is standing there. So there's no sitting on the fence in this aspect of our life generally. So for a teenager that is lacking spiritual balance is an issue, because when the realities of life starts playing out, academic knowledge won't solve it. Social knowledge won't solve it. Being moral won't solve it, because we have moral teenagers that are not spiritually sound. So it is important that we drag them to have roots in knowing their spirituality, especially in knowing God. As Christians is critical and important, because if that is lacking, everything is lacking. Everything is lacking. Because that is the foundation. Like I normally tell parents, the first thing you should expose your children to is your spiritual roots. And as a child of God, you should expose your children to knowing God. Because if that is lacking, you could send them to the best schools in the country. You could give them all the necessary things they need in life. At the end of the day, these children will turn back to be something else. So it's critical and it's important.
Very, very important, for a teenager to be spiritually grounded. Okay, you work in a school.
Yeah.
And during the just concluded SSC, the one that just concluded, we saw a whole lot of things, a whole lot of videos online of teenagers dancing, posing for pictures in all manner, and something that is suggestive of sexual activity, so to say. And in this now, I want to ask you, who do we blame? Do we blame the school for allowing that, or the teachers, or the parents, or the society? Who is to blame?
Okay, let me start by saying we live in a generation where we shift, blames to parents. We shift blame to the school. The school we shift it to the parents. Sometimes we shift it to the church. Sometimes we shift it to social media. Sometimes we are just throwing the dice. You have to be blamed. But the truth of the matter is, everything a child becomes, 90%, if not 99.9%, begins from the home.
Okay.
We're not disputing the fact that there is peer pressure, there is social media influence, there is societal decadence, moral decadence, and all that. See, but the truth of the matter is, the home is the foundation for every child's growth. And it boils down to the parents. What value are we pushing to our children? What values are we pushing? Now, you just wrote SSC. In Nigeria today, what does SSC even do for in Nigeria? Somebody that even made their first degree most times does not even have a good job. Okay, let's say you go to an university, for example, you see people graduate. Our secondary school graduates today celebrate more than somebody that just finished first degree or every master. So you see, it's an issue. And I begin to ask myself, what are you actually celebrating? Okay, what are you actually celebrating? Are you celebrating that you just finished SSC? Now, it's good to celebrate, fine, but what manner? Like, I ran into them in UNEC when I think I was going to UNEC one day. That day they finished the last paper. And I saw students, it was like a protest. They were just on the main road, chanting, throwing waters at people and all that. And it was really a concern to me because, one, you've not seen your results.
Oh, you are not even sure.
You're not even sure whether why I could cancel or why I could say outstanding. You're not even sure, and you are celebrating. And sometimes you see, there were some pictures on social media.
Sharing their
they are white and all that. Some were holding people. So even had generators in van. They were blasting music like they just announced as professors. It's appalling because you see, these children came from homes.
Of course.
Okay? These children attend churches. These children, they listen to people. For me, if I'm going to say this person is responsible or this person is not responsible, the first person I'm going to hold responsible is their parents.
Their parents.
Their parents. Because no matter what a child sees outside, he or she will first of all imbibe what comes from the home. But most times, most parents are not ready. Are not ready.
And some of these things are even sponsored by parents.
I don't want to go into details about what happens in school. We have a whole lot. This conversation is lengthy. But you see, parents of this 21st century are not ready for this conversation.
They are not ready.
They are not ready.
What if they are ready?
When we are ready, we will know that they are ready. Because the more we keep shouting, I know children can be influenced. I used to say, I grew up, we all were teenagers now. We did not become adult by promising. We all went through the ladder. And no matter how the society wants to influence you, by the time you return back home and your parents do a reset, either by correction, either by discipline, of course, you have to discard that. But today, there's obviously no parental connection with their children. Children, I know we have the social media aspect of it, but it still boils down to the home. The home is the bedrock of our society. Nothing happens in the society. That time over we are talking about came from the home. Okay, that person is on the street. Those children we are talking about came from the home.
And they will still go back home.
And they will go back home. And most times their parents will even see these things online because obviously we're in a global village. And most times somebody will say, I saw your child online. Sometimes parents will just say, Mark, I said, all these children, they will not kill me. And that is it. And that is it. And most times this children just goes on and on and on. So for me, I keep blaming the family system. We need to question our family system. This is not how we grow up. Those adults of today, we know how we grow up. You can't just misbehave. Even from your dressing, that's how you dress. You want to come out from your house. Your mother will ask you, why are you following this way like this? But today, you even see a parent, we will be working with a child that is practically half naked. And we are just looking at the woman. Most times I look at the parent first though, because by the time, if the parents had done their homework, it will reflect on the children. Children learn by example. When they see what you do, they practice. So the home should be blamed. Yeah. Okay.
I also believe that when you imbibe a teenager with the right values, this is like an embodiment that they carry to everywhere they go to. Yeah. Okay, now let's look at this social media, because the social media actually plays a huge role in the life of every teenager. Sure. And how can teenagers stay balanced while navigating the comparison, the pressures, and the need to be always on point? The social media has put a whole lot of pressure on teenagers of these days.
Yeah, true. Like when I came in, I saw on the screen I think in Australia, where they've banned teenagers from using social media.
Wow.
Yeah, they don't allow their teenagers to visit social media. And there are some countries that have banned TikTok. On their space. You see, the truth of the matter is social media in itself is good, but it's unfortunate that, it has been bastardized by our young people. Okay, because now you go on social media, you see fakeness of life. You see a teenager, somebody wants to snap a picture, for example, comes out from a home that don't have a gate, right? They are sitting in their room, managing life, okay? And the teenager looks for a Benz or a fine house and posts and makes it look as though, we have editing apps everywhere, and makes it look as though this is my father's house. And a teenager that is just okay with his or her parent will see that picture and said, Jesus, why me? My parents, when? God, when? You understand? And pressure comes in, And to make matter worse, our so-called celebrities, in quotes, they have painted this picture that don't build from the scratch. Just wake up one morning and arrive. Okay? They've made us believe that there's no dignity in labor.
Everything is on the fast lane.
People come on social media, like we've seen so many scam vendors, for example. They tell you, I started doing this business with 15 naira, and before and bam. And a teenager that have been struggling, trying to build, we normally say dignity in labor, but society have made it, social media in short, have made it look as though there's no dignity in labor. In short, if you are trying to build from the scratch or wasting your time as a teenager, this thing is fast. How many teenagers have bought into it? Should we talk about the examination and practice we have today? I listened to a video where at least a video, and a House of Rep member was questioning WAEC, that how WAEC said they want to go into CBT exam, that do they know how many centers don't have computers and all that. And I was like, that is fine. But do you know that students today don't read for exams?
Yes.
I don't want to call school names. There are schools you go to today, practically, you don't feel the heat of this is WAEC we wrote, where you say this person is slimming down because of exam, you burn your midnight candle. But today, students just wake up, questions comes out a day before the exam. Said, why did they cancel the English paper that made them to enter into the night? Because the English paper leaked. So WAEC had to cancel it and reset and all that one. Those are the impact of social media. Now, it is a two-way thing. Why we blame the teenagers, I also blame those adults that were will I say they were manufactured from that practice. Okay, and they are the ones fueling it, and this in happens
modeling the
wrong things to our children. Okay, and in as much as these young teenagers are they're looking for it fast. If there is no avenue for that and to strive, it will not. They will have no other option than to going back and be diligent. So social media is an issue. I'm not on TikTok, but I learned in TikTok, the things you see on TikTok is, my student to tell me, Uncle, you're not on TikTok. I say, no. They say, are you on Facebook? So Facebook is for small children, like Facebook. Come to TikTok. You come and solve this happening. Where is happening? And by the time you go on TikTok today, oh my God. Are we going to talk about monetization of social media? Where young people today now do all manner of things
in the name of content.
In the name of content, in the name because I want my Facebook page to go, I want my Instagram page to go. You see young people just misbehaving. They've lost value. They've lost dignity. Nobody is thinking about nothing again. Everybody now, you see somebody drowning. You see somebody going through accident. Instead for people to run out, you see people carry phone. Pew!
They want to create
I'm here now. This car just jammed this person. And young people, the social media is going ago, in as much it has its own good part, okay, but the negative impact that our teenagers, is coming so massive, and there are people pushing this agenda, okay, there are people pushing this agenda, and they just know that, okay, in as much this is a generation of tech savvy and all that, but the content needs to be regulated.
Exactly.
They need to I don't know how they're going to do it, but I know it can be done in this country. Okay, where in other developed countries, like I mentioned Australia just now, where they've told that teenagers should not be on social media. Okay, it should not be on social media. So all of these things are things that is an issue. Students don't read today. Students can spend hours online jumping from one app to another. But give that student book to read.
They'll just get lazy about
it.
Oh, wow. What an interesting conversation so far. We've uncovered that balance for a teenager isn't about grades, goals, or being busy. It's about wholeness of the mind, of the body, emotions, and even spirit, all working together in harmony. I'm also reminded of this quote: you can do your best from a place of burnout. You thrive when you are balanced. So if you're a teen watching and feeling off track, or a parent wondering how to support your child, you are not alone. There's a way forward, especially in this time of social media where a whole lot of people are parenting children. Because I know that during our time, your parents will parent you, another parent will parent you well. But now people who are parenting other people's children are parenting them wrongly. And many parents who are not direct biological parents of other children, they go with the line of minding my business. And everything is just going wrong. So we'll take a short break now, but stay with us, because once we return, we will break down practical steps and daily choices that can help in building and becoming a balanced teenager. Please do not go anywhere. We'll be right back shortly. Welcome back. I hope you've been reflecting on everything we've shared so far, because now it's time to go even deeper. Now we are shifting from understanding balance to living it. This is where we get practical. We'll be talking about real steps teens can take to feel more centered, confident, and in control of their lives, and how parents can work alongside them without overwhelming them, because the goal isn't about being perfect. It's progress towards a healthier and more balanced life. Our guest is an experienced teen coach, and he's here to guide us. So let's go. The classroom priest, please. We know that sometimes teenagers will feel overwhelmed, like especially in this time, pressure from school, the social media. So in the midst of all this, how can a teenager still get balance?
Okay, that is beautiful. You see, first and foremost, right, for me, I hold this value to a very great extent. I believe the first thing a child should know is to know God.
Okay.
First, people could have their own belief, but this is my stand. Okay, this is my stand. Okay, I can give practical examples, you know. But this is my belief. The first thing a child should know is to know God. There is absolutely nothing you're going to see, because now if you talk about that, the child should be moral. Morality is not subjective. People, it is you that determine what is moral.
Moral to you.
You know, you determine what is moral to you and all that. You know, unlike those days, what we say moral, this is moral, and everybody knows that this is the right thing. But today, somebody can say this is, I believe this is good. The other person can say this is bad. You know, but the first step is that every parent should ensure that their child is rooted in God. Because when the chips are down, it is only their belief in God. It is only the Holy Spirit that can help them to navigate challenges. Because the pressure is there. Even adults feel this pressure.
Of course.
All right. Not to talk about teenagers just growing up that still, you know, finding themselves. You know, so the first thing a child should do is that the parents should plant the seed of godliness in them. And if a parent is not godly, that's another challenge.
That's
okay?
another problem,
you know,
of his own.
Yeah,
because you can't give out what you don't have.
So I'm going to talk to the teenager straight. You need to be rooted in God, because pressures will come. That is the truth. Social media will pressure you. Society will pressure you. Your friends will pressure you. It is obvious that these pressures will be there. So first and foremost, I'm going to say is that you get rooted in God. Number two is that you need to be intentional and deliberate. You cannot become a balanced teenager by luck. You don't take luck to be better. You need to be intentional. Nobody grows in this life by luck. You did not just sleep and wake up and all of a sudden you just see yourself that you've increased in height and you made all A1s and nothing happens like that. As a matter of fact, life is not luck. Life is intentional. So if you must be balanced, you need to be intentional about the people you keep as friends. Because communication corrupts, evil communication corrupts good manners. And the people that surrounds your life, tells what surrounds you and tell what you can avoid. Because most of the times, the reason why teenagers fall most times is the type of people that are around there. That will go a long way to tell what conversations do you have with your friends. You know, what conversations do you have with your friends? Do you have conversations that will build your values? Okay, what are the things you listen to as a teenager? It is important to regulate what enters into your ears. What are the things you feed your eyes with? Okay, and it's important that all of these things are gateway to our lives, and if we can regulate it, it can make you as a teenager to be balanced.
In 60 seconds, what do you have to tell parents?
Parents, the parenting journey of the 21st century teenager is enormous. Okay, but you can become a good parent if you decide to learn, unlearn, and relearn, because you need to learn them, because these 21st century teenagers are not like the ancient children, you know, that we have. So for our parents, we need to learn skills on how to raise balanced teenagers, because at the end of the day, if you don't raise them well, it's that they bring shame to the home, and that's not a prayer for you. But you have a great assignment. Invest time in your children. Sit with them. Bond with them. Connect with them. Let them know you have them at heart. Let them not just you as a parent. I know there's a time to be a friend. There's a time to be a parent. There's a time to be a disciplinarian. Combine all of these principles and you will raise a balanced teenager.
Okay, you are the classroom priest and you're the convener of the Teenager Transformation Initiative. If someone wants to reach out to you, please, can you tell us how to, your social media handles and possible your contact?
Okay, we're on social media and we're on Facebook at Teens Train. Teens Train, just type Teens Train, you see us there. We're on Instagram. Okay, you see that my name is my name on social media. The Classroom Priest is a page on social media. So any of Ngobere Abraham, you can type that on your social media handles and you find us there. And our contact is 0706 350 4114. 0706 350 4114. So any of this medium, you can drop a WhatsApp message, you can message us on any of the social media handles, and we'll be glad to work with every parent and every teenager that feels he or she needs help and guidance. We are there to work this out with you. Yeah.
Oh, an interesting conversation it has been with the Classroom Priest, my own boss. Oh, we understand that balance is not about doing more, it's about doing what matters with wisdom and care. And when teenagers are balanced, they don't just survive, they thrive. And to every teenager watching us today, remember that knowledge is power, and you have been empowered with the right knowledge to thrive. So you keep learning, you keep growing, and keep showing up for yourself. Thank you for joining us on the TSK show today. Until next time, stay grounded, stay growing. See you next week, same time on the TSK show. Bye for now.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The commissioning of oil and gas installations refers to the process of safely dismantling and disposing of oil and gas infrastructure, such as platforms, pipelines, and wells, when they are no longer in use or have reached the end of their economic life. This process aims to minimize environmental impact, protect public safety, and restore ecosystems to their original state, and involves a detailed plan outlining the measures to be taken, including removing the infrastructure and disposing the materials responsibly. At a session chaired by Hassan Dogoua, chairman of the House Committee on Petroleum Resources, lawmakers and regulators debated the merits of the proposed National Commission for the Commissioning of Oil and Gas Installations. Dogoua described the bill as a leadership initiative aimed at enforcing global standards and protecting host communities from environmental harm caused by abandoned infrastructure.
This initiative comes as a direct response to the numerous incidents of non-compliance by oil and gas companies with the proper decommissioning process, incidents that have left indelible scars on our host communities, especially in the Niger Delta region. These challenges highlight the urgent need for a structured, transparent, and enforceable national framework to guide decommissioning activities across the sector.
However, several regulators questioned the need for a new body, arguing that existing frameworks already address decommissioning. Mark Emmanuel, director at the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission (NUPRC), said the Petroleum Industry Act (PIA) outlines clear decommissioning responsibilities and funding structures for oil companies.
The commission is of the opinion that creating a separate commission now would undermine the principles of regulatory clarity and predictability that the PIA 2021 sought to achieve, thus impacting on the federal government's initiative on the ease of doing business. To contradict the globally accepted principle that regulation should follow asset life cycle within a single framework.
Director of Environmental Assessment Department, Ministry of Environment, Rufikat Odetero, shared similar views, suggesting that agencies like NOSDRA be strengthened instead of creating new structures.
But I want to put this on record, that the impacts of decommissioning are largely environmental. This is a country that is battling youth unemployment and declining revenue. So we cannot afford to contaminate our environment because our environment is our national asset. To cut the story short, we appeal for the strengthening of the AI Act. It's an act that is more than 30 years old, and it should be retrofitted to meet emerging issues that were not thought about in 1992 when the then President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida passed the act as an environmentalist that he is.
Deputy Director of Legal Services at NOSDRA, Titilayo Bayelo, supported the bill but stressed the need for NOSDRA's inclusion in its governance.
We are praying that in the event that the bill is likely passed, then NOSDRA should be included in the governance structure of NCDOGI, and we should be represented on the board and technical committees to provide expertise on environmental matters.
The meeting highlighted the gap between policy and implementation, especially in the Niger Delta, where abandoned facilities continue to affect communities.
You are welcome to another edition of Signature Television Unscripted. This is a forum where we discuss the important national issues that affect the lives of Nigerians, issues that are of interest to our existence. And today, we are going to analyze the issues of the day, issues of the week. And with me in the studio this morning to do justice to this edition, coming up on a very important period of the year, the Easter celebration, which I'm sure our viewers are out there are enjoying or celebrating. With me on the studio this morning is Dr. Ukeje. Dr. Ukeje is an economist and a public affairs analyst. Dr. Ukeje, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mike, for inviting me.
Thank you. And you know him, he's always with us, Mr. Christian Maduka.
Yeah.
Mr. Christian Maduka is with us this morning to give life to this program, as it were. So, Mr. Maduka, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Like I did say, we are in a very important season of the year, Easter. Even though we're not going to discuss Easter as it is, but we have to give it a mention. Our viewers out there, the important thing is for us to know the reason for the season. The reason for the season, why are we celebrating? And we are celebrating because Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God, sacrificed himself for the redemption of mankind. And that should be in the mind of everybody that is celebrating Easter. Yesterday was Good Friday. Today is Holy Saturday. Tomorrow is the Easter Sunday, the proper Easter day. So as we go along, in celebrating Easter, we must remember the fact that Christ died for the remission of our sins, for the redemption of mankind. And having settled with that, a lot of congratulatory messages have been coming up, to celebrate the Easter. The President Bola Ahmed Tinubu did send one and ask Nigerians, to have hope and order the military to end insecurity in the country. The president, as you are well aware, has been away in France. The spokesman said he will spend 2 weeks. I think he has spent more than 2 weeks, and he will return to the country after the Easter celebration. But I want us to look at the number of times that the president has been away from the country since he assumed office. It looks as if he's ruling Nigeria from abroad, and I wouldn't say it's annoying, but the one particular issue is that he always goes to France. Each time they tell us that he's on holiday, he goes to France, and I begin to wonder what is in France. If you had gone to UK, United Kingdom, that colonized Nigeria for a number of years, that would have been understandable. But for him to go to France, so what is Dr. KJ, how do you look at the president regular, jetting out of the country? He's done that for about 9 times since he was made president. It looks as if he's ruling Nigeria from abroad. I don't imagine a situation where Mr. Donald Trump will come to Lagos or Abuja and stay for 2 weeks and stay for 1 month, or the South African president, because Nigeria is a very populous country, over 200 million people. Our president has enormous respect, and we wouldn't look as if we are running a banana republic, to the extent that your president will leave the country and go outside for 2 weeks, for 1 month, and his mind has to be telling us that he can rule Nigeria from abroad.
Well, thank you, Mike, for raising this issue. But it does just show that you are using the word ruling. I think Nigeria is not being ruled. If it was being ruled, we would not have the governance problems we have. It's an enterprise for some people. He is there for his benefit. He has a personal goal. And the music by Idris, has answered it, which says, "Go and tell your papa," which means the papa is not hearing. He's interested in some other
Is
thing.
the papa absent? Say,
Well,
go tell him.
it's quite interesting because, according to Professor Odokon, he said that a country, a state, what we call countries, is a unit of the international system. So when a head of state leaves to another state, it is a state visit. It cannot be private. But if somebody who is a head of state routinely migrates to other countries for personal purposes, it degrades the state, completely degrades the state. And then you travel, you say you are going to be back in 2 weeks, then after 2 weeks, your spokesman say it will be after Easter. Is it this Easter or the next Easter? Which Easter? And you don't hand over to your vice president. It just shows that the more things change, the more they remain the same. In the early 1980s, the Senate under late the deceased Senate President.
Joe Wires?
Yes. Wires. Sometimes they will form a committee and they say that they don't want their committee report to be leaked. They travel to Switzerland. And some people were criticizing that Senate. But see where we are today. In the 1960s, Sir Abubakar declared state of emergency in Western region. He was criticized. Here in 2024, we are declaring state of emergency, removing people who were elected. To my surprise, even the military man who is in charge is appointing electoral officers, for the Electoral Commission in Rivers State. But these are people who ought to be screened by Parliament. And if the House of Representatives is the Parliament under the process,
having oversight function of the emergency.
He didn't nominate them to anybody. And he took a serving military officer to be his chief of army staff. It's just to comment on your word, ruling. This is not ruling. It's anything goes.
Yes, he said so. Anything goes. Mr. Madoka, do you agree that it's anything goes that we are experiencing in Nigeria?
He used one very interesting word. He said, the more you look at something that looks, it keep changing, the shape keep changing, and that's politically, Nigeria is evolving and emerging country where nothing can be predicted. And meanwhile, we are talking about the blacksmith that doesn't know how to mold the metal gong has looked at the talon of a kite. What happened during the reigns, or the ruling times of Buhari? Since we rule in Nigeria, we do not reign, we do not govern. What happened? The president of Nigeria was away for 157 days. And we are just, he told me of a story a friend told me. He said somebody in the neighborhood stole a chicken. And the people were beating him, and the man said, because I just stole small chicken to do pepper soup, what will happen when I stole a dog? Somebody had just stayed 14 days. And he said he will come back after Easter. And somebody stayed 157 days.
Yeah, but that's
in a row, and then the other ones that we could not count, of jetting in and jetting out, you are only counting about 9 times. But I'm sure it's more than that. But that's by the way. Now, the point I want to make. We have governance system that tell the people lies. You know the legendary story in Igbo land of Ezenachi Obodo. He comes telling them, Ago don't come, a lion came, a llama came. People will assemble. Eze, where is the lion? He said, just the day the lion actually came, the people didn't come out. The people of Nigeria have lost interest. The governing establishment don't tell the people the truth. Because over time, because of not telling the truth, not a single Nigerian believes what is happening. So anything happens, they just keep quiet looking. If they keep quiet looking, it's not that because they believe what you are doing. It's just they love total interest. That gap between the governed and the governed and the governors still remains, and it's being widened every day. Sometimes it is deliberate to benefit the governors. Then the governed are losing totally. How can a president of a country go, even if, who has said is he an angel? He's a human being. If it happened in America, they will put Voice of America, OB van, in front of the hospital where their president is, and be reporting every minute. So they take control. Even if they want to tell you lies.
But they didn't tell us. They didn't
but
tell us.
But this one, I know it happened in Nigeria in the last time. They left Nigeria to be scampering for information. So Nigerians will sit together in a drinking parlor. And they say, hey, what did you hear about that? I said, our president going here. Someone said he went here.
Yeah, but the spin doctors of the president said he's working remotely in France.
But
they didn't say he's in the hospital. They didn't tell us.
I'm not saying he's in the hospital. I'm saying I'm making it up because we don't even know where our president is. There's a viral video where somebody who claimed to be the doctor said, you did say you people are doing about which kind of packaging is this? How can my papa be sick and you people are packaging, telling us lie? And he said he's the daughter of the president. How many people have refuted it? So in Nigeria, anything you make up, say it. If you gather, like social media, if it trends and you gather more followers, it works out. So we have an issue.
Yes. Yeah. Let's look at the issue of, the president staying abroad and ordering the military to end insecurity in the country. And we have seen a situation where instead of ebbing, the insecurity is still on the rise. We know of the killings, recent killings in Plateau State. About 15 or 17 people were. Benue and Plateau.
Just this morning was in the newspaper.
If you even as we talk in Enugu here, we heard about killings in Uzuwani and all that. So everywhere in Nigeria, there is every day in the country, a man or a woman is killed, is either killed or kidnapped. So you find a situation where instead of the insecurity reducing, it's on the increase. And the president has ordered the military to end. Is it a lack of ordering? Is it a lack of ordering or otherwise that is responsible for the increase in insecurity in the country?
It's funny, Chief Ubani, when you ask that. Let me just give a few illustrations. If you know that the strong man of the house is in the house, the Igbo say, then if you want to go to that house, they say the strong man is at home. But imagine why what did they sell a widow? That when you are dealing with a widow, you know where the husband is. So when the insecurity is happening and you only hear that the president is away in France telling you, but what will be more strong that the president is speaking from Aso and the report is like, report coming from Aso is that the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has given directive and mandate.
Or even the president visiting Borno or visiting Plateau State or Benue.
Sending out information, pictures that he is alive and kicking and actively on top of the game, giving orders. Which one will be more? The answer is obvious that that one will be more. Even if when you hear that lion is here, even if when you look at that environment, you run away. But when they say, you don't know whether lion is there or not, you can do anything. And that's what I liken to this too. I don't know what.
Dr. KJ, still talking on the military. A few days ago, the military brass in the 82 Division, complained that Southeasterners were not enlisting into the Nigerian army. A situation where one state has about 3,000, recruits. In Enugu State, Enugu has about 100 people that have shown interest to be recruited into the army. And the army is saying, look, the military, the Nigerian army is a national institution, but the military is crying that Igbos are not enlisting into the army. And here we are, Nigerian army, from the word go, the first Major General of the Nigerian army was an Igbo man, Major General JTU, late Major General JTU Aguiyi. So in the 60s, 70s, you have so many officers from this part of the country in the officers' cadre. But today, that historic achievement has been eroded to the extent that the military is appealing to Igbos to enlist it. So what is wrong? Why do you think that the Igbos are not showing interest in being enlisted into the Nigerian army?
Well, there's a frame of analysis in economics, and I think it's in management and sociology, that talks about rational expectation. Human beings are rational. If the army was a Nigerian army, people will join. But if it is some people's army, you will not join, because when Lieutenant General Ihejirika was Chief of Army Staff under Jonathan, the governor of Adamawa State, Nyako, publicly said that the army was decimating northern youths. That's the new name for Boko Haram, because Ihejirika is an Igbo, and he wants to retaliate what they, meaning his own people, did to the Igbos during the war. If you had that, would you join the army? So people are rational. I'm certain that if the Nigerian army casualties in those conflicts were analyzed properly, you may discover that some of the dead soldiers were shot from the back. And I'll give you a reason. I have somebody, in Abuja. He told me, a young boy, he's from Bauchi State, was a Christian. So he went for recruitment. He passed the recruitment exercise and he was engaged. A vehicle was brought in to take them to Zaria for training. He said on the road somewhere, the colonel stopped asked the vehicle to enter a hotel. Those of them who were Christians were dropped. Some other people who never participated in the recruitment exercise were put in the vehicle and taken to Zaria. He came back to Abuja. I asked him, didn't you join the army again? He said, then he told me this story. That was during Jonathan. In other words, if it is the army of some people, they may be training their own agents to fight against the Nigerian army. So you may go there and just lose your life. Maybe when they say advance, somebody shoots you from the back. And you are not accounted for. You are buried. So it's not the Nigerian army. Because that was what caused the civil war. Ojukwu said, good and well, you have retaliated against the killing of Sadoana and other people. But if it is the Nigerian army, the next officer in rank should take over. Well, you can understand the logic of those who have committed a crime, refusing to hand over to the owner of the property. But this is where we are. If you listen to Babangida's book, if you have read portions of it, this is 2024. He was saying that 2025, in 1966, he was giving an account of what happened, that they took over. But by 1976, when Muritala was killed, they were still debating whether Obasanjo or Danjuma will take over. Obasanjo was a major of the same rank with
Yakubu Gowon?
Nzogu.
Okay.
Danjuma was a captain. But Ironsi decided to build consensus after what had happened. He was the person that quelled the Nzogu coup. Gowon was a junior officer, but he was from the north. He made him chief of army staff against people who were higher than him, like Colonel Adebayo. Many of them. To appease. He brought in people like Danjuma to his inner circle as his, and then he wasn't a major. He was not Obasanjo's rank. Obasanjo during the Civil War was a general officer commanding. Although Danjuma was not in his unit, but the general officer commanding the unit where Danjuma served in the first sector was late colonel from Bauchi, but he later became a major general. So they were not equal. But you saw, I mean, people were saying we were deciding whether Okeke or Okafo should be. In other words, they were not respecting rank, and that thing has continued. Under Jonathan, for a brief period, there was some, the use of military training and tests to elevate people. There was one General Iweze who became the chief of the commander of the NDA. The training changed. The training. So you don't compare those people with the people we are seeing now. Retired Rear Admiral Madeke. When he was in service, he was the first officer to jump from a helicopter to a ship. And he was no longer a junior officer. That was after the war. A helicopter, assuming you want to attack a ship, you use the helicopter to get to the top of and then you drop soldiers to fight the sailors on that ship. I think he was a commodore also. After being governor of Anambra State, he jumped from a ship, from a helicopter to a ship. That shows that, you are training. You are not beyond control. But some people just happen to appear from nowhere, from a captain, major general, and they are not interested in the work. To just give you an illustration, or a more recent one, the unfortunate events at Uromi, the chief of the defense staff made a comment threatening the people who are supposed to have killed the unfortunate people. But look at the hierarchy. There's a chief of army staff for the army. There must be a commander somewhere in Benin. There's a divisional police officer in Uromi. So many people. What is the interest of the chief of the defense staff on a matter? There have been happenings in Plateau, in Benue, in Nasarawa, but nobody has had him because maybe from where he comes is a family matter. But where it happens, the other place, it becomes a foul game. So, just to tell you, many people are rational. I'm not saying that this is the reason, but if somebody had joined the army, maybe 4 years ago, and you discover that the person is still a private, maybe he has secondary school education. Somebody with no education or standard 6 or 6 attempted or 4 certificates is now a sergeant who joined at the same time with him. Are you getting what I'm saying? Why would you join? So these are very evident reasons why people do not join. Apart from that, the fact that the army is a risky job. But if the army is fighting, what is it fighting for? Internal affairs are police matters. You find religious preachers who are preaching the same thing as Boko Haram. The founder of Boko Haram is from Yobe. The mother is alive and the government is feeding the mother. Where are the parents of Nnamdi Kanu? 2 of them were killed in military detention. So if you call it Nigerian army, you are just using general terms.
What is Nigerian army?
What do you think are the implications of the Igbos not being interested in enlisting into the Nigerian army? Because, we are talking about defense. We are talking about the national institution like the Nigerian army. You don't find a section of a country in that institution. What do you think going forward? What do you think are the implications for us?
In my usual way of explaining things, I use these allusions. We are lachazi. So what has eaten the fufu? We lick the soup. That's what it means. Because it's a case of somebody has told you, I'm going to lynch you. And you go into your house and pour fuel on your body, and then it makes it easier for. If it's as insinuated, if let it not be true, but if what people are saying is true, that you are marginalization, out of so many evidences of marginalization in the national affairs, that has made a section of Nigerian tribe decide that they don't find safe haven, and they don't find a good career path with Nigerian army, and they pull out. And this is like you are being targeted and marginalized, and then if you start pulling out from certain things that will even give you impetus within the affairs of the country, then you have also helping the scenario of going into extinction, structurally, governance, politically and otherwise. Because any army of any nation is a critical factor to uniting or unification. So if you are not found there, look at a few things that Dr. Ukeja is just sharing here, about how we use evidences and experiences. None of us here, we are not kids, so we are not just like talking. We don't want to heat up the polity. We are sharing experiences of life living in this country. I've not been anywhere since I grew up here. I've not been anywhere. So I know. So if this what is happening in the recent past continues in the recent future, then there is no hope. Because that is only where if you are counting, say, national character, federal character. You said, among all the soldiers in Nigeria, oh, this one is from Hausa, this one is Buddhist flan, it is a gala. Everybody. So when they talk about unity, everybody stands in unity. But when it comes that it's lopsided, we go into hunting, play in the bush. You turn around and say, my leg looks like that of an antelope. And I pull back. Well, if what is the outcome of that hunting exercise will be what will be shared as Commonwealth, I've lost that.
Okay.
That's my way I can explain it.
Okay.
So the Igbos are continually losing out.
Okay.
If we are talking about one Nigeria, and we are being like the Igbos say, only Igbo. So somebody gets you annoyed. You get annoyed and walk away, and then they will share what's supposed to be Commonwealth. It might not be good strategy.
Okay.
But we want the nation, Nigeria, to begin. I've said it in different platforms. They begin to build bridges and begin to reconvince the Igbo tribe of Nigeria that they are part of Nigeria. Otherwise, what they have shown them is you can go anywhere, it doesn't matter. Okay. And then they leave the army for Nigerians. Let the Igbo people go and find their own army.
So in effect, despite what had happened, despite our experiences in the past, the appeal should be should go to our young, able-bodied people to adhere to the call, to get enlisted into the
running away totally.
Running away
because it's going to be double wahala for them.
Okay, because this is a national institution, and we are talking about defense. So our appeal is for, and of course, in this era where you have less job in the economy, the army is a veritable avenue for our people, our boys, our youths to get engaged. So we appeal to them to adhere to the call, to join the Nigerian army, and we do hope that that will be acceptable to them. But the issue is this: if the military is disturbed or worried that you don't have many people from this side of the country getting interested in joining the army, why is it? Why is the institutions, like the NNPC, like the MPA, like all these juicy institutions, why are they not asking the same question? Why are they not asking Igbos? Why are they not complaining that they don't have enough Igbos in
bring
their,
a federal character into NNPC.
So
that's
the
central
Central Bank of Nigeria, why are they not crying also that Igbos should get enlisted? So what we are saying is that if you are interested in the Igbos joining the army, the NNPC should also.
Let it spread around.
The central bank, all these Jewish institutions should also be interested
Nigerian
in
minting and what they call it, minting. You remember those days? Printing and minting.
Gentlemen, I thank you for doing justice to this particular. But we cannot end this edition without paying tribute to the legendary player, Mr. Chairman Christian
the
Chukwu,
chairman himself,
who passed away a few days ago. I remember growing up as a young boy in Aba. Remember the match that Rangers had with Egyptian side, Mehala. The Mehala. So Rangers went to Egypt and were defeated by Mehala.
Yeah.
And I was crying. Out there in Aba, I was crying. I said, how can these people give Rangers 3-0? I think it was 3-0.
Yeah.
I didn't eat. For 2 days, I didn't eat. My mother was saying, is it football? You don't know these people. You don't. I said, there's going to be a return match in Enugu.
Yeah.
I don't know them.
And when they came for a return match, they saw Wahala.
I started asking questions. Was Christian Chukwu in that team that was defeated in they said yes. Was Okala there? They said yes. I said to myself, something must have happened. And the Enyimba people, we organized. That day we entered a train. One businessman had to pay for the trip to Enugu.
Yeah.
About over 1,000 of us from Enugu from Aba
to Enugu
to watch Rangers, to see the Mehala that defeated, and to also watch Christian Chukwu. And I tell you, Christian was. That was the first time I was seeing him play. Physically, I used to see him on television.
Every Nigerian honor him. Rest in peace.
So look at that. And at the end of the day, the match ended
3-0
against Mehala. And you could see
they lost 3-1 in
you needed to see Mehala players. They wept. They couldn't come out of Nnamdi Azikiwe.
They were paying their own coin.
They started weeping. So Christian Chukwu was a legendary player, an international player, and he did the Igbos proud. Yeah. Don't forget the fact that he arose. He came to stardom just after the Civil War, and a whole lot of them, Okala,
We'll have a time to talk about Rangers 55 years after.
So I was disturbed when I heard that he had passed away.
Yes.
All we can say, may his soul rest in peace.
May the angels of heaven sing him to sleep.
Thank you. And let the family take.
Mike, I think we should commend Femi Otedola for taking interest in Christian Chukwu's welfare.
Okay.
Because he may have given him extra time by taking him to the UK
for treatment.
That is what makes for unity.
The handshake across.
It was a very good behavior.
Oh,
and the way Odegbami spoke about Chukwu, he called him Oyim.
Oyim, he would have been so close. They were so close. I saw those.
So I think those things should be commended.
Yeah.
Those are the things that build, unity. Unity. You don't need to buy it.
We have to stop here. I think that time is.
Yes, gentlemen, thank you very much for making our day. It's been nice, getting your views over some of the issues. There are so many issues that we needed to discuss, but for time factor, I believe that and hope that next time we'll do justice to those issues. Dr. KJ, thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mike.
Mr. Christian Madoka, thank you for coming. And for our viewers, thank you for having faith in us. Thank you, and have a very rewarding Easter celebration. Thank you.
Yeah.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to another edition of E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queen Contact. Today is Wednesday. So who is your woman crush Wednesday? Who is my woman crush Wednesday? I'll tell you after the show. So here we tend to give you interesting stories, stop chatting drama from the world of entertainment. We have interesting conversation, which we'll be reviewing to you today. And of course, we will also repeat the Leicester Food Festival that happened earlier this month. But first, let's delve into the stories of the day. Nigerian rapper Wale Davis, popularly known as Tech, has emphasized that decision-making is one of the biggest challenges faced by talented individuals in the creative industry. Speaking on a recent episode of the Overnight Success podcast, Tech pointed out that talent alone is not enough to guarantee success. According to him, it is often the choices creatives make, such as who they choose to work with or the record labels they sign to, that ultimately shape or derail their career. He urged up-and-coming artists and creatives to be intentional and thoughtful about their decisions if they hope to build lasting and successful careers. That's the absolute truth, right? It's not about having talent. It's about making the right choices for that talent. And of course, recently we have talent managers, people that, counsel you, talk to you to make sure that you're taking the right path, because it's not about, oh, I have this talent of singing and you're already in a record label. And before you know it, after staying in that record label, you even stay up to the agreed number of years you're meant to stay according to the contract given to you, you leave. And you go outside the world and face a different thing entirely. So you need to think deep when you notice that, oh, I have this talent. You need to seek a counselor. You need to find a manager that will talk to you, walk you through that part before venturing into anything else. All right, let's move forward. Former Big Brother Naija Season 4 housemates Natasha Anita Akinde, popularly known as Tasha, has stated that she would have emerged the winner of the show if she hadn't been disqualified. Speaking in a recent interview, Tasha expressed confidence in her chance of winning, noting that she survived eviction 11 times during her time in the house. A testament, she said, to her strong fan base and popularity. She also claimed the title of the most nominated housemate in the show's history, which she believes was further proof of her strength in the competition. Tasha was disqualified from the Pepper Dem edition of the reality show due to violent conduct. And that fight happened between she and Mercy Eke. The both of them, it's as if they were dragging one particular thing, which you don't even understand. The altercation started and she had to push her, right? I mean, she hit herself. I can't remember again. But, in the Big Brother house, you can have a one-on-one argument and all, but make sure you're not touching somebody. Make sure you're not pushing somebody. Make sure you're not hitting somebody. So out of anger, she did that. And that was why she was disqualified. For nomination, she was nominated several times. And I think she would have also won if she was there, because she and Mercy Eke, they were really, really topping charts, right? When you check the graph during the eviction and all that, eviction night and all that, you would notice that she actually had chances of winning. Maybe second position or first position. All right. Funke Akindele is set to dominate holiday box office again with her new film Behind the Scenes. Year after year, her films have become a staple of the holiday cinema season, consistently drawing massive crowds and redefining commercial success. in Nollywood. This December, she's poised to continue her winning streak with the release of her latest project, Behind the Scenes, announced through her production company on her birthday. The star-studded film features a dynamic cast including Toby Bakari, Scarlett Gomez, Ini Idima Okoji, Yabo Ojo, Destiny Etiko, Uzo Arokwe, Uche Montana, and Big Brother Niger alumni, Hani and Wani. Akindele's connection to the festive season is international. Over the years, she has carved out a niche with her December releases, assembled-driven stories filled with humor, family dynamics, and cultural resonance themes. These elements have become her signature, resonating with audiences during Nigeria's busiest cinema period. With each project, Akindele has not only set new box office record, but also solidified her reputation as a filmmaker with a keen understanding of what Nigerian audiences want during the holiday, and that is not even a lie. When you go through the charts, it's as if she's always targeting the festive period, December period, and we, the audience, we always anticipate that she's going to release a movie, and that's on period. From 2020, her movie was actually topping charts. She grossed about how many millions? 2022, 2023, 2024, and now we're in 2025. And you can imagine the list of cast that is going to be part of that movie. Uzaro Kwe, Uche Montana, name them, Yabo Joe. So let's keep our fingers crossed. December is about 3 to 4 months. Let's see what Funke Akindele is cooking. Alright, let's move over to the foreign scene. British record listing platform Guinness World Record marks its 70th anniversary. The initiative first began in the UK when Hugh Beaver, a Guinness brewer, was eager to know the fastest game bird in Europe. Unable to find the answer in any reference book, Beaver hired twin brothers, Norris and Ross McWhirter, who ran a fact-finding agency in London. The Guinness magnate hired the twins to compile a book of factual records which went to stores in 1955 and topped the bestseller list by Christmas. Since then, the Guinness Book of World Record has turned into a franchise that includes annually publicized record books, TV series, museums, and global exercises to create and mark new world records. These records can range from the tallest humans in the world to feats of great endurance like the world's longest abdominal plank or the fastest time taken to pull a car by walking on hands. Some of these records have also been set by animals such as Otto the bulldog, who holds the record for longest human tunnel traveled by a skateboarding dog rather, and the llama Caspar, who holds the record for the highest bar jump cleared by llama. To mark the 70th anniversary of Guinness World Records, the organization reconnected with some iconic record holders from the past who touched upon how a Guinness certification shaped their life. Professional card taker Brian Burge recalled the time when the first achieved the world record for the tallest house of freestanding playing cards. And I think, anyways, let's take a look at this first.
a little bit down the line, those Guinness World Records would serve to have a big effect on my life. Because in 2021, I won the Scripps National Spelling Bee, becoming the first African American to win. And having Guinness World Records added a certain level of notoriety to who I was, because when people saw me on Good Morning America, they're like, oh, she won the Scripps National Spelling Bee. And then they cut to a video of me dribbling 6 basketballs. You're like, oh my god, she has Guinness World Records too? Like, people were literally making posts like, is she an alien? This is not a real person. It's all a scam.
You're now a Guinness World Records title.
Big smile. Amazing.
Present you with these, your Guinness World Records icon certificates. You are both officially amazing. Thank you.
So getting the Guinness World Record title was fantastic. One of the things I always think is it makes a project, no matter how crazy or weird, it kind of gives it a social relevance. Like, everybody loves world records, and if you're doing something for a world record, they just seem to get behind you and want you to do it.
Three, 2, 1, go.
So back in 1992, when I first achieved the world's tallest house of freestanding playing cards, I didn't really realize that it would derail my, would have been more normal life. But it really kind of paved the way for me to be able to basically spend my life doing what I love.
Over. Come on, over. Good lad.
Here we go. All right, flow, flow, flow. Turn.
There's so many different records and so many different areas of Guinness World Records that a person can put themselves in, and I think it's really cool just to set a goal for yourself, a really cool, seemingly impossible goal that you can set for yourself to achieve. It pushes you past your limit and you can become the very best version of yourself, whatever field you're in. And I think having Guinness World Records as a motivation is really cool because you're doing something that no one else has ever done before. And how many people can say that?
So let's go and look for the one we'll do. So we'll be among the people that have the certificate in Guinness World Record. All right. Couples from across the globe showcased their talent at the Buenos Aires Tango Global World Championship at Argentina's premier tango event. Colombian dancers Paula Betancourt and David Ospina, participating in the competition, shared their excitement about the experience. The event is part of 2 weeks festival in the Argentine capital, featuring over 500 activities and performances by acclaimed artists. City officials described it as the world's largest tango gathering, celebrating a dance from the originated in Buenos Aires, working class neighborhood in the late 19th century, and has since gained global recognition. This festival will run until September 2nd. Let's have a view.
I think it's a unique feeling because everything comes together in that moment when you're there with your partner, being embraced. We are two people but as one.
It's a great experience for me because we spent a long time preparing to come here. I came here 12 years ago, and after 12 years I've returned with my partner, and it's an incredible experience.
Que se escuche ese aplauso.
Like I said the last time, if your leg is not strong, don't try that dance at home. So we're going to review Leicester Food Festival to you, so enjoy.
Yes, sir. Big up VIP code in the vicinity. They're right on the farm. Music media management. Big up yourself. Rich and Scotch reggae. Big up yourself. railroad's track. No matter how you're treated, never be satisfied. Could you be that? Could you be that? Hey! Could you be that? Could you be that man? Say something. Reggae. Rockers. Say something. Reggae. Rockers. Say something. Reggae. Rockers. Lord of mercy. Thank you very much, people. And it comes to that time where we have to say goodbye. Shall I do one more? Oh God, you twisted my other arm right up my back. I only have two. So one more then. All right, thank you. So this one is going out to everyone and to the whole world. Because what the world needs a little bit more of right now, trust me. So this one, sending love to everywhere. Come on. One love, one heart. Let's get together and let me hear you sing it. Sing it louder. Give thanks and praise to the Lord. I will feed you. Let's get together and let them all pass our day. 13 months. There is one question I'd really like to ask. Is there a place for the hopeless sinner who had heard of mankind just to save his own? Believe me, one love, come on, one heart. Let's get together and hear the children crying. Hear the children crying. Give thanks and praise to the Lord. I will feed you. Let's get together and whoa. Well, let's come together to come and fight this Armageddon. When the man comes, there will be no more Jew. A pity on those whose chances won't stand up. There ain't no hiding place from the Father of creation. Believe me, one love, one about the one heart, one about the whole world. As it was in the beginning, in the end. Give thanks and praise to the Lord. I will feed you. Let's get together and give thanks and praise to the Lord. Thank you very much, people. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you so much. Thank you. And big up the engineers, right? Big up the engineers. We was working last week at Leicester Carnival. I was headlining with my band. Next time, I hope next year, they invite me and my band to come.
Leicester Food Festival, please make.
And by the way, it's a thing, right? It's thing, right? Everybody on the park is Jamaican today, right? Because every little is gonna I rise up this morning, smile with the, come on, louder. 3 little beside my singing, melodies pure and true, singing this. Alright. Lot of mercy. Lot of mercy. Oh, lot of mercy. Come sing with us. Don't worry about a thing, because, come on. Can you sing a little louder? Singing, don't worry. Yeah. Yes. Every little thing gonna be alright. I rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. 3 little birds beside my doorstep, singing sweet songs, melodies pure and true, singing. This is my message to everybody. Sing, don't worry about it, oh Lord, because yes I am. Singing, don't worry, yeah, about it, oh Lord, because yes I am. What is it? I rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. 3 little birds beside my doorstep, singing sweet songs, melodies pure and true, singing. This is my message to everybody. Sing, don't worry about a thing, worry about a thing, cause, yeah. Sing, don't worry, yeah, about a thing, oh Lord, because, yes I am. Singing, don't worry, worry about a thing, cause, yeah. Singing, don't worry, yeah, about a thing, oh Lord, because yes I am. Hey. Worry about a thing, cause, yeah. Living sacrifice, jam until this jam is through. Cause we're jamming. To think the jamming was a thing of the past. Jamming. I hope this jam is gonna last. Nobody can stop us now. Beg not even bow. Neither can be fought now. So Jaja children must unite. Life is worth much more than gold, cause we're jamming. Natural mystic blowing through the air. There's a natural mystic blowing through the air. If you listen carefully now, you will hear. This could be the first trumpet, might as well be the last. Many more will have to suffer, many more will have to die. Don't ask me why. Things are not the way they used to be. I won't tell no lie. One and all got to face reality now. Though I try to find the answer to all the questions they ask, though I know it's impossible to go living through the past, can't dig them down. There's a natural mystic flowing through the air. They can't keep us down.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. This is E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Live here with me is Anyam Beauty. She's a spoken word artist. And we'll be talking about cultural significance of spoken word. She's been here before. I know the surprising thing, she's actually a student nurse. So you can imagine medical doing literature. Anyways, thanks for joining, Beauty.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How you doing?
I'm fine.
It's been a while.
Yes.
Did you miss me?
Of course.
All right, let's talk here. So, what do you think is the cultural significance of spoken word?
Spoken word is beyond poetry.
Okay.
I feel like spoken word is a living tradition that carries the heartbeats of culture.
Okay.
You get, because before written words, communities has always kept these storytelling stuffs, has passed values, histories, and identities through chants, oral performances, storytelling. So I feel spoken word is something that keeps that legacy going.
Okay. So in your view, what makes spoken word different from poem writing?
Spoken word is actually spoken word is the oral presentations of poetry.
Okay. Okay.
Because in spoken word, everything goes in alignment. You get, if you can make good poems, then you can also be a good spoken word artist. But at the same time, not everyone can perform. So some people are good or better performers than writers, while some people are better writers than performers. But like I will always say, a poem is best performed by the writer.
Fact, actually, because that person knows how
exactly.
to. So, but you write, right? You write
Yes.
the poem.
All my performances or any performance I have, any poem I perform is written by me.
And you're a nurse.
Yes, I'm a nurse.
How do you even blend that?
I feel like when it comes to this poetry, spoken word stuff,
yeah,
it flows. Like I don't stress to do anything because it's just like in me. It's just a talent. It's just a gift.
Okay. All right, so what role do you think language and dialect has actually played in spoken word?
Okay, firstly, when it comes to spoken word, it is an avenue for communication. Yes.
But they don't respond to the spoken word artist.
Yes. See, the communication I mean doesn't mean communication. I don't mean interaction. I mean emotional interaction.
Okay.
Being able to influence people intellectually.
Okay.
You get, is also a means of communication. Because imagine when you perform a, let me say, emotional poem, and then you're actually reaching out to people's emotions. You've communicated with them even without you speaking.
So what do you think? Do you think spoken word is a modern continuation of ancient storytelling? You know, you said that earlier.
Of course.
Okay, but it has a different language. It's most times they don't speak direct words. It's like it's idiom or something.
Okay, wait, actually. I believe that spoken word is just an extension of storytelling.
Okay.
You see these ancient storytellings, chants, oral performances. I feel like spoken word is what it brings a bridge between the past and the present. Because I feel like spoken word is just a modified way of storytelling. But then in a scenario whereby you are more coordinated and all that, you know, those storytelling stuffs were ancient stuffs and where people gather to listen to someone express themselves,
talking about tortoise,
talking about something and all that. So spoken word is actually something like that.
So do you think it has breached generational gap?
Of course, because if not for spoken word, I think poetry would have been dead by now. Storytelling would have been dead by now. Yes. And most of oral performances too would have been somehow down by now.
Okay. So how has the rise of digital platforms transformed the reach of cultural influence in spoken word? Like the way we have phones now, computers, teleprompters, you know. So how has it transformed, reached the cultural influence of spoken word?
Of course. You see, devices has actually helped because in those days when it comes to storytelling, our mind we don't think vast as of then. We're always talking about tortoise, this one, the lion and his people, you get. Now we're talking about, you can see people performing poems about the economy of a country, about people's emotional problems. You see, in those days, you'd see people, you might be going through a particular problem, and you think you're actually the only one in that. But today in social media, you'll be like, so this thing happening to me is happening to someone else. So I feel like this advancement when it comes to technology, you get, these technological innovations has also helped. Because now you come out, you see things, and you see that this thing is a rising issue.
Yeah.
People are seeing this, people are experiencing this, and you decide to perform that, write about that, and then you're actually reaching out to people, their emotions. So I would say poetry is healing.
Okay.
Spoken words is amazing.
Okay. So do you see spoken word as something that travels beyond borders, or something that is just rooted in a place?
I would say spoken word travels beyond and beyond and beyond more of borders, because like I just said, then storytelling was confined, you get. People don't think about, then there was nothing like governments, economy.
Are you sure?
Yes, they were just thinking about their family, children, how to raise their children, you get.
Yeah.
So you see that more of the times, you get, I feel like spoken word travels beyond borders, because now you're communicating with people, not just people around you, but people far and wide. You get people from different cultures, from different countries might watch your performance, and at the same time you're trying to pass a particular message. So it travels beyond borders.
So let's come back to the cultural significance. What exactly is that cultural significance? You've made mention of in those days how they give us stories, folk tales and all that, and now we are speaking to resonate with people that have the same mindset with you or experience with you. So what exactly is that cultural significance aside from that folktale storytelling?
Okay, I feel like spoken word is actually a medium for people to exercise their culture, show themselves. You get, firstly, you can write a poem about a particular culture. You can write a poem about a particular food, a particular over rising issue. You get, you can write a poem about, let me say you wrote about racism.
Okay.
You get, you're not just reaching out to the Igbos or the Yorubas, you're reaching out to the whole Africans. You get, so I feel like culture, spoken word is something that it plays a very huge impact when it comes to culture, because it gives people the medium for communication, like I said before, not just physical interaction, but emotional and intellectual interaction. So I feel like someone who understands poetry properly and then spoken words too, then would understand what poetry means in culture. You get?
Do you think tribalism can maybe come in when it comes to the cultural significance of spoken word?
I feel like no, it doesn't.
Okay.
Because I feel poetry is something that brings together, spoken word brings together. When it comes to physical performance and people from far and wide comes to watch you or listen to you, or you post on social media and different people from different countries and different areas watch you, you get, you are not, they might not be physically there with you, but they are emotionally watching you, they are intellectually listening to you. You get, so I feel like it doesn't bring any form of tribalism or racism. But then poems, you can still have poems that can be against tribalism, racism and all these things. You get, because obviously when we talk about cultural tolerance and all these things, we talk about bringing the Igbos, Yorubas and Hausas together for us to be one and all. So you can write a poem of unity and all these things. You get, so people would understand it in different perspectives and different meanings, but all the same, what are you trying to say? That there should be unity. So I feel like spoken word is, it brings people together. It doesn't bridge anything at all.
All right, so you said something about you speaking your own poem, right? Is it possible? Why are you laughing? Is it possible for someone to write a poem and not being able to come out and talk about it or even read it?
Of course, yes.
Because of what? The person is shy?
I feel like people have various personalities. You get, people have various personalities. So when it comes to performance, not everyone has the ability to perform. Some people naturally, let me just take for instance, some people naturally have a very low voice. For instance, you wrote a poem about rape, emotional heartbreak and all those stuff. Some people's voice and their expression can't even show that in the words. So that's why most times you see some people, they can write properly, but to perform it is
what if they're just reserved?
That's why I said people have various personalities. You get?
So you think because that person is reserved, people cannot resonate, or because maybe he or she voice is not that loud, because I've actually had a poet here, and she's very reserved, very quiet, and all that. Even when you ask her to go be aggressive, be agitated or something, she's still very reserved. But with whatever she says, if you're paying attention, right?
You're going to get it.
Exactly. So are you saying, so because that person is reserved, people cannot be able to resonate? Communication is not being passed at that point?
You see, the fact is that communication doesn't mean when you shout, when you scream, when you're too agile. I feel like every poem comes with its own expression. You get?
Okay.
So when you want to perform, let me say, a love poem or something, of course you don't need to be shouting now. You have to be calm. You get? So I feel like when it comes to those, that's why I feel like these calm people you're talking about, mostly they would produce calm poems with emotions. You get? Calmness and all that. Because I feel like no matter how calm you are or anything, when it comes to a poem that needs action, you need to add that action. If not, there will be misconception of information. Do you get?
Absolutely.
There will be misconception of information. Because I feel like everyone has the way they express themselves, and each poem passes a particular message.
Yeah.
So if you're unable to pass that message the poem is coming with, you're talking about rape, and then you're so calm, and so you need to put yourself in the shoes of someone who was raped. You get? So that's it.
So which would you say is more therapeutic? Reading the poem or listening to the poet?
Okay. They are both therapeutic, but then listening to the poet, in the sense that the poet is a better interpreter of the poem, that's when you say it was functional.
Okay.
But then reading the poem, you get, most times it takes a lot to understand a poem. If you are not smart, or you won't understand the poem very easily, because most poems they are kind of, should I say, very figurative.
Thank you very much. That's the word I've been looking for. Because I've tried reading the poem and I'm like, I think I understand what you're saying, but
yes.
Go straight to the point.
See, some poems are very figurative, and if you're not smart, you will not understand them. You get? There was actually a poem, I think, The Good Moral. I read that poem when I was in, I think, SS1 in secondary school. And that poem is actually, they were all talking about, is an erotic poem.
Okay.
Then. I think our principal was like, why should they be giving us an erotic poem to read, that kind of stuff? Because that poem, it was like, okay, they were like, all those love songs. Do you know, I did not understand that poem until our vice principal explained that poem, because it was our literature lecture. He was like, that poem is trying to show when two lovers were little, and then all these hiding under the tree, hiding at the backyard, now they are finally grown, and they're no longer hiding. They now want to make everything official and get married and live together. No one will query them. I was like, so is this thing that this poem is trying to explain things that I've not even understood?
And that's because someone had to
explain it. So I feel like poetry sometimes becomes more therapeutic when it is best interpreted, because most times some people cannot understand a poem just like that.
Are there, how do I put this now? You know, when they say characteristics of you make me laugh so much. When they say characteristics of a human being, what makes a human being and all. So what do you think makes a good poet?
Firstly, emotional stability.
Okay.
Your ability to put and add emotions at the appropriate places they are meant to be.
Okay.
You get? Now, secondly, your ability to be stable when you're writing. Because most poets, on the process of writing one particular thing, you would lose track. Then it will enter another thing you get. So your ability to be stable, your emotional stability, your ability to add emotions to your words. There are some poems you read, nobody has interpreted them for you, nobody has performed them.
Yeah.
But by reading them, you already understand what that person is. You already understand the emotions of the person that wrote that poem. Yes.
Can you do a performance for us? Not emotion now. Anger, pain. That's also an emotion. But anyways. I know you're laughing now, but I want to see the switch.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, let me. Okay, what kind of poem do you want?
Pain.
Pain. Okay. Let me use education.
Okay.
And life as the poem stuff. Okay, let me just say. No one talks about how hard it is to struggle and not make a living. No one talks about how painful it is to make efforts without no results. Education is hard. No one gets to talk about how frustrating going to school can be. Graduating without any source of income, working without any source of survival. No one talks about how frustrating it is to wake up every day, going to work, working hard and striving hard, knowing fully well that your present occupation will not give you the standard life you deserve.
Facts. You know, there's something striking about your voice, right? Even if someone is sleeping, the person would wake up to hear what you're saying, no matter what. And that's one thing I like about your spoken word. I know I like the calm people. Would you allow me say those people with calm personalities should do more of calm poems and not talking about activism and all those kind of things? Or would you say they should also explore?
I think they should explore, but then the interpretation of the poem shouldn't be done by them.
Abi?
Yes.
All right.
Do you know, if you go to, there's a guy on TikTok, Erastus something.
All right, they said our time is up, so we need to. We'll continue that story after the show. Anyways, thank you so much, Beauty Anya. I had great time talking about this with you.
Thank you so
I'm sure you
much.
did too.
Of course I did.
All right. The show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for more insightful, interesting conversation, trending topics, stories that's making rounds in the entertainment industry. Follow all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. And enjoy the rest of your day. I am your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta.
We are local.
International communities observing the Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst
unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello, welcome to Signature TV interview. My name is Obiora Ane, and today we have a chieftain of the opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP, former special advisor to the immediate past president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, on inter-party relations, and currently the national secretary of the People's Democratic Party, PDP Caretaker Committee, Chief Senator Ben Obi. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Welcome yourself.
People's Democratic Party, PDP, elected convention is here. How ready is the party to go?
Ready as we can. Things are very much in place. We've done all the basics. But more importantly, we have in place the Convention Planning Committee, headed by His Excellency Senator Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, Governor of Delta State, who has taken charge since the inauguration on Monday. One thing you cannot take away from him is that he's a man of details and a man who has patience to understand whatever people or members want to say to him. But he has a clear mind, a focus of what he wants to do. And it tallied completely with the projections of the Caretaker Committee that we want to leave a legacy we can fault, and that we want to conduct a convention that neither B nor A will have a reason to complain. Therefore, in terms of preparation for the convention, I guess, and I say without any fear of contradiction, that we are indeed absolutely and totally prepared.
You know, apparently this is a convention for the National Working Committee. What manner of election are we looking forward to here?
Well, the screening committee is going on, and but we have made arrangements for all the elections. There are 21 offices that are going to be vied for. Now, there are quite a number of contestants, and there are some zones that have gone ahead to microzone. In such instances, we may not be having too many problems. But you see, no matter how you microzone, you cannot stop any individual from contesting as long as the office is zoned to his or her own zonal catchment. So all I'm saying is that all arrangements towards going into voting proper on Saturday is being taken care of. If there are people who are willing to step down, all well and good. But even if it is a nomination that is unopposed, you still have to do the needful. So, in all of that, the caretaker committee, ably led by Senator Ahmed McAfee, had done a lot of work before the arrival of the convention planning committee, so that they will be coming in and just hit the ground running. And that's the position.
Now, when you say that some zones are micro-zoned, the party ab initio said there's no micro-zoning. So where's the...
The party did not micro-zone. We zoned the presidency to the north. We zoned the chairmanship to the south. But we cannot go and say to southern region, southeast, southwest, south-south, don't meet. Neither can we say to northeast, northwest, north central, don't meet. So if it suits them and they come back and say, oh, they've been able to put these and these and these and these in place, all well and good. As long as they can interact with their brothers in the northern region or their brothers in the southern region. But as far as the party is concerned, it is a straightforward message.
That means that maybe the chairmanship may be coming from the southwest specifically, or south-south. I had to ask this question because southeast belongs to the south. And so far, nobody from the southeast is making...
nobody has purchased the form for that, so nobody has.
Is it that there's a separate arrangement for the southeast to take any position, for instance?
I will not speak for them. I mean, people just said they wanted to buy forms. It was open to everybody, and they just did not buy.
So how many delegates are we expecting at this convention?
We're expecting a little less than 3,000 delegates. A little less than 3,000 delegates. We're talking, navigating between 2,850, 2,950.
Now, 3,000 delegates. I understand that Anambra State, for instance, and perhaps is it Ondo State, are not sending delegates. What happened?
No, that's not correct. Even if you are in your likelihood event that is an issue, you have statutory delegates. You cannot stop them. And you see, the working committee is supposed to deliberate on the Anambra congresses that just took place. When the other states conducted their congresses, Anambra was preparing for its election. And the chairman of the steering committee, the caretaker committee for Anambra State then, Professor A.B.C. Mosu, wrote to the working committee and requested the working committee to postpone the Anambra congresses in view of the fact that they were going into an election, which made a lot of sense. And at the working committee of the party, it was endorsed and postponed. So last week, up until yesterday, when they concluded all the congresses in Anambra State, the results have just been coming in, and definitely and naturally, the working committee will review the reports that have been sent in by the panel sent out and then take a position. And if the positions are taken and it's clear, then that's it. Osun State is, we had, the ward went well, local government went well, but then they had problems in terms of the state. And then when the problems continued, it now affected the whole process. So we're using purely for Osun State statutory delegates.
Okay, some of the chairmanship candidates are alleging favoritism, that the party seem to be favoring certain parts of the South, like the South-South and stuff. How true is this?
Well, we have tried as much as possible to be open to all of them. I personally enjoy a very mutual relationship with virtually all of them. And here is like a bus stop. where they all come to vent their anger and all of that. But I tell you, with all sense of responsibility, that the caretaker committee has been fair to all and sundry. We, as members of the caretaker, took it upon ourselves to say, we will not interfere. We will have nothing, absolutely nothing, to do with any one of them. We would present to them a level playing field. And then we went ahead to reenact, what you would gladly call an MOU. Recall what I did in 2015 when the tension in the country was so high, so thick, and the international community, everybody was panicking. And then some of the high commissioners and ambassadors approached me and said, look, you've been doing a few of these things. Why not do something to douse the tension? So I arranged an all-party summit, which President Buhari attended, then General Buhari, with President Jonathan, and I got them to sign an MOU. So we got them this time to sign an MOU, which they gladly embraced. And we went further to say, look, give us 2 persons per zone. So for each aspirant, we have 12 persons that will be assigned to all the sensitive subcommittees and the main committee. So they will be there. Should anything go wrong, so that they can alert their principals. My dear brother, how else and how best can you through transparency? Tomorrow, the list of delegates from each of the states will be made public.
So apparently, the scenario you painted was because perhaps there was apprehension in the country then in 2015. Are you expecting anything untoward in this your convention in terms of?
We don't expect anything, but you see, it's just to make assurance doubly sure, to make them understand that we have no reason to shortchange any aspirant. But you see, in politics, when you say A, B, C, D, somebody has gone through the alphabet to Z. And the next thing is that, oh, it's you who said A to Z. We're used to it. But I just want to use this medium to reassure all the aspirants, all the PDP members, we have no interest in who's going to be the chairman or deputy chairman or national public secretary. We have interest in ensuring that we conduct a free, fair, and transparent election that will produce the right people, qualified, competent, as prescribed by members of the PDP, delegates of the PDP. Fortunately, most of the events that we're talking about will be beamed live. And like I said, the chairman of the planning committee, Governor Dr. Senator Ifeanyi Okowa, sounded the note of warning again and again and again today, cautioning all chairmen of the subcommittees, in fact, including the security. And now he said, this time, we are not going to allow campaign into the square. The deputy senate president will come in with his staff car and one extra vehicle. President Jonathan, ditto. The two former vice presidents, ditto. The chairman of the Caretaker Committee, ditto. All governors, just their vehicles. So we're going to restrict movement, except you have something to do with the convention. You will not be allowed in. Now don't forget, the last convention we did in August was a non-elective convention. It was more or less like a carnival. We wanted to show Nigerians that, look, this PDP is back and bubbling. But this one is an elective convention. It's business, serious business. So it's not a question of carnival or jamboree. No.
That brings me to the fact that some people are alleging financial inducement, a lot of that. Was why I had to ask, what form of convention are you doing? It's elective convention, but is it like open ballot system or what? Because it was alleged that at the previous conventions you had elective conventions, there were a lot of financial inducement.
Well, you see, politics is an expensive venture, okay? There's no question about that. But to sit back here and say to me, inducement, that I have not seen, I have not had any complaint or petition in my office against any particular person or persons. So this is just, the rumor mill from the beer parlor, as far as I'm concerned. I do not have any petition. I have not received complaints. And I know that the aspirants have been moving from one point to the other. And when aspirants tour to meet delegates, definitely they will say, oh, for your transportation, this or that. So if that's what they are referring to, then we all must plead guilty. All parties must plead guilty if that is the issue. But like I said, nobody has called me or petitioned to me that A has done this or that. So that is, as far as I'm concerned, from the rumor mills.
They're talking about imposition of candidates. I remember vividly that the former president warned the party against imposition. Flashing back to what happened in 2015, it was alleged that it was because of imposition that the PDP lost the seat at the center. Is there anything like imposition here?
Well, you've heard us say, we did not even bother our heads about time to say, look, or you step down or don't step down. The screening committee has screened them. To the best of my knowledge, nobody has been told to step down or withdraw. So, if that is the case, then I think there are about 8 of them. They will go before members of the PDP on Saturday. And then members of the PDP will decide who will be the chairman. Again, our duty is to make sure that the process is crystal clear.
Your party, weeks ago, alleged machinations to thwart the convention, saying that some group planning parallel convention as it happened about 4 years ago. What do you say about it? Is it?
Well, yeah, we still, even up to this evening, we still receive reports, of people trying to scuttle the convention. We still hear of people in the ruling party trying to scuttle the convention. But I've taken time off to speak with top functionaries of this government to draw their attention to what we hear. And they have assured me that it's not true. And knowing President Buhari, the much I do know him, I do not believe he would allow any functionary of his to dabble in the affairs of the People's Democratic Party. Because in our own time, we made sure that nobody was shortchanged. We made sure that the process at all times was free and fair and transparent. And more importantly, that votes counted. So the least we expect of the ruling party is to do the same.
You've had your non-elective convention, which to a large extent was a huge success. But you recall that the party had some other conventions, the Port Harcourt Convention, the convention in Abuja, and then the Port Harcourt Convention was turned out to be something else. It was like a fiasco. It didn't hold. Now some of your party members had to dissipate, went to some other parties, and then came the final judgment between the former chairman and your own side of the party. What effort are you making to bring back those who have gone out of the party following that issue?
Well, I mean, the conventions in Port Harcourt in 2016, that of May and that of August, they all scuttled by security agencies claiming instructions from above. We were prepared to have our conventions, very colorful manner, rainbow reflections, but that has come and gone. They dragged us in the courts, left, right, and center. But finally, the Supreme Court put paid to all of that. And in the spirit of one family, the national chairman, Senator Ahmed McAfee, declared no victor, no vanquished position for the party. To that extent, we never engaged in any punitive measure against anybody. However, we drew the line, said, henceforth, no more. Be a good party man, discipline, internal democracy, respect for the rule of law, constitution of the party must take sway. If you deviate from any of this, then we'll have a problem, or we have a score to settle with you. But fortunately, we have not. We've been receiving various members of the ruling party discussing with us and demanding some easy way to come back to the party and making certain inquiries of what and what. But we have decided that the playing field will remain level. We're not going to favor anybody, and they are just going to be equally as entitled to anything any member of the party is entitled to. And that has been decided by the highest organ of the party, the National Executive Council of the party. So we don't have any qualms. People have been calling from the National Assembly, from various parts of the country, they want to come back. They are welcome. The umbrella is huge enough to accommodate all of them.
And I'm talking about returning. The former vice president just returned to the party. How do you see his coming back?
Very welcome development. I mean, he was one of the founding fathers of the party who contributed immensely to the growth of the party. So for him, and as he did say, he came back home. A good number of them are outside there. Their home is not the APC, their home is the PDP. And we have stretched a hand of friendship and fellowship to them. And we expect that sooner rather than later, they will come back home to their fold.
But the former vice president has always been in and out of the PDP. For instance, the last time he joined the APC, he said he wasn't going to leave the APC for any other party. But here he is now back to the PDP. Are you sure he has come to stay?
Well, politics is quite dynamic, and all politics, they say, is local. You know, it depends on what your people are saying to you. And more importantly, it depends on how you see the possibility of bettering the lot of your people. So that may be responsible. It's not cast in iron. Actually, more so when the political parties these days are not founded on ideological basis. So it's nothing, there's nothing no different really between the parties.
Your party said that the former vice president can attend the upcoming convention, but he cannot vote for candidates of his choice. Why did you take that decision?
No, we didn't take that decision. He has to be a delegate. It's a delegate election. When the election for delegates were conducted in his state, he was not then a member of the party. So you wouldn't, just because he was a former vice president, automatically anoint him a delegate. No, it's just that he's not a delegate.
So the PDP Caretaker Committee Chairman, Senator McCarthy, had said that returnees to the party have equal stake with party faithfuls. Does this suggest that returnees like Atiku may aspire to the presidency or presidential position of on the platform of the party?
You just said what the chairman said, so that's the implication. We're not stopping anybody. We're not stopping anybody from attaining any aspirations of his or hers. It's just that we are saying that we are not going to give any special treatment to anybody.
In other words, he may emerge as the presidential candidate of the PDP.
Why do you want to beat the gun? We're talking about who will be the chairman of the party on Saturday. We've not gone to the issue of who will fly the flag of the party. Why are you in a hurry?
And I had to ask because we know, or Nigerians feel, that he has his ambition to go through, which is he left the PDP for APC and canvassed and contested for presidential ticket. He didn't get it. He's back now to the PDP. Is he likely to?
He's not the first person. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. The Constitution does not say you cannot do this or do that with regards to that particular issue. So why we bothered about who moves from pillar A to pillar B?
So how do you see the PDP after this weekend's convention? Is it likely to play its active role as the opposition party in the country?
Well, until the elections of 2019, the PDP will be the strong voice of the oppressed, the deprived, the denied, and the marginalized. And we will do that with all sense of responsibility and discipline of what an opposition party should be. You know, where we find reasons to criticize, we also make it a duty to provide solutions or advise the ruling party on how best to go. It's not just a question of propaganda like we saw in the days and months before the 2015 elections, you know, where everything and anything goes. No, PDP has been in government for 16 years. So the PDP is a matured, you know, it's a matured and very experienced political party with men and women who know of tested and proven achievements.
Is it largely the reason for the party being very quiet over some things Nigerians consider as anomaly? For instance, the return of Abdul Rashid Maina to...
We had spoken severally. Maybe you did not want to read the PDP. Maybe you have your interest somewhere else. We've spoken severally about it, severally, again and again.
But people are saying that the PDP, we know, has not been very vibrant in attacking and criticizing the issues of governance. Unlike, you rightly said it, before the 2015 election, the APC was all over the place talking about...
The APC has never been in government until now. You know, so for them it was everything and anything goes. But for a party like the PDP that has been in government for 16 years, there are certain things that you, as such a party that is the largest political party in Africa, you have to really measure your utterances and know when it's time to do or say A, B, or C. And I think we have done a good job, even though we are very new to opposition. And not individually, some of us have been in opposition most of our political career, but then the party, majority of its members have not been in opposition. So it's a new development, but by and large, I must commend so far what the PDP has done.
But the PDP, your party, alleges marginalization, or what that the war against corruption is targeted at the PDP, especially the immediate past administration and its officials. Saying that many of them are being goaled because of the fact that they are in opposition.
Well, there are instances which you want to make reference to, and based on that, we had to formally make a complaint to the presidency. The chairman and I went there and had audience with the chief of staff, and we formally submitted a letter condemning that, and told them to do the needful and make sure that PDP members are not just singled out and punished for reasons which all political parties cannot be exonerated for. when you talk about campaign funds, there's no political party that can escape that. There's no political party that can be exonerated. Campaign funds are campaign funds. You know, the difficulty in that is when they say come and take money for your state.
Campaign funds are alleged to have come from the coffers of the government, because the government is saying that there was monumental corruption and that there are revelations of monies being recovered and properties being forfeited to the government, properties that were owned by the officials of the past administration.
Well, you work for an organization. You have come now to interview me in my residence. You probably will have put up a voucher, a request going to interview, and the people who are supposed to attend to you will have attended to you. I'm sure you did not ask them the resources they gave to you, where it came from.
Where?
So people, when we go on campaign, people have monies given to them for campaign from the First Republic to the Second Republic to the Third Republic to the Fourth Republic, Fifth, and it will continue. So the truth of the matter is, when I'm pointing this finger at you, Obi, I have these four fingers pointing at myself. And you see, it's a very difficult thing. That's why no success has been recorded in all of this.
But in some other climes, in developed parts of the world, like the United States, which we are emulating their democratic system, campaign funds naturally come from private individuals, corporate organizations, not government coffers and stuff like that.
Well, like you said, in the developed world, and you are talking about this world that is what? What do you call this world? The third world, or the developing world, or what do you call that?
Well, we're emulating the democratic system.
Well, that is now spanning over 250 years. We have just done how many?
18 years.
We'll get there. We'll get there. But it's important. You see, the PDP is in full alignment with this government to tackle corruption. Quite honestly, I'm saying this now with all sense of seriousness and responsibility. The PDP will align itself fully with this government in tackling corruption. But then we also insist that in doing that, it must not be selective. And we have instances at which we say these are selective cases. And we can't go far if we do that. We can't cover the ground we intend to cover once that is established.
Now let's come to your state, Anambra. You were part of, largely part of the last governorship election in Anambra State. And the PDP was expected to have done marvelously well. But it came distant third in the election. What happened?
Well, I mean, you see, when you come to the politics of Anambra, a lot of people have come to realize that ABGA is like an Igbo party kept there in the wings, that whenever there is a doubt about what to do with the big parties, be it PDP, be it APC, they easily fall back. Say, well, this is our own party. However, we try to reorganize the PDP as much as possible. I championed it, you know, and we started well. We started well. But along the line, some of our members felt that the candidate who emerged, one was not an altogether old hand in the PDP, and that it should have been somebody who has been in the party all along, who should fly the flag. But you see, the truth is, we went through the process, and the process produced the candidate. There's no question that the candidate is a very ably qualified candidate, very, very sound candidate. But they thought otherwise, and all attempts between them and the candidates as the aspirants, you know, to reach some understanding and resolutions didn't work out well. And so most of them just went back, coiled back into their shells, and a whole lot of things from that moment went wrong. And the incumbent governor himself, well, was done quite well in his own way. The governor, he's done well. Took the challenge, and they used a lot of things that could easily sway the people, you know, calling on the spirit of Emeko Juku, and you know, at times a lot of people see that as something that has strong affinity with the Igbo people. So at the end of the whole exercise, it became clear that we shot ourselves on the foot in the PDP because we did not come out fully and wholly to support our candidate. Like they say, all that is history.
There was strong allegation that PDP was involved in vote buying in the Anambra State governorship election.
No, I did not experience that, and you know, you see, I'm an old man now in politics. I'm spending 40 years now in politics, that I should not, just because people say, oh, this happened, I will join the bandwagon and say, oh, they said this, they said that. No, I have to convince myself. I have to say, yes, practically, oh, I saw money changing hands, which I didn't see. So I cannot come and say, oh, they said.
But you were actually in Anambra State during that period, and as observer teams, both local and somehow international, alleged that there were a lot of vote buying and materials exchange hands.
They could have seen that where they went to, but I mean, I'm not sure anybody will be bold enough really to come and start, you know, giving out money in the polling booths where I will go and cast my vote. That wouldn't happen. They could go somewhere else. But I'm only saying that I didn't see what you're talking about. And since I did not see what you are talking about, I cannot give credence to it. I mean, international observers can say whatever they want to say. Maybe they saw what they're saying. I don't know. I wasn't with them. But I'm talking about my own area.
There was a serious voter apathy in the Anambra election, and people alleged that felt that it was because of the threat of the IPOB.
No, that's not true. I mean, that's not true. When the whole thing started, it was quite slow. But midway through, it picked up virtually everywhere. It picked up virtually everywhere. There was a huge presence of the security agencies. So the first thing everybody says, well, let us know what this we're up to. So, but when they realized that it was just all in the interest of everybody being safe, and then people trooped out. You know, and the innovation of going to accredit yourself and vote simultaneously was very useful. So people came out later in the day, and it was.
So what do you say exactly about the IPOB and their role, political role in the Southeast?
No, that was not like that. I mean, the election came and went peacefully. Nobody talked about IPOB. You know, I mean, IPOB has never been a violent organization. You know, they've not been going anywhere. I don't know if they came and attacked them and all that. But for me, I think we have passed that. I believe we have passed that. And when I say so, I think I know what I'm talking about.
Now, you're a member of I want to take you back to the scenario you gave about 2015 and the National Peace Committee, which you are a member. Is that committee still in existence?
Yeah, it's still there. But, you know, maybe not doing as much as they should, but it's there.
It was very instrumental in bringing about peace in 2015.
Absolutely.
Looking forward, do you see the committee having any role in 2019?
Well, it depends on how it is managed. I mean, I happen to be the driving force behind it at inception. It was my world-acclaimed Abuja Peace Accord when I brought Kofi Annan, the Commonwealth Secretary, the United Nations Secretary General, and Emeka Anyoko, the Commonwealth Secretary General, to come and officiate at my all-party summit, where I drafted the Memorandum of Understanding between President Jonathan, as he then was, and General Buhari, as he then was, and all other candidates and party chairmen, working hand in gloves with IPAC, Inter-Party Advisory Council, ENUGU of Tahiru Jega, and the security agencies, you know, the international community, the embassies and high commissions. They approached me because the tension was high, and then we needed to douse it. And when I gave them this proposal, United Nations bought into it. And Mr. Ban Ki-moon, who was Secretary of the United Nations, then sent his special envoy for overseeing ECOWAS, Ambassador Ibn Chambers, to come and see me and to encourage that I follow it through. And that's what they did. And I assured them that it was going to be a huge success. I personally went to General Buhari, as he then was. And the two events I did, I went to him and he came. You know, and, President Jonathan himself did not believe that I would be able to get Kofi Annan to come over and all that. And when they all came, they were amazed and, oh my goodness, this is something else. So I think when that was done, Mr. Ban Ki-moon now sent me a congratulatory message, thanked me, and then requested that I immediately put together a national peace committee. And as that was on, Bishop Hassan Kuka, having watched my program, the Abuja Peace Accord, felt also the need for a national peace committee to follow up. So he and I worked together and went to John Cardinal Onayekon, who gave his blessings to it. And then we set up the lists from General Abdulsalami Abubakar as chairman, Commodore Bituki as deputy, and all the other 23 members. Set the ball rolling. We had so many meetings. He and I were conveners. Matthew Kuka and I were conveners. The rest, they say, is history.
Senator Benobi, you accused the ruling APC government of destabilizing what you call the solid foundation the PDP laid for the unity and advancement of Nigeria in 16 years. If you remember, how do you mean? What do you mean by that?
I just want to take you to only one aspect, just one. When we conducted the elections in 2015, that was the first time that the international community came out to say the elections met international standards. Ditto for 2015, which was why it was seamless in the transformation. One thing you cannot deny the PDP government is that we tried to sanitize the electoral process and to make people's votes to count. Now, if you look at the elections conducted so far, you will have cause to worry. However, there was a lot of improvement in the Anambra election, and I pray that they sustain that. Because one of the key indices in our democracy is the electoral process. Once you get it wrong, the whole thing crashes. That's why you can see what happened in 2003, but 1999, 2003, and then that of 2007 became so scandalous. Even President Yar'Adua, who won the election, came up and said, no, this is unacceptable. And then he set up the Justice Wise panel to review the electoral process and sanitize it. But when President Jonathan took over, he did a lot of work in sanitizing that process, the electoral process. And fortunately, he found a partner in Tahiru Jega. So it was possible and things worked out well.
So would you preview the 2019 election? Would you see, will you foresee the situation where the process will be free, fair, and credible?
Well, I want to pray that it will be. I just said that from the past elections conducted by them, there was some improvement in the Anambra one. Maybe they have woken up from their slumber to know that the needful has to be done. what we did in the PDP was not anything, not the rocket science at all. The people who did them. So they have to find a way of trying to identify such people in their own government and in their own cabinet to be able to get them to champion the cause.
Okay, from all indications, President Muhammadu Buhari may run for a second term, run for the 2019 general election. Is he a threat to the PDP?
No. General Buhari, or President Buhari, you know, it was the PDP members who went into the APC to actualize victory